Philippines, January 31, 1945. Major Frank T. McCoy's camera shutter clicked repeatedly as he documented what lay before him. The aircraft was pristine, a Mitsubishi G4M Betty bomber, tail number 763-12, sitting untouched on the tarmac. This defies everything we know about bomber construction, he thought, his hands unsteady with anticipation. The tropical sun illuminated the bomber's cylindrical fuselage, making clear why Allied pilots had nicknamed it the Betty. Stretching nearly 20 meters from nose to tail, the aircraft rested on its tricycle landing gear like some enormous metal cylinder. Wings extending 25 meters across showed zero signs of combat damage. Both 14-cylinder radial engines, each capable of producing 1,500 horsepower, appeared completely operational. This wasn't wreckage salvaged from a crash site. This was a fully functional bomber, abandoned intact as American forces advanced. What captured McCoy's undivided attention, what would fundamentally alter American understanding of Japanese aviation philosophy, came when he accessed the interior through wing inspection panels. The fuel tanks had absolutely no protection. Zero self-sealing rubber. Zero armor plating. Zero fire suppression equipment. Zero protective coatings whatsoever. Just thin aluminum skin, maybe 2 millimeters thick, standing between thousands of liters of highly volatile aviation fuel and incoming enemy fire. Major McCoy commanded the Technical Air Intelligence Unit for the Southwest Pacific Theater. He'd inspected dozens of downed Japanese aircraft throughout the region. Nothing had prepared him for this moment. This bomber, left behind during Clark Field's liberation, would reveal a design philosophy so fundamentally alien to Western military thought that analysts would need months to fully grasp its implications. The mathematical reality behind this discovery would transform American tactical doctrine and aircraft design for the war's duration. Every assumption American aviators held about enemy capabilities, about the performance cost Japanese engineers would accept, about how imperial forces valued aircrew survival, all of it was about to be systematically overturned by the evidence contained within this single, pristine example of Japan's most critical bomber. The path to this revelation had begun 4 years prior, on December 8, 1941. That morning, with smoke still rising from Pearl Harbor's ruins, 82 G4M bombers, accompanied by 26 G3M bombers, departed Formosan bases. Their destination, Clark Field itself, the Philippines' primary American air installation. The strike achieved total tactical surprise. Arriving at 12:35 p.m., the Japanese formation maintained 20,000 feet altitude, well beyond American anti-aircraft gun reach. The initial wave's 27 bombers released 636 bombs across Clark Field's runways and facilities. Seconds later, Zero fighters swept through at treetop level, their machine guns obliterating every aircraft that survived the bombing. Of 17 B-17 flying fortresses on the ground, 12 were completely destroyed. Nearly every P-40 Warhawk fighter became burning wreckage. In 45 minutes, American air power throughout the Philippines had been effectively neutralized. Lieutenant James Harrington, among the few surviving American pilots, observed from a bomb shelter as the Japanese formation withdrew northward. What struck me was their approach method, he later documented in his combat report. Perfect formation, high altitude, completely beyond our defensive reach. Then the fighters descended and systematically destroyed us. We couldn't launch a single aircraft. The Betty bombers themselves departed untouched. The handful of American fighters that managed to get airborne arrived too late, finding only empty sky. The Japanese had demonstrated their bombers' exceptional range, striking from bases 460 miles distant, a feat no American bomber could accomplish at that war stage. The Betty's first combat year would prove devastatingly effective. December 10, 1941, just 2 days following the Clark Field raid, 26 G4M bombers joined older G3M Nell bombers attacking Fort Z, a British naval task force centered around battleship HMS Prince of Wales and battlecruiser HMS Repulse. The attack commenced approximately 12:20 p.m. Japanese bombers approached in coordinated waves, executing torpedo runs with precision that stunned British observers. Betty bombers carried Type 91 aerial torpedoes, each weighing 840 kilograms with 205-kilogram warheads. These torpedoes were specifically designed for shallow water operations, running at depths enabling ship strikes even in coastal waters. Torpedo attacks focused on both capital ships with devastating accuracy. Prince of Wales, a 43,000-ton battleship representing the newest generation of British naval power, absorbed at least 6 torpedo hits plus damage from level bombers. Underwater explosions tore massive hull breaches, flooding overwhelmed damage control efforts. The battleship began listing severely. Repulse, a World War I-era battle cruiser modernized during the 1930s, absorbed at least 4 torpedo hits while attempting evasive maneuvers. The ship's anti-aircraft fire claimed several Japanese aircraft, but couldn't prevent coordinated torpedo runs from finding their marks. The cumulative damage proved fatal. Both capital ships capsized and sank within hours. Prince of Wales went down approximately 1320 hours. Repulse followed approximately 1333 hours. 841 British sailors perished. Survivors were rescued by escorting destroyers. The entire engagement lasted under 2 hours from initial contact to final sinking. For the first time in naval history, capital ships actively defending themselves had been sunk exclusively by air power while in open ocean. The G4M Betty bomber had achieved what naval theorists had debated for decades. British naval superiority throughout Asian waters had been shattered in 90 minutes. Throughout the Pacific theater during early 1942, American and Allied aviators encountered Betty bombers in virtually every major engagement. The aircraft appeared to operate with complete impunity, striking targets at ranges that defied conventional understanding. They hit Darwin, Australia from bases 1,500 miles away, demonstrating reach exceeding any Allied bomber's capability. They attacked Port Moresby from airfields across New Guinea's mountain ranges, maintaining constant pressure on Allied positions throughout the Southwest Pacific. They struck Guadalcanal from Rabaul, a distance exceeding 600 miles, projecting Japanese air power across vast ocean expanses. The Betty's operational range gave Japanese forces strategic flexibility that Allied commanders struggled to counter. American fighters stationed at forward positions lacked the range to intercept Betty bombers departing from distant bases. Allied airfields came under attack from Japanese bases that were themselves beyond Allied striking range. The asymmetry in bomber capability meant Japanese forces could attack at will while Allied forces struggled to retaliate effectively. This advantage persisted through the war's first 6 months. Betty bombers participated in virtually every Japanese offensive operation across the Pacific and Southeast Asia. They struck targets in the Philippines, Malaya, Netherlands, East Indies, New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands. They supported naval operations throughout the theater. They performed reconnaissance missions exceeding any Allied aircraft's range. The Betty became the symbol of Japanese air power's reach and effectiveness. However, this advantage depended entirely on limited Allied fighter opposition. When Betty formations could strike without interception, when they could approach targets at high altitude beyond anti-aircraft range, when they could deliver weapons and depart before fighters arrived, the aircraft was devastatingly effective. These conditions characterized operations during early 1942, when Allied air strength remained limited and dispersed. By mid-1942, the tactical picture began shifting dramatically. As American fighter strength increased, as Wildcats gave way to more capable Hellcats and Corsairs, as pilot training improved and tactical doctrine evolved, Betty crews began reporting disturbing losses. The shift became undeniable on August 8, 1942. 23 G4M bombers from the 4th Air Group departed Rabaul to attack American positions at Guadalcanal. American fighters intercepted the formation over Tsevo Island. In the engagement that followed, 18 of the 23 Betty bombers were shot down. Approximately 120 aviators died in what would become the single worst G4M loss during the entire campaign. Fighter pilots reported identical observations across every engagement. The Betty exploded into flames with minimal hits. 2 or 3 rounds anywhere along the fuselage or wings produced catastrophic results. The aircraft earned grim nicknames that spread rapidly through American squadrons: Flying Cigar, One-Shot Lighter, Flying Zippo, all references to the Betty's terrifying tendency to burst into flames from battle damage. By October 1942, when Lieutenant Commander John Thomas Blackburn arrived at Guadalcanal commanding VF-17 Flying F-4U Corsairs, the Betty's reputation had transformed completely. "First time we caught a Betty formation, we couldn't believe how easily they went down," Blackburn later reported. "Hit them anywhere along the fuselage or wings, and they'd explode. We actively hunted them, recognizing them as among the most vulnerable targets in Pacific skies." The true extent of the Betty's vulnerability, the engineering decisions that made such catastrophic losses inevitable, wouldn't be fully understood until American forces began capturing intact examples for detailed examination. The first significant intelligence breakthrough came November 1942, when Australian forces overran Japanese airfields at Buna in Papua New Guinea. Among the abandoned aircraft, technical air intelligence units discovered Betty bombers with varying damage levels. Initial examinations confirmed what pilots had reported. The fuel tanks had no protection whatsoever. Aeronautical engineers with the Allied Technical Air Intelligence Unit, Southwest Pacific, conducted the first detailed analysis. Wing access panels revealed fuel cells with no protective measures. Thin aluminum construction, no rubber sealant layer, no protective coating, no fire suppression systems. Multiple Betty bombers examined at Buna showed identical characteristics. This wasn't battle damage or field modification. This was standard Japanese design. The implications were staggering. American bombers by 1942 universally featured self-sealing fuel tanks. The B-17 Flying Fortress had incorporated them from the B-17C model onward. The B-24 Liberator featured them from the XB-24B prototype. Even fighter aircraft like the P-38 and P-47 featured protected fuel systems. Self-sealing fuel tanks used layered rubber compound that swelled on contact with fuel when punctured by bullets or shell fragments, sealing holes and preventing fuel loss and fire. The technology added substantial weight to aircraft, but dramatically improved crew survival rates. American military doctrine considered this weight penalty essential and non-negotiable. Yet here was Japan's primary land-based bomber, produced in thousands, operating across the entire Pacific theater, with fuel tanks offering zero protection. The weight saved by eliminating self-sealing systems, armor plating, and fire suppression equipment was immediately apparent. But the cost in crew lives was becoming equally obvious in lost statistics that mounted with every engagement. The captured Betty at Clark Field in January 1945 would provide the most complete technical analysis. Major McCoy and his team spent 3 weeks dismantling and documenting every system. Their report, classified secret and distributed to all Allied air forces, detailed specifications explaining both the Betty's extraordinary capabilities and its catastrophic vulnerabilities. The G4M Model 1 specifications revealed an aircraft ruthlessly optimized for range and speed. Empty weight, 6,741 kilograms, remarkably light for a bomber of its size. Maximum takeoff weight, 9,500 kilograms. Fuel capacity, 4,780 liters, distributed across 8 unprotected tanks, 4 in each wing, positioned in the wing center section where they were most vulnerable to combat damage. Top speed, 428 kilometers per hour, approximately 265 miles per hour. Maximum range, 6,034 kilometers, exceeding 3,700 miles. Service ceiling, 8,500 meters. Crew complement, 7 members including pilot, co-pilot, navigator, bombardier, radio operator, and 2 gunners. The fuel system design was particularly revealing. The 8 tanks were arranged in 4 groups of 2, positioned along the wing's longitudinal axis, where the wing joined the fuselage. This placement maximized fuel capacity by utilizing the thickest portion of the wing structure, but it also positioned tanks directly in the path of enemy fire during combat. Any attack from the side or below would inevitably strike fuel tanks. The aluminum construction provided no protection. The absence of self-sealing compounds meant even small punctures would leak fuel continuously. American engineers calculated that the weight saved by eliminating protection systems exceeded 500 kilograms per aircraft. This weight savings translated directly into additional fuel capacity and extended range. But the cost in vulnerability was equally calculable. Combat reports showed that Betty bombers hit anywhere in the wing area exploded with near certainty. The unprotected tanks created what engineers termed a critical failure point, a single system whose destruction guaranteed loss of the entire aircraft. These numbers told the story of design choices made in September 1937 when the Japanese Navy issued requirements that would define the G4M's entire existence. Top speed: 398 kilometers per hour cruising altitude, 3,000 meters range, 4,722 kilometers unloaded, or 3,700 kilometers carrying 800 kilograms of bombs or torpedoes. The requirements reflected Japanese naval strategy in the late 1930s. Japan's empire stretched across vast Pacific distances. Naval bases were separated by thousands of kilometers of ocean. The Navy needed bombers capable of striking enemy positions far beyond carrier aircraft range. Bombers that could operate from land bases to support naval operations across the entire theater. Existing Japanese bombers fell far short of these requirements. The G3M Nell bomber, then in service, had a maximum range of approximately 3,000 kilometers. American bombers, like the B-17, had even more limited range in their early variants. No bomber in service anywhere in the world in 1937 could strike targets at the distances Japanese planners envisioned. The Navy's requirements weren't arbitrary. They were calculated based on distances Japanese forces would need to cover in any future Pacific conflict. From Formosa to the Philippines, 460 miles. From Rabaul to Guadalcanal, 600 miles. From Japanese home islands to potential targets across the Pacific, thousands of miles. The bomber meeting these requirements would give Japan strategic reach that no other nation possessed. However, the requirements also reflected assumptions about future warfare that would prove catastrophically wrong. Japanese planners assumed that surprise and initiative would provide protection for long-range bombers. They assumed enemy fighter opposition would be limited by range and numbers. They assumed the war would be decided quickly before enemy industrial capacity could generate overwhelming force. Every assumption would prove false. The man tasked with achieving the impossible was Kiro Honjo, who led the Mitsubishi design team after taking over from Joji Hattori. Honjo had studied bomber design at Junkers in Germany during the early 1930s, absorbing European aeronautical engineering principles and manufacturing techniques before returning to Japan. He understood immediately that meeting the Navy's requirements would demand compromises that Western air forces would never accept. Honjo assembled a team of engineers at Mitsubishi's Nagoya facilities to tackle the design challenges. The team analyzed every aspect of bomber design, calculating weight budgets for every component and system. They studied existing bombers from multiple nations, identifying where weight could be reduced without compromising structural integrity. They experimented with new construction techniques and materials that might offer weight savings. The mathematics were brutally simple. To achieve the required range, the aircraft needed massive fuel capacity. Each liter of aviation fuel weighed approximately 0.8 kilograms. 4,780 liters of fuel meant approximately 3,800 kilograms of fuel weight at full load. To achieve the required speed with this fuel load, the aircraft needed minimal weight. Every kilogram added to empty weight reduced either range or payload capacity. These two requirements existed in direct opposition. Fuel was heavy. Protection systems were heavy. Armor plating weighing hundreds of kilograms would be required to protect crew positions and vital systems. Self-sealing fuel tanks added substantial weight through the rubber compounds and additional structure required. Fire suppression systems added weight. Redundant safety measures added weight. The cumulative weight of adequate protection would prevent achieving the required performance. Hanjo made the decision that would define the G4M throughout its service life. Protection would be sacrificed for performance. The fuel tanks would be unprotected aluminum construction. No self-sealing compounds. No armor plating around fuel cells. No fire suppression systems beyond basic fire extinguishers. No redundant safety measures. Every kilogram saved would be invested in fuel capacity, range, and achieving the Navy's performance specifications. The decision wasn't made lightly. Hanjo understood the risks. His team calculated the vulnerabilities that unprotected fuel tanks would create. They knew that combat damage to the wings would likely prove catastrophic. But they also knew that the Navy's requirements couldn't be met any other way with available technology. The choice was between an aircraft that met performance specifications with known vulnerabilities, or an aircraft that failed to meet requirements but offered better protection. The Navy had demanded performance. Hanjo delivered performance. The first G4M prototype flew on October 23, 1939. The aircraft met every performance requirement the Navy had specified. Speed exceeded expectations. Range surpassed projections. Payload capacity satisfied operational needs. The bomber entered production as the Navy Type 1 attack bomber, with Mitsubishi building the aircraft at plants in Nagoya. Initial production models, designated G4M Model 1, began reaching operational units in April 1941. By December 1941, approximately 180 G4MS were in service with the Japanese Navy. These aircraft would form the backbone of Japanese land-based air power throughout the Pacific War. The Betty's combat debut at Clark Field and against Force Z demonstrated the wisdom of Hanjo's design priorities in the specific conditions of early 1942. When facing limited opposition, when achieving surprise, when operating beyond enemy fighter range, the Betty was devastatingly effective. Its range allowed strikes from bases that enemies considered safe. Its speed permitted rapid penetration of target areas. Its payload delivered meaningful damage. But these advantages depended entirely on the assumption that Betty formations would face minimal opposition. The moment American fighter strength increased, the moment interception became routine, the moment sustained combat became inevitable. Every design choice that prioritized range over protection became a death sentence for crews. The Guadalcanal campaign exposed the fundamental flaw in the Betty's design philosophy. From August through October 1942, more than 100 G4M bombers were lost with their crews in what became sustained bloodletting that Japanese air forces couldn't sustain. The single mission on August 8 alone destroyed 18 of 23 aircraft, with approximately 120 aviators killed. The pattern repeated with brutal consistency throughout the campaign. Betty formations would depart from Rabaul, fly 600 miles to Guadalcanal, engage American fighters, and suffer catastrophic losses. August 9th saw additional bombers lost. August 10th brought more losses. By the end of August, the 4th Air Group had been effectively destroyed as an operational unit. September brought no respite. Betty formations continued striking American positions at Guadalcanal, and American fighters continued destroying them in overwhelming numbers. The mathematics were inexorable. Japanese forces needed to strike American positions to contest control of the island. Betty bombers provided the only means of delivering meaningful strike capability from Rabaul. But every mission resulted in losses that couldn't be replaced. October saw the pattern continue. American fighter strength increased as more squadrons arrived at Henderson Field. Pilot quality improved as combat experience accumulated. Tactical doctrine evolved to exploit Betty vulnerabilities more effectively. Japanese losses accelerated even as the number of bombers available for missions declined. By November, when the Guadalcanal campaign effectively ended with Japanese withdrawal, Betty losses exceeded 100 aircraft. Crew casualties approached 700 men dead. The exchange rate was unsustainable. Japan's most capable land-based bomber had been rendered obsolete by its own vulnerabilities, transformed from a feared weapon into what American pilots called easy meat. Japanese planners had expected losses. All military operations involved casualties. But the scale of Betty losses exceeded every projection. The unprotected fuel tanks that permitted 6,000-kilometer range also guaranteed that any hit to wings or fuselage would likely prove fatal. There was no middle ground, no wounded bombers limping home, no damaged but survivable aircraft. Betty bombers either returned untouched or exploded in flames. By mid-1943, Japanese engineers recognized that modifications were essential. Starting with the 663rd aircraft produced in March 1943, 30-millimeter rubber sheets were installed beneath wing surfaces where fuel tanks were located. These sheets weren't true self-sealing tanks. They were a compromise measure, adding minimal weight while providing limited protection against fuel leakage. The modification reduced top speed by 9 kilometers per hour. Maximum range decreased by 315 kilometers. But crew survival rates showed no significant improvement. The rubber sheets could slow fuel leakage from small caliber hits. They couldn't prevent fires from larger caliber rounds or cannon shells. They couldn't stop explosions when tracers ignited fuel vapor. The fundamental vulnerability remained unchanged. Japanese designers attempted more comprehensive protection with the G4M Model 3, introduced in October 1944. This variant featured actual self-sealing fuel tanks, with capacity reduced to 4,490 liters to accommodate the leak-blocking material. The modification reduced maximum range to 3,640 kilometers, a loss of more than 2,000 kilometers compared to the original G4M Model 1. Approximately 60 G4M Model 3 aircraft were produced by war's end. The modification came too late and in too limited numbers to affect the Betty's combat record. By late 1944, American air superiority was so complete that no level of fuel tank protection would have permitted Betty bombers to operate effectively. The war's outcome had already been determined. The Betty's vulnerability became so notorious that American forces began using the aircraft in ways that highlighted the dangers Japanese crews faced. On April 18, 1943, the Betty bomber became the instrument of Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto's death in an engagement that demonstrated both American signals intelligence capabilities and the aircraft's fatal weaknesses. American codebreakers intercepted Japanese communications indicating that Yamamoto would fly from Rabaul to Bougainville on April 18th. The Admiral would travel aboard a G4M bomber with fighter escort. 18 P-38 Lightnings from the 339th Fighter Squadron were assigned to intercept the flight, though only 16 actually flew the mission after one aircraft blew a tire on takeoff and another suffered drop tank failures. The mission required extraordinary precision. The P-38s would fly over 400 miles at wave-top height to avoid radar detection, navigate across open ocean without landmarks, and arrive at exactly the calculated intercept point at exactly the calculated time. Any error in navigation, any deviation in timing, would result in mission failure. The intercept had to occur within a narrow window when Yamamoto's aircraft would be vulnerable. The P-38s departed Guadalcanal at 7:25 hours. They flew at 50 feet above the ocean for over 400 miles, maintaining strict radio silence. Navigation was by dead reckoning and timing. The formation arrived at the calculated intercept point with precision that would become legendary in aviation history. At 9:34 hours, exactly on schedule and exactly 1 minute ahead of the calculated intercept time, the P-38 spotted Yamamoto's formation. 2 Betty bombers flying at low altitude with 6 Zero fighters as escort. Captain Thomas Lanphier and First Lieutenant Rex Barber broke from the formation to engage the bombers, while other P-38s held off the Zero fighters. Barber engaged the lead Betty bomber, which carried Admiral Yamamoto. The bomber took hits to the wing area where the unprotected fuel tanks were located. The aircraft exploded in flames and crashed in the jungle. Yamamoto's body was recovered the following day. He had been killed by injuries sustained during the crash. The second Betty bomber also crashed, killing all aboard. The operation demonstrated multiple aspects of Allied superiority. American signals intelligence had intercepted and decoded Japanese communications. American planning had calculated intercept timing with 1-minute precision over 400 miles of ocean. American fighters had executed the mission flawlessly despite extraordinary navigation challenges. And the Betty bomber's vulnerabilities had guaranteed that successful interception would be fatal. There was no possibility of Yamamoto's bomber surviving once it came under attack. The unprotected fuel tanks ensured that any damage would be catastrophic. The Betty's vulnerability reached its most dramatic demonstration on March 21, 1945. 18 G4M bombers took off from Kanoya Air Base, each carrying an MXY-7 Oka rocket bomb beneath its fuselage. The Oka was a piloted rocket-powered aircraft with a 1,200-kilogram warhead designed for kamikaze attacks against American ships. The mission required the Betty bombers to fly within 20 kilometers of their targets before releasing the Oka aircraft. The Oka pilot would then ignite the rocket motor and dive at speeds exceeding 650 kilometers per hour toward American ships. The warhead's 1,200 kilograms of explosives would destroy any vessel it struck. But the mission depended entirely on the Betty bombers surviving long enough to reach release range. The formation departed Kanoya at approximately 14:30 hours. The 18 G4M bombers flew in tight formation with fighter escort, heading toward American naval forces off Okinawa. Each bomber carried an Oka weapon beneath its fuselage, adding substantial weight and drag that reduced speed and maneuverability. The bombers were even more vulnerable than usual, unable to evade or maneuver effectively while carrying the Oka loads. American radar detected the formation at approximately 100 miles distance. F-6F Hellcat fighters from USS Hornet were scrambled to intercept. The Hellcats reached the Japanese formation well before it approached release range for the Oka weapons. In the engagement that followed, American fighters systematically destroyed the entire formation. The Betty bombers, already vulnerable under normal circumstances, proved completely helpless while carrying Oka weapons. The additional weight prevented evasive maneuvers. The external weapon created drag that reduced speed. The unprotected fuel tanks guaranteed that any hit would be fatal. One by one, the bombers exploded and fell into the ocean. Not a single Betty bomber survived to reach release range. Not a single Oka weapon was launched against American ships. 137 bomber crew members and 15 Oka pilots died in the attack. The mission represented the ultimate expression of the Betty's fundamental flaw. An aircraft designed to deliver weapons to distant targets couldn't survive to deliver those weapons when facing prepared opposition. The extraordinary range that made the mission theoretically possible meant nothing when the aircraft exploded before reaching weapon release range. The final mission flown by Betty bombers came on August 19, 1945, 4 days after Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender. 2 white-painted G4M bombers with green crosses departed at Tsuji Airfield, carrying Japanese representatives to discuss surrender terms with Allied forces. The aircraft, given call signs Bataan 1 and Bataan 2, flew to Aishima, where the Japanese delegation transferred to an American C-54 for transport to Manila. The symbolism was profound and deliberate. The white paint and green crosses indicated peaceful intent, transforming the bombers from weapons of war into vehicles of diplomacy. The call signs Bataan 1 and Bataan 2 referenced the location where American forces had surrendered to Japan in April 1942, one of the most devastating defeats in American military history. Now, 3 years later, aircraft bearing those call signs carried Japan's surrender delegation. Lieutenant Denichiro Sudo piloted one of the surrender aircraft, a G6M Model 1 transport variant converted from the bomber airframe. The transport variants retained the Betty's distinctive cylindrical fuselage and wing configuration, but carried passengers and cargo rather than weapons. The crew wore dress uniforms rather than flight suits. The aircraft carried no weapons, no ammunition, no military equipment of any kind beyond what was necessary for flight. The flight from Atsugi to Aishima covered approximately 1,000 kilometers, well within the Betty's range, even in transport configuration. American fighters escorted the White Betty bombers throughout their flight, ensuring they remained on the prescribed course. The escort was both protective and supervisory, guaranteeing safe passage while preventing any deviation from planned routes. The White Betty bombers, with green crosses, became the final image of the aircraft that had opened the Pacific War at Clark Field in December 1941. The circle was complete. The bomber that had destroyed American air power in the Philippines in the war's first hours now carried Japan's surrender delegation in the war's final days. The aircraft that had symbolized Japanese air power's reach and effectiveness now symbolized Japan's defeat and submission to Allied terms. The Betty's production statistics reflect both the aircraft's importance to Japanese operations and the terrible cost of its design philosophy. Total production reached approximately 2,414 aircraft across all variants, though some sources cite figures as high as 2,435 when including all prototypes and subtypes. The variation in total numbers reflects different methods of counting prototypes, subtypes, and transport variants. The G4M Model 1 comprised approximately 1,172 aircraft, produced from 1941 through early 1943. This variant featured the original unprotected fuel tank design, with capacity of 4,780 liters. Top speed reached 428 kilometers per hour. Maximum range of 6,034 kilometers made it the longest-ranged bomber in service anywhere in the world. But the complete absence of protection systems made it catastrophically vulnerable once American fighter strength increased. The G4M Model 2, with increased fuel capacity and slightly higher speed, accounted for approximately 1,142 examples produced from 1943 through 1945. This variant increased fuel capacity to 6,490 liters, extending maximum range even further. Top speed increased slightly to 437 kilometers per hour. But the Model 2 retained the fundamental vulnerability of unprotected fuel tanks. The modifications improved performance without addressing survivability. The G4M Model 3, designated Model 34, represented the only variant with actual self-sealing fuel tanks. Production began in October 1944, but only 60 to 91 aircraft were completed by war's end, depending on source. The self-sealing tanks reduced fuel capacity to 4,490 liters to accommodate the leak-blocking material. Maximum range decreased to 3,640 kilometers, a loss of more than 2,000 kilometers compared to the Model 1. The modification came too late and in too limited numbers to affect combat outcomes. The G6M transport variant, converted from bomber airframes, added another 30 aircraft. These transport versions carried passengers and cargo rather than weapons, serving in liaison and communications roles. The G6M Model 1, used for one of the surrender aircraft in August 1945, represented this variant. Production continued through August 1945, with final aircraft completed just days before Japan's surrender. Mitsubishi factories produced Betty bombers at peak rates of approximately 100 aircraft per month during 1943. Production decreased in 1944 and 1945 as Allied bombing disrupted Japanese industry and as resources were diverted to fighter production for homeland defense. These production numbers made the Betty one of Japan's most numerous bombers, exceeded only by some fighter types in total production. Over 4 years of war, Mitsubishi delivered approximately 2,400 aircraft to Japanese Navy units across the Pacific theater. The bombers served in every major campaign, participated in every significant naval engagement, and struck targets across distances spanning thousands of kilometers. But production statistics tell only part of the story. Loss rates tell the rest. Few Betty bombers survived to war's end. The overwhelming majority were destroyed in combat, consumed by the fires that the unprotected fuel tanks made inevitable. By August 1945, when Japan surrendered, only a handful of operational Betty bombers remained in service. The aircraft that had numbered in the hundreds in 1942 had been reduced to dozens by attrition that no amount of production could replace. The casualty statistics among Betty crews were similarly devastating, though exact numbers remain difficult to verify from available records. What is certain is that thousands of Japanese aircrew died in Betty bombers, their deaths made nearly inevitable by the aircraft's fundamental vulnerabilities. The unprotected fuel tanks created conditions where survival depended entirely on avoiding combat damage. Once hit, Betty bombers rarely survived. Once on fire, they never survived. The crews understood these odds and flew anyway, because military discipline and cultural values demanded that they accept the risks regardless of consequences. Surviving Betty crews were unanimous in their assessment. The aircraft's unprotected fuel tanks made survival a matter of pure chance. No amount of skill, no tactical innovation, no courage could compensate for the fundamental vulnerability built into every G-4M. Former Flight Petty Officer Masatake Okimiya, who completed 28 combat missions before transfer to training duties, offered the most direct summary. The Betty was a magnificent aircraft that asked us to die for its range. We flew it because we were ordered to fly it. We died in it because that was what it was designed to make us do. The comparison with Allied bomber protection systems highlights the stark difference in design philosophy. The B-17 Flying Fortress featured armor plating protecting pilot and co-pilot seats, with steel plates ranging from 0.3 to 0.31 inches thick. Armored bulkheads protected crew positions throughout the fuselage. The bombardier position featured armored glass. Waist gunner positions included protective shields. Self-sealing fuel tanks were standard from the B-17C model onward, introduced in 1941. The B-25 Mitchell incorporated similar comprehensive protection. Pilot and co-pilot seats featured armor backing. Fuel tanks included self-sealing compounds from early production. The B-25's empty weight of approximately 9,100 kilograms reflected the substantial weight penalty of protection systems, roughly 2,000 kilograms heavier than the Betty despite similar size and role. The weight penalty for Allied protection systems was substantial and accepted as necessary. American studies during the war demonstrated the effectiveness of crew protection measures with statistical precision. Body armor reduced thoracic wound fatalities from 36% to 8%, a reduction of more than 75% in deaths from chest wounds. Self-sealing fuel tanks reduced fire-related casualties by similar margins. Aircraft equipped with protected fuel systems showed survival rates 3 to 4 times higher than unprotected aircraft when damaged in combat. Protected crew positions increase survival rates in damaged aircraft by providing shielding from shell fragments and small arms fire. Armored glass prevented pilot casualties from head-on attacks. Bulkheads compartmentalized the fuselage, preventing fire or damage in one section from spreading throughout the aircraft. The comprehensive approach to crew protection reflected American doctrine that trained crews represented assets more valuable than aircraft, which could be replaced more easily than experienced combat veterans. The weight cost for this protection exceeded 1,000 pounds in most American bombers, but American industrial capacity permitted this weight penalty without sacrificing production numbers. American factories produced over 12,000 B-17 bombers and nearly 10,000 B-24 Liberators during the war. The production capacity meant that American forces could field large numbers of protected bombers without compromising capability. Japanese doctrine reached different conclusions. The Betty's design reflected a calculation that range and striking power outweighed crew survival. This philosophy assumed that achieving surprise and maintaining initiative would provide sufficient protection. It assumed that enemy opposition would remain limited. It assumed that the war would be short and decisive. All these assumptions proved catastrophically wrong. By mid-1942, American fighter strength increased to levels that made Betty interception routine. By late 1942, American pilots had learned to exploit every Betty vulnerability. By 1943, Betty formations suffered such devastating losses that missions became suicide operations. By 1944, Betty bombers could barely operate in daylight against American opposition. The mathematics of the Betty's war were written in fire and loss. Every advantage that made the aircraft formidable in early 1942 became irrelevant once sustained combat began. Range meant nothing when bombers exploded before reaching targets. Speed meant nothing when fighters could intercept from distant bases. Payload meant nothing when formations were destroyed before weapon release. The examination of tail number 763-12 at Clark Field in January 1945 revealed the complete story. The unprotected fuel tanks that shocked Major McCoy weren't an oversight, not a temporary expedient, not a design failure. They were the deliberate choice of engineers who believed range mattered more than survival. Japanese designers had created exactly what their specifications demanded: an aircraft with extraordinary range and speed, built with minimal weight, optimized for the mission requirements they received. The tanks were unprotected because protection would have prevented achieving the required performance. The decision made perfect sense within the constraints of 1937 technology and 1937 assumptions about future warfare. But those assumptions collapsed under the reality of sustained combat against an opponent with unlimited industrial capacity and growing technological advantage. The Betty bomber became a symbol of Japanese willingness to accept catastrophic casualties in pursuit of tactical advantage. It became evidence of a military culture that valued mission accomplishment over crew survival. When American engineers examined the intact Betty at Clark Field, they weren't just analyzing an enemy aircraft. They were witnessing the physical manifestation of choices made years earlier, choices that prioritized capability over survival, choices that would cost thousands of Japanese aircrew their lives. The unprotected fuel tanks weren't an accident. They were a decision. The Betty bomber served from the first day of the Pacific War to the last. It sank capital ships and devastated air bases. It ranged across distances no other bomber could match. But its ultimate legacy is written in lost statistics that exceeded all projections. The aircraft that opened the war by destroying American air power at Clark Field ended the war carrying Japan's surrender delegation in white-painted aircraft marked with green crosses. The crew of tail number 763-12 had abandoned their aircraft during the American advance on Clark Field. They had survived by walking away from an aircraft whose design made survival in combat nearly impossible. Most Betty crews weren't so fortunate. They flew missions knowing the danger. They climbed into unprotected bombers and crossed vast Pacific distances. And they died in overwhelming numbers, consumed by fires that the aircraft's design made inevitable. The Betty bomber story is ultimately about the price of capability without protection. It demonstrates that performance alone can't guarantee success when that performance is purchased at the cost of crew survival. The extraordinary range of 6,000 kilometers meant nothing when aircraft couldn't survive the final 100 kilometers to target. The impressive speed of 428 kilometers per hour provided no advantage when American fighters could intercept from distant bases with warning from radar systems. The payload capacity of 1 ton became irrelevant when formations were destroyed before weapon release. Most importantly, the Betty reveals that military technology divorced from realistic assessment of combat conditions produces weapons that kill their own crews as efficiently as they strike enemy targets. The assumptions underlying the Betty's design, assumptions about limited opposition and short warfare duration, proved catastrophically wrong within months of the Pacific War start. By the time these assumptions were proven false, thousands of Betty bombers were already in service or production, and Japanese industry lacked the capacity to replace them with better protected designs. Japanese designers understood the risks when they made their choices in 1937 and 1938. They calculated the weight penalties. They knew the vulnerabilities. They accepted the trade-offs because they believed the performance advantages would prove decisive. They were wrong. and thousands of men paid the price for that miscalculation with their lives. The Betty's legacy extends beyond aviation history into fundamental questions about aircraft design philosophy, military ethics, acceptable risk, and the value of human life in warfare. American designers answered those questions by prioritizing protection even at the cost of performance. Japanese designers answered differently. The Mitsubishi G4M Betty bomber stands as evidence of what happens when capability is prioritized over survivability, when range is purchased with crew lives, when performance requirements override protection considerations. The thousands of burning Betty bombers across Pacific skies mark the consequences of that philosophical difference, revealing the fundamental difference between how different nations approached warfare in the Pacific. American forces designed aircraft to bring crews home. Japanese forces designed aircraft to reach targets regardless of cost. In the end, the nation that valued crew survival built an air force that could sustain operations indefinitely. The nation that accepted catastrophic casualties for performance advantages built an air force that destroyed itself through attrition. The examination of tail numbers 763-12 at Clark Field provided the final proof of what Allied forces had suspected for years. The Betty bomber wasn't poorly designed. It was brilliantly designed to achieve specific goals. Those goals simply didn't include bringing Japanese crews home alive. And in that single fact lies the entire story of why Japan lost the Pacific War. The unprotected fuel tanks that Major McCoy discovered through those wing inspection panels in January 1945 represented more than just an engineering choice. They represented a worldview, a calculation about acceptable losses, a philosophy that measured success in miles reached rather than lives preserved. Every G4M that exploded in flames over Guadalcanal, every Betty that fell burning into the Pacific, every crew that died in aircraft designed without adequate protection. They all testified to the consequences of that philosophy. The mathematics were inescapable. An aircraft that couldn't bring its crew home alive was ultimately an aircraft that couldn't accomplish its mission, regardless of how far it could theoretically fly. The Betty bomber achieved extraordinary range. It demonstrated impressive speed. It carried meaningful payloads across vast distances. But it consumed its crews with relentless efficiency, transforming the aircraft that should have been Japan's strategic advantage into a weapon that devastated Japanese air power through unsustainable losses. The final accounting is stark. Of approximately 2,400 Betty bombers produced, few survived to war's end. The vast majority were destroyed in combat, most exploding in flames from damage that protected aircraft would have survived. Thousands of trained aircrew died, navigators, pilots, bombardiers, radio operators, gunners, all victims of design choices made years before the war began. The white-painted Betty bombers, carrying Japan's surrender delegation in August 1945, closed the circle that began at Clark Field in December 1941. The aircraft that symbolized Japanese offensive capability in the war's opening became the vehicle of surrender in its closing. The bomber that had demonstrated Japan's ability to strike across vast distances became the messenger of Japan's ultimate defeat. Major Frank T. McCoy's photographs of tail number 763-12 captured more than just an abandoned aircraft. They captured evidence of a fundamental miscalculation, a design philosophy that proved catastrophically wrong when tested against reality. The intact Betty bomber at Clark Field, with its unprotected fuel tanks and brilliant engineering optimized for range over survival, stands as the ultimate monument to the price of capability without protection. The lesson remains relevant. Military technology must balance performance with survivability. Capability without protection produces impressive specifications, but poor combat results. The nation that values its personnel and designs equipment to bring them home will ultimately prevail over the nation that accepts catastrophic losses in pursuit of performance advantages. The Betty bomber's legacy is written in fire across Pacific skies. Thousands of burning aircraft, thousands of lost crews, all testimony to what happens when brilliant engineering serves flawed assumptions. The aircraft achieved exactly what it was designed to achieve: extraordinary range and impressive performance. But it failed to achieve what ultimately mattered most: bringing its crews home, alive, to fight another day. That failure, more than any other factor, explains the Betty's tragic story and its place in aviation history as a cautionary tale about the true cost of performance without protection. The morning of January 20th, 1953, arrived cold and gray in Washington. At precisely 8:45 a.m., a black limousine idled outside the White House's north entrance. Inside sat President-elect Dwight David Eisenhower, motionless, arms crossed. The temperature hovered around 49 degrees. Clouds blanketed the sky. Behind the windows of the Executive Mansion, President Harry S. Truman stood watching, waiting for movement that never came. Eisenhower had decided. He would not step into that building. He would not share coffee with the Trumans. He would not honor the customs that had governed presidential transitions for generations. Instead, he would remain seated in that automobile and force Truman to come outside, to come to him. This was no accident. This was no confusion about timing. This was a deliberate insult, delivered on what should have represented American democracy's finest moment: the orderly passage of authority from one leader to another. Consider who sat in that vehicle. Dwight Eisenhower, 62 years old, the supreme commander who had orchestrated Allied victory across Europe. The general who had accepted Germany's surrender. The military mind that had coordinated millions of troops spanning 2 continents. Monarchs and heads of state had sought his wisdom. The American electorate had just handed him a crushing victory: 55% of votes cast, 442 electoral college votes. Yet this man would not walk 20 feet to greet the president who had offered him nearly everything. Inside the White House stood Harry S. Truman, 68 years old. Farm boy turned businessman, county official, senator, vice president, president. The man who had authorized atomic weapons. The leader who had confronted Stalin directly. The architect of the Marshall Plan that reconstructed Europe. The president who had desegregated the military. The commander who had dismissed Douglas MacArthur. The statesman who had held the Western Alliance together through the Cold War's terrifying early years. 7 years earlier, this same Harry Truman had offered to make Dwight Eisenhower president on the Democratic ticket, with Truman himself stepping down to serve as vice president. Eisenhower had declined. Politics held no interest for him, he'd insisted. He was a military man, not a politician. His duty lay in uniform, not in electoral office. Then 1952 arrived. Eisenhower declared his candidacy for president as a Republican, against Truman's party, against Truman's record, against everything Truman had constructed during 7 difficult years. Now he sat outside that building, compelling the sitting president to approach him like a servant called to the curb. CBS journalist Eric Sevareid witnessed the scene. His 3-word description captured everything. It was shocking. J.B. West, the White House's chief usher, observed it too. "I was glad I wasn't in that car," he said later. The relationship between these men had not always been fractured. They had once been allies. Truman had once proclaimed Eisenhower the greatest military strategist of his generation. Eisenhower had once written to Truman with genuine appreciation and respect. But something had changed. Something had shattered beyond any possibility of repair. On this frozen January morning, that rupture became visible to the entire nation. The break hadn't occurred overnight. It had developed gradually across months and years, through a succession of decisions and betrayals and political calculations that transformed mutual regard into something approaching hatred. The first fracture appeared in July 1945 on Germany's Autobahn outside Potsdam. President Truman, newly elevated after Franklin Roosevelt's death, met with General Eisenhower, the hero who had commanded D-Day. They rode together through Berlin's devastation. Truman studied the young general beside him and glimpsed America's future leadership. He turned to Eisenhower with an extraordinary statement: "General, there is nothing you may want that I won't try to help you get." That included, Truman made clear, the presidency itself in 1948. This wasn't casual conversation. Truman meant every word. He had served as vice president for merely 82 days when Roosevelt died on April 12, 1945. He had inherited a war still raging on two fronts: secret atomic research he hadn't known existed, and relationships with Allied leaders he had never encountered. He felt unprepared. He admired military leadership. Eisenhower embodied everything America wanted in a leader at that moment: competence, victory, moral authority earned through real achievement. Eisenhower thanked him and declined. He harbored no political aspirations. He was a soldier. He would remain a soldier. He had devoted his entire adult existence to the Army. He understood military command. Politics seemed like foreign territory, where rules remained unclear and enemies proved harder to identify. Truman accepted that response. He respected it. Over the following years, Truman and Eisenhower collaborated frequently. The relationship rested on mutual necessity. Truman needed capable military leadership as he navigated the Cold War's beginning. Eisenhower needed political backing as he transitioned from wartime command to peacetime military administration. Truman appointed Eisenhower as Army Chief of Staff in November 1945. Across subsequent years, he awarded Eisenhower the Distinguished Service Medal 3 separate times: 1945, 1948, and 1952. When NATO was created in 1949, Truman called on Eisenhower to serve as its inaugural Supreme Commander in 1951. They exchanged cordial letters. They met for official business and ceremonies. The relationship wasn't intimate or personal, but it was professional, respectful, productive. Then 1947 brought something remarkable. Truman extended the offer again, this time in his private diary. On July 25, 1947, Truman wrote about a conversation with Eisenhower at 3:30 that afternoon. They discussed Douglas MacArthur possibly returning from Japan to seek the Republican nomination. MacArthur was another towering military figure, but one Truman deeply distrusted. MacArthur displayed autocratic tendencies. He had governed Japan like an emperor. Truman worried about what MacArthur might do with presidential authority. Truman's solution was audacious. He proposed that if MacArthur ran as a Republican, Eisenhower should announce for the Democratic nomination. Truman wrote that he would gladly step aside and run as Eisenhower's vice president. He added, "I like the Senate anyway. Ike and I could be elected, and my family and myself would be happy outside this great white jail known as the White House." He concluded the diary entry with a note: "Ike won't quote me, and I won't quote him." This wasn't fantasy. This was the sitting President of the United States offering to demote himself to Vice President to place Eisenhower in the White House. It revealed how little confidence Truman possessed in his own political future at that moment. It also revealed how deeply he valued Eisenhower's leadership and believed in his character. Eisenhower declined again. He still had no interest in politics. He was serving as president of Columbia University at the time, having departed active military command. He wanted to remain in education or return to military service if needed, but he did not want to enter the political arena. Secretary of the Army Kenneth Royal approached Eisenhower later that year with the identical offer. Truman had asked Royal to try once more. Truman wanted Royal to make clear this wasn't merely a passing thought. This was a genuine offer. Eisenhower could have the Democratic nomination. The party would support him. Truman would campaign for him. They would win. Eisenhower declined again. In February 1948, Truman awarded Eisenhower his 4th Distinguished Service Medal in a White House ceremony. The two men stood together for photographs. They smiled. The images show no trace of the animosity that would emerge later. Eisenhower wore his dress uniform with all his decorations and ribbons. Truman looked proud standing beside him. Newspaper captions described them as close colleagues working together to secure America's future. That same year, Truman faced the worst political crisis of his presidency to that point. His approval ratings had collapsed. The Democratic Party was fragmenting. Henry Wallace was running as a progressive, drawing votes from the left. Strom Thurmond was running as a Dixiecrat, pulling votes from the South. Republicans controlled both congressional chambers. Everyone predicted Truman would lose catastrophically to Republican nominee Thomas Dewey. Truman ran anyway. Against all predictions, against disastrous poll numbers, against a divided Democratic Party, Truman won. It was among the greatest upsets in American political history. He won without Eisenhower. He won on his own terms. But Eisenhower's refusals had planted something in Truman's mind. A question. If Eisenhower had no interest in politics, why did people keep approaching him? And if he truly wasn't interested, why did he keep declining in ways that left possibilities slightly open? The answer arrived in 1952. Eisenhower announced he would seek the Republican nomination for president. The announcement shocked many people. It shocked Truman most profoundly. For 5 years, Eisenhower had insisted he had no interest in politics. He had rejected multiple offers to run as a Democrat. He had turned down the opportunity to become president without campaigning for it. Now he was entering politics anyway, but as a Republican running against the party that had supported him throughout his career. Truman felt personally betrayed. He had offered Eisenhower the presidency twice. He had been willing to step aside, to make himself vice president, to hand over power to a man he believed in. Eisenhower had said no, claiming he didn't want it. Now Eisenhower wanted it. He just didn't want it from Truman or the Democrats. But that wasn't what shattered the relationship. Political differences could be managed. Eisenhower believed in different economic policies, different approaches to government. Those were honest disagreements. Truman could accept that. What Truman could not accept, what broke the relationship beyond repair, was what happened during the campaign. The issue was George Catlett Marshall. Marshall was born in Pennsylvania in 1880. He graduated from the Virginia Military Institute in 1901. He served in the Philippines, in France during World War I, in China between the wars. He was methodical, disciplined, brilliant at organization and logistics. He understood how to build armies, how to coordinate operations across continents, how to select leaders who could execute complex plans under impossible pressure. When World War II began, Marshall was Army Chief of Staff. He held that position from 1939 to 1945. During those 6 years, he transformed the United States Army from a force of fewer than 200,000 men into a military machine of over 8 million. He selected the commanders. He approved the battle plans. He allocated resources. He made the system function. And he made Dwight Eisenhower's career possible. In 1941, Eisenhower was a lieutenant colonel unknown outside military circles. Marshall saw something in him. He promoted Eisenhower rapidly, advancing him over hundreds of more senior officers. By 1942, Eisenhower was commanding Allied forces in North Africa. By 1943, Marshall recommended Eisenhower to lead Operation Overlord, the D-Day invasion of France. Marshall had wanted that command for himself. It was the most important military operation of the war, possibly of the century. But President Roosevelt asked Marshall to remain in Washington to continue managing the global war effort. Marshall agreed and gave the command to Eisenhower instead. He could have resented Eisenhower for receiving the glory while Marshall stayed behind doing staff work. But Marshall never displayed any resentment. He supported Eisenhower completely. Winston Churchill called Marshall the organizer of victory. Historians credit Marshall with creating the military force that won World War II. Without Marshall's organizational genius, without his ability to construct and manage a global military effort, the war might have ended very differently. After the war, Marshall attempted to retire. He was 65 years old. He had served his country for more than 4 decades. He wanted to rest. But in 1947, President Truman asked him to serve as Secretary of State. Marshall agreed. From 1947 to 1949, Marshall served as America's chief diplomat during the critical early years of the Cold War. It was Marshall who articulated the principles of the European Recovery Program in a speech at Harvard University on June 5, 1947. The program became known as the Marshall Plan. Between 1948 and 1952, The United States provided over $13 billion in economic assistance to help rebuild Western European economies. The program worked. It rebuilt infrastructure, stabilized currencies, restored trade, and created the economic foundation for decades of prosperity. In 1953, Marshall was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for this work, the only career military officer ever to receive that honor. After serving as Secretary of State, Marshall retired again. But in 1950, when the Korean War began, Truman called on him one final time. Marshall became Secretary of Defense, serving from September 1950 to September 1951. He worked to rebuild American military strength after post-war demobilization had weakened it. He oversaw the military response to Korea. He helped create NATO's command structure. So when Senator Joseph McCarthy attacked Marshall, he wasn't attacking merely another government official. He was attacking one of the architects of Allied victory, one of the creators of the post-war order, one of the most respected figures in American public life. And he was attacking Dwight Eisenhower's mentor, patron, and friend. Marshall had promoted Eisenhower over hundreds of more senior officers. Marshall had recommended Eisenhower to lead the D-Day invasion. Marshall had made Eisenhower's career possible. Eisenhower owed Marshall everything. In 1950 and 1951, Senator Joseph McCarthy of Wisconsin began attacking Marshall. McCarthy was riding high on anti-communist hysteria. He had made a career from accusing people of being communist sympathizers. Most of his accusations were baseless. Many were cruel. Some destroyed innocent lives. But they were politically effective in an America terrified of Soviet expansion. McCarthy accused Marshall of being part of a communist conspiracy. In a speech on the Senate floor in June 1951, McCarthy spent 60,000 words attacking Marshall. He called Marshall's career a conspiracy so immense and an infamy so black as to dwarf any previous venture in the history of man. He accused Marshall of losing China to communism. He accused Marshall of undermining American interests in Europe and Asia. He suggested Marshall was actively working to advance communist goals. These accusations were insane. Marshall had spent his entire adult life serving the United States. He had built the army that defeated Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. He had created the Marshall Plan that stopped communist expansion in Europe. He had served as Secretary of Defense during the Korean War, fighting against communist aggression. The idea that Marshall was secretly working for the communists was grotesque, absurd, and beneath contempt. Senator William Jenner of Indiana went even further than McCarthy. He called Marshall a living lie and a frontman for traitors. He said Marshall was joining hands once more with this criminal crowd of traitors and communist appeasers. These were not policy disagreements. These were personal attacks on Marshall's character, his loyalty, his integrity. Everyone who knew Marshall understood the attacks were false. But they were politically useful for Republicans trying to paint the Truman administration as soft on communism. Truman was enraged by the attacks on Marshall. He called Marshall the greatest living American. The attacks on Marshall felt personal to Truman because they were attacks on his judgment, his administration, his presidency. And Truman expected Eisenhower to defend Marshall. Eisenhower owed Marshall his career. If anyone should stand up for Marshall against McCarthy's smears, it should be Eisenhower. In October 1952, during the presidential campaign, Eisenhower was scheduled to give a speech in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, McCarthy's home state. McCarthy would be on the stage with him. McCarthy had already endorsed Eisenhower. Republican leaders in Wisconsin wanted a show of unity. They wanted Eisenhower and McCarthy standing together, presenting a united front against the Democrats. Eisenhower's staff prepared a speech that included a paragraph defending Marshall. The paragraph was short but clear. I know that charges of disloyalty have been leveled against General Marshall. I have been privileged for 35 years to know General Marshall personally. I know him, as a man and as a soldier, to be dedicated with singular selflessness and the profoundest patriotism to the service of America. The paragraph was in the prepared text. It was released to reporters in advance. The press knew what was coming. Political observers anticipated a dramatic moment. Eisenhower, the war hero, standing in McCarthy's home state, defending his mentor against McCarthy's attacks. It would be a powerful statement about character, about loyalty, about standing up for what was right even when politically costly. But then Wisconsin Governor Walter Kohler Jr. and members of Eisenhower's campaign staff urged him to remove the paragraph. They argued it would offend McCarthy. It would offend Wisconsin Republicans. It would create unnecessary controversy. It would make the evening about Marshall and McCarthy instead of about Eisenhower's vision for America. They said it wasn't worth the political cost. Wisconsin was an important state. McCarthy was popular there. Eisenhower needed Wisconsin's electoral votes. Why pick a fight over something that wouldn't change any votes? Eisenhower listened to his advisors. He understood their reasoning. He knew they were trying to help him win. And he wanted to win. He believed he could do great things as president. He believed he could end the Korean War, manage the Cold War better than Truman had, bring competent administration to a government he saw as bloated and inefficient. To do those things, he needed to win the election. To win the election, he needed Wisconsin. So Eisenhower agreed. He deleted the paragraph. He made the calculation that winning was more important than defending Marshall. He told himself he could defend Marshall later, after the election, when the political pressure wasn't so intense. He convinced himself this one compromise wouldn't matter in the long run. On October 3, 1952, Dwight Eisenhower stood on a stage in the Milwaukee Arena before 10,000 people with Senator Joseph McCarthy standing beside him. The arena was packed. The crowd was enthusiastic. They cheered when Eisenhower appeared. They cheered louder when McCarthy joined him on stage. Eisenhower delivered his speech. He praised McCarthy's anti-communist efforts. He talked about the need to root out subversion in government. He endorsed McCarthy's crusade. He said nothing about George Marshall. Not one word. He didn't defend him. He didn't mention him. He acted as if Marshall didn't exist. After the speech, McCarthy approached Eisenhower. The photographers were ready. McCarthy reached out his hand. Eisenhower saw it coming. He tried to step back, tried to avoid the handshake, but there were people behind him blocking his path. McCarthy was too quick. He grabbed Eisenhower's hand and held it high in the air like a referee raising the hand of a victorious boxer. The cameras flashed. The photograph went out across the country. Dwight Eisenhower, hero of D-Day, shaking hands with the man who had called his mentor a traitor. The news coverage was brutal. The paragraph defending Marshall had been in the advance text. Reporters knew Eisenhower had planned to defend Marshall and then chose not to. This wasn't an oversight. This wasn't a scheduling conflict. This was a deliberate choice. Eisenhower had weighed defending his mentor against winning Wisconsin. Wisconsin had won. The New York Times ran a front-page story. The Washington Post published an editorial. Columnists across the political spectrum condemned the decision. Even some Republicans were disgusted. One Republican newspaper editor wrote that Eisenhower had sold his soul for a mess of pottage. Truman's reaction was immediate and blunt. He told reporters, "I had never thought the man who is now the Republican candidate would stoop so low." He elaborated in later speeches. He called it one of the most shocking things in the history of this country. He said, "The trouble with Eisenhower, he's just a coward. He ought to be ashamed for what he did." Truman didn't stop there. He made defending Marshall a central theme of his campaign appearances. He reminded audiences that Marshall had been Eisenhower's boss, his mentor, the man who had made Eisenhower's career possible. He asked how anyone could trust Eisenhower to stand up to the Soviets if he couldn't even stand up to Joe McCarthy. He questioned Eisenhower's character, his judgment, his fitness for the presidency. Eisenhower knew what Truman was saying. He read the newspapers. He heard the criticism. And instead of accepting it as the price of his political choice, he became angry. He felt Truman's attacks were unfair, partisan, personal. He believed Truman was using Marshall as a political weapon. He convinced himself that Truman didn't actually care about Marshall, that this was just campaign rhetoric designed to damage Eisenhower's reputation. But Truman did care about Marshall. Marshall had been Truman's Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense. Marshall had been one of Truman's most trusted advisors. Truman called Marshall the greatest living American. For Truman, loyalty mattered. Character mattered. Standing up for the people who had stood up for you mattered. And Eisenhower had failed that test in the most public way possible. There was more. 2 weeks before the Milwaukee speech, Eisenhower had campaigned in Indianapolis with Senator William Jenner. Jenner was the man who had called Marshall a front man for traitors and accused him of joining hands with a criminal crowd of traitors and communist appeasers. Jenner represented everything ugly about the anti-communist hysteria of the early 1950s, the willingness to destroy reputations, to make baseless accusations, to use fear as a political weapon. Eisenhower knew what Jenner had said about Marshall. Everyone knew. It was public record. But Eisenhower needed Indiana. Jenner was powerful in the state Republican Party. Eisenhower's advisors told him he had to appear with Jenner, had to accept his endorsement, had to stand on the same platform and smile for the cameras. So Eisenhower did it. He appeared on stage with Jenner. He let Jenner embrace him. He smiled. The photographers captured the image. Eisenhower and Jenner, arms around each other, united against the Democrats. Eisenhower later told aides he felt dirty after the event. But he did it anyway. He told himself it was necessary. He told himself he could wash off the stain after the election. He told himself that winning justified these compromises. But for Truman, this was worse than Milwaukee. At least in Milwaukee, Eisenhower had originally planned to defend Marshall and then back down under pressure. In Indianapolis, Eisenhower never even tried. He just accepted Jenner's support, accepted his endorsement, stood beside him as if nothing was wrong. To Truman, this pattern revealed something fundamental about Eisenhower's character. Eisenhower was willing to stand with men who slandered George Marshall, the man who had made Eisenhower's career possible, because it was politically convenient. Eisenhower would sacrifice principle for votes. He would abandon loyalty for electoral advantage. He would compromise his own stated values if it helped him win. And if Eisenhower would do that to George Marshall, what would he do as president? If he couldn't stand up to McCarthy and Jenner during a campaign, how could he stand up to the Soviets in the White House? If political pressure could make him abandon his mentor, what else would political pressure make him abandon? These were the questions Truman asked in his campaign speeches. These were the doubts he tried to plant in voters' minds. He made the campaign personal, because, for him it was personal. This wasn't just about policy differences. This was about character. This was about whether Dwight Eisenhower was the man Truman had once believed him to be. The campaign grew worse from there. Eisenhower pledged to go to Korea if elected, implying he could end the war that Truman had been unable to finish. Truman called this demagoguery, a cheap campaign trick. Republican campaign surrogates attacked Truman's administration as soft on communism, corrupt, and incompetent. Truman responded by calling Eisenhower a stooge for Wall Street and a puppet of Republican reactionaries. By Election Day, the personal animosity between the two men was impossible to hide. Eisenhower won in a landslide. He took 55% of the popular vote. He won 442 electoral votes to Adlai Stevenson's 89. He even broke the Democratic hold on parts of the South, winning Virginia, Florida, Tennessee, and Texas. After the election, Eisenhower and Truman met once, on November 18, 1952, for a transition briefing at the White House. Both men approached the meeting with dread. They had spent the previous 3 months attacking each other. They had said things that could not be unsaid. They had developed a mutual contempt that made ordinary conversation difficult. The meeting was held in the Oval Office. Truman sat behind the resolute desk. Eisenhower sat across from him. The atmosphere was stiff, formal, awkward, and unrewarding, according to biographer Stephen Ambrose. Neither man wanted to be there. Both felt obligated by duty and tradition. Truman tried to brief Eisenhower on how the White House actually worked. He explained the staff structure. He described how information flowed to the president. He outlined the daily schedule, the decision-making process, the way cabinet meetings were conducted. He tried to share practical wisdom earned through nearly 8 years in the highest office. Eisenhower listened with visible impatience. He had been a 5-star general. He had commanded millions of men. He had coordinated operations across multiple continents. He didn't need Harry Truman, a former haberdasher from Missouri, to tell him how to run an organization. Truman moved on to foreign policy. He talked about Soviet intentions, about the situation in Korea, about relationships with European allies. He tried to explain the delicate balance of containment strategy, the importance of economic aid to strengthen allies, the need for military strength combined with diplomatic flexibility. Again, Eisenhower seemed uninterested. He had been Supreme Commander of NATO. He knew European leaders personally. He understood military strategy better than Truman ever would. He didn't need a lecture on foreign policy from a man whose administration had been unable to win the Korean War. Finally, Truman discussed the budget process. He explained how the executive budget was prepared, how it had to be submitted to Congress, how the appropriations process worked. This was technical procedural information that would be essential for managing the government. Eisenhower later wrote that the meeting added little to my knowledge, nor did it affect my planning for the new administration. He felt Truman had wasted his time with obvious information and partisan spin. He thought Truman was trying to defend his own record rather than actually help with the transition. Truman felt the meeting was a waste of time for different reasons. Eisenhower, he thought, wasn't listening. Everything Truman said went in one ear and out the other. Eisenhower sat there with the confidence of a man who believed he already knew everything important. He didn't ask substantive questions. He didn't take notes. He just waited for the meeting to end so he could leave and do things his own way. After Eisenhower left, Truman told his staff that Eisenhower would struggle with the presidency. "He'll sit right here," Truman said, pointing to the desk, "and he'll say, 'Do this, do that,' and nothing will happen. Poor Ike. It won't be a bit like the Army. He'll find it very frustrating." Truman was predicting that Eisenhower would fail to understand the difference between military command and presidential leadership. In the military, orders were orders. You gave a command and it was executed. In government, everything was negotiation. You had to persuade Congress, convince the public, build coalitions, compromise with rivals. Truman thought Eisenhower lacked the political skills to succeed. Between the election and the inauguration, Eisenhower made decisions that seemed designed to irritate Truman. He decided to wear a Homburg hat to the inauguration instead of the traditional silk top hat. He didn't consult Truman about this. He just did it. It was a small thing, but it felt like a deliberate break from tradition, a way of saying he would do things his own way. By Inauguration Day, the tension between the two men was visible to everyone who saw them. Clark Clifford, a White House advisor, said the hatred between the two men that day was like a monsoon. Eisenhower told associates he wasn't sure if he could stand sitting next to that guy for the ride to the Capitol. He made it clear he resented having to share a car with Truman, resented having to pretend they were friendly, resented the entire ceremony of transition. And so Eisenhower made his decision. He would not enter the White House. He would not have coffee with Harry and Bess Truman. He would not follow the tradition of the president-elect coming inside to escort the outgoing president to the car. He would stay in the limousine and make Truman come to him. Mamie Eisenhower sat beside her husband in the car. She knew what he was doing. She said nothing. She waited. Inside the White House, Truman knew what was happening. He saw the car sitting outside. He knew Eisenhower wasn't coming in. For a moment, it seemed like Truman might refuse to go outside. It seemed like the inauguration might not happen because two stubborn men couldn't agree on who would walk through a door first. But Truman was still the president. He had a responsibility to the country and to the office. He swallowed his anger and walked outside. The photographers captured the moment. Truman emerged from the north portico. He walked to the car. Eisenhower did not get out. Truman opened the door and climbed into the back seat. The two men sat beside each other. They did not look at each other. They did not speak. The car began the drive to the Capitol. The silence in the car was heavy. Both men stared straight ahead. Mamie Eisenhower tried to make small talk. She commented on the weather. She mentioned the crowds lining the streets. At some point during the drive, Eisenhower broke the silence. He asked Truman a question. Who had ordered his son John back from Korea for the inauguration? John Eisenhower was 29 years old, a major in the United States Army, serving with combat units in Korea. The war was still being fought. American soldiers were dying. John was doing his duty, serving in a dangerous place, leading men under fire. Someone had issued orders pulling John out of Korea and sending him back to Washington for the inauguration. Eisenhower wanted to know who had that authority, who had made that decision without consulting him. Truman looked at Eisenhower and said, "I did." He paused, then explained, "The president thought it was right and proper for your son to witness the swearing in of his father to the presidency." It was a generous gesture. Truman understood what the moment meant. A father becoming president while his son served in a war zone, the historic nature of the occasion, the family significance. Truman had used his authority as commander-in-chief to make sure John Eisenhower could be there to see his father take the oath of office. Truman didn't ask for credit. He didn't announce it publicly. He didn't use it as a campaign talking point. He just did it because he thought it was right. Because despite his anger at Eisenhower, despite the bitterness of the campaign, despite everything that had gone wrong between them, Truman still believed some things mattered more than politics. Family mattered. Historic moments mattered. Doing the decent thing mattered. Eisenhower said nothing in response. No thank you. No acknowledgement of the gesture. No recognition of what Truman had done. He just turned back to looking out the window, watching the crowds lining Pennsylvania Avenue. They arrived at the Capitol. The ceremony began. Chief Justice Fred Vinson administered the oath of office. Eisenhower became the 34th President of the United States. Truman stood nearby and listened. When the ceremony ended, he left. He did not attend the inaugural parade. He went to Union Station, where at least 5,000 people had gathered to see him off. They cheered for him. They shouted his name. The police had to form a flying wedge to get the Trumans to their train. Harry Truman boarded the train to Independence, Missouri. He left Washington after nearly 8 years as president. He would not return to the White House for 10 years. For 8 years, from 1953 to 1961, Truman never set foot in the White House. Eisenhower sent 3 invitations during that time. Truman declined each one. Truman felt the invitations were insincere, pro forma gestures designed to create the appearance of reconciliation without any real intent. Eisenhower felt Truman was being petty and unreasonable. The two men lived in a state of frozen hostility. They did not speak. They did not correspond. Then in October 1959, George Marshall died. Marshall passed away at Walter Reed Hospital on October 16, 1959. His funeral was held on October 20th at the Fort Myer Chapel in Virginia. President Eisenhower attended. Former President Truman attended. They sat in the same pew, side by side, for the first time since Inauguration Day 1953. Neither man spoke to the other during the service. They sat in silence, mourning the man who had meant so much to both of them. After the service, they went their separate ways. No handshake, no words, just the shared presence at a funeral for a mutual friend. Over the next 4 years, Truman and Eisenhower saw each other occasionally at other funerals. Fred Vinson, the Chief Justice who had administered Eisenhower's oath of office, died. They attended his funeral. Speaker of the House, Sam Rayburn, died. They attended that funeral. Eleanor Roosevelt died. They were both there. Each time, they maintained their distance. They were civil but cold. They acknowledged each other's presence but did not engage. Then, in November 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. The nation went into mourning. Former Presidents Truman and Eisenhower both came to Washington for the funeral. Kennedy's body lay in state in the Capitol Rotunda. Thousands of Americans filed past the casket. Foreign leaders arrived from around the world. On November 25, 1963, The funeral procession moved from the Capitol to St. Matthew's Cathedral, then to Arlington National Cemetery. Truman and Eisenhower rode in the same car to the cemetery. Margaret Truman and Mamie Eisenhower rode with them. During the drive, they talked. They discussed whether Kennedy's assassination was the work of a conspiracy or a lone gunman. They agreed it was most likely a lone gunman. They talked about the state of the world, about the challenges facing the country. After the graveside service, Margaret Truman invited the Eisenhowers to join her father for lunch at Blair House, where the Trumans were staying. The Eisenhowers accepted. Sandwiches were served. Coffee was poured. For an hour, Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower sat together and talked. They reminisced about old battles, political and otherwise. They talked like two old men who had once known each other well and were remembering what that had felt like. Admiral Dennison, who was present, later recalled, "I thought it would never end, but it was really heartwarming. You'd think there had never been any differences between them. It was really wonderful." When it was time for Eisenhower to leave, Truman and Margaret walked the Eisenhowers to their car. The two former presidents stood on the sidewalk and talked for a few more minutes. Then they shook hands. It was a long, lingering, silent handshake. Margaret kissed Eisenhower on the cheek. Mamie kissed Truman. 10 years after that cold January morning in 1953, they had finally found their way back to something resembling friendship. They met one more time in Kansas City in 1966 at a United Nations luncheon. Eisenhower's brother Milton sat with them. He observed that all the old animosities were forgotten and that they had quite a good time together. Dwight David Eisenhower died on March 28, 1969, at the age of 78. He had served 2 full terms as president. He had overseen the construction of the interstate highway system. He had ended the Korean War. He had managed the early years of the Cold War. His presidency had lasting effects on American infrastructure, foreign policy, and domestic politics. Harry S. Truman died on December 26, 1972, at the age of 88. He had returned to Independence, Missouri, in 1953 and lived there for nearly 20 years. He built his presidential library. He wrote his memoirs. He took daily walks around town. He remained politically active, supporting Democratic candidates and speaking out on issues he cared about. The story of what happened on January 20th, 1953, became part of American political lore. The image of Eisenhower refusing to enter the White House, of Truman walking out to the car, of 2 great men unable to set aside their anger for even a few hours, became a symbol of how personal grievances can poison public duty. The refusal to enter the White House was not about protocol or scheduling. It was about betrayal. Eisenhower felt betrayed by Truman's campaign attacks, by the accusations of moral cowardice, by the partisan criticism that questioned his character. Truman felt betrayed by Eisenhower, forgot that when he refused to walk through the door. Truman remembered it when he walked out anyway. The handshake at Blair House in 1963, 10 years later, suggests that both men eventually understood what they had lost. The friendship they might have had, the collaboration they might have achieved, the mutual respect they had once shared. But understanding comes too late to change what happened. On that cold January morning in 1953, Dwight Eisenhower sat in a car and refused to enter Harry Truman's White House. The moment passed. The insult landed. The damage was done. And for 10 years, 2 of the most important Americans of the 20th century stayed apart, divided by pride, anger, and the memory of a threshold neither man would cross. November 7, 1943, began as an ordinary morning at Rechlin Airfield in Germany. Test pilot Hans Werner Lerck circled a freshly captured American fighter, his experienced eyes taking in every detail of the massive aircraft before him. The Republic P-47 Thunderbolt sat on the tarmac like a monument to excess, fully loaded. It weighed over 7,600 kilograms, nearly double the mass of a Messerschmitt Bf-109. Even the engine cowling appeared larger than the complete fuselage of some German fighters. To Lerck, whose career had been built evaluating sleek, weight-optimized German designs, the Thunderbolt appeared absurdly oversized. It seemed to violate every principle of efficient aircraft design that German engineers held sacred. Yet here it was, intact and flyable, Germany's first complete P-47. The story of how this aircraft fell into German hands began 3 days earlier, on November 4, 1943. Second Lieutenant William Roach, a 22-year-old pilot from Pennsylvania, was flying only his third combat mission with the 358th Fighter Squadron, part of the 355th Fighter Group stationed at Steeple Morton, England. That day's operations were complex. While 112 B-17 flying fortresses from the 8th Air Force bombed targets at Wilhelmshaven and Gelsenkirchen with an escort of 283 P-47s, Roach's unit had a separate assignment. The 355th was tasked with escorting 9th Air Force B-26 Marauders attacking Luftwaffe airfields at Montdidier and Moulins in occupied France. Tactical strikes independent of the strategic bombing campaign. The 358th Squadron launched 12 P-47s. Roach flew as a spare, a backup position. His role was simple. If any primary aircraft developed mechanical issues, he would take their place. Otherwise, he'd return to base early. 10 minutes after takeoff, Lieutenant John Lanier's engine began showing trouble. Oil pressure fluctuated wildly, and engine temperature climbed beyond acceptable limits. Lanier radioed that he was aborting the mission. Roach immediately moved from spare position into Yellow Flight's number 4 slot. He was now committed to the full mission. The weather over northern France that morning was treacherous. Dense cloud layers stretched from near ground level up to 20,000 feet, with visibility inside the clouds approaching zero. At altitude, temperatures plummeted to minus 15 degrees Celsius, forming ice on wings and canopies. Navigation depended entirely on instruments, dead reckoning, and radio compass bearings. Visual references simply didn't exist, only endless gray clouds. The B-26 bombers attempted to locate their targets, but found conditions impossible. The mission commander made the decision to abort. Bombs were jettisoned over water, and the formation turned for home. The escorting P-47s turned with them. That's when everything went wrong. The return flight encountered severe headwinds that hadn't appeared in the weather forecast. Winds exceeding 100 miles per hour at altitude, blowing directly from England toward France. The P-47s fought against this massive headwind while trying to reach home. Fuel consumption rates skyrocketed. Aircraft that should have had comfortable fuel margins suddenly faced critical shortages. Yellow Flight descended through the clouds for the return journey. In the thick overcast, Roach lost visual contact with his formation. Flying by instruments alone, he maintained what he calculated was the correct heading for England. When he finally broke through the clouds at 8,000 feet, he expected to see the English Channel stretching below. Instead, he saw French farmland. The unexpected winds had blown him dangerously off course. His fuel gauge showed perhaps 40 minutes of flying time remaining, not nearly enough to find England. Below, he spotted an airfield with grass runways and buildings. It appeared to be a British advanced landing ground. With fuel running critically low, Roach made his decision. He would land, refuel, and continue home. He circled once, lowered his landing gear and flaps, and executed a smooth landing. A jeep approached and led him to a parking area. Roach shut down the engine and opened his canopy. That's when he saw Wehrmacht soldiers carrying rifles approaching his aircraft. He had landed at Carpequet Airfield near Cannes, France, a Luftwaffe base. He had flown straight into enemy territory. German soldiers pulled Roach from his cockpit. Within hours, he was en route to a prisoner of war camp. Within a day, he arrived at Stalag Luft I near Barth, Germany, where he would remain until Soviet forces liberated the camp in May 1945. Roach wasn't alone in his misfortune that day. 3 other pilots from the 358th Fighter Squadron were lost during the same mission, all victims of fuel exhaustion caused by those unexpected, severe headwinds. Losing 4 aircraft from a single mission with no enemy contact represented an unusually high loss rate. Captain Walter Kozak, Yellow Flight's leader and the most experienced pilot in the formation, faced the same critical fuel situation. As an instructor pilot with considerable flying time, Kozak attempted to reach the French coast and execute a belly landing on a beach. He came within miles of the coastline before his engine quit. His belly landing in a nearby field was technically perfect. German forces captured him within an hour and sent him to the same prison camp as Roach, Stalag Luft I, where both men would spend the next 18 months. Flight Officer Chester Watson wasn't as fortunate. Flying in a different element of the formation, his fuel situation became critical while still over water. He faced an agonizing choice: attempt to make landfall and risk crashing on the French coast where Germans would capture him, or bail out over the Channel and hope for rescue by British Air-Sea Rescue Services. Watson chose to bail out over the English Channel, approximately 10 miles from the English coast. The water temperature in November measured 9 degrees Celsius. Survival time in water that cold was less than an hour, even with proper equipment. Watson was never found. He was declared killed in action. His body never recovered. Lieutenant Jack Wirtz was the only yellow flight pilot besides Roach who made it back to England, but barely. Wirtz flew on fumes for the final 30 miles. His fuel gauges showed empty. The engine was running on whatever fuel remained in the lines. He crossed the English coast and spotted Hastings ahead. There was an airfield there. He called the tower and declared an emergency. There was no time for a normal traffic pattern. He came straight in, gear down, praying the engine wouldn't quit before touchdown. The Pratt & Whitney R-2800 coughed and sputtered on final approach. Wirtz was at 200 feet when the engine died completely. The propeller windmilled uselessly. The P-47 became a 7,000-kilogram glider. Wirtz held the nose up, maintained airspeed, and stretched the glide. He cleared the airfield boundary fence by 3 meters. The Thunderbolt touched down hard on the grass runway, bounced once, and rolled out safely. Ground crews found the fuel tanks completely empty. Not a drop remained. Wirtz had extracted every possible mile from that fuel load. The squadron's mission report that evening listed 4 aircraft lost, 2 pilots captured, 1 killed, 1 aircraft damaged in emergency landing. All losses were attributed to fuel exhaustion from unexpected headwinds. No enemy contact, no combat damage, just weather and navigation errors that transformed a routine mission into disaster. For the Luftwaffe, Roach's capture represented extraordinary luck. They had been fighting P-47s for months, but had never captured one intact and flyable. German pilots had shot down dozens of Thunderbolts, but crashed aircraft were typically too damaged for meaningful evaluation. Burned wreckage revealed little about actual construction methods. This capture was different. The aircraft was perfect, engine undamaged, structure intact, systems complete. Even the fuel tanks and ammunition remained in place, though empty. The captured Thunderbolt, serial number 42 to 22490, nicknamed Snafu, with squadron code Waifu, remained at Carpaquet for 2 days. Luftwaffe ground crews photographed every detail and documented all markings. They painted over the American stars with German crosses and painted the nose cowling yellow, the standard Luftwaffe marking for captured aircraft, warning anti-aircraft gunners not to shoot. The Thunderbolt was then flown to Rechlin, Germany's primary aircraft test and evaluation center. Rechlin, officially Erprobungsstelle Rechlin, had been testing German prototypes and captured Allied aircraft since 1926. By 1943, approximately 4,000 personnel worked at the facility, evaluating every aspect of aircraft performance, structure, and systems. The P-47 evaluation began immediately. German engineers had been fighting Thunderbolts over France and Germany for months. The aircraft looked ungainly, flew like trucks at low altitude, and turned like cargo planes. But they kept returning with battle damage that should have been fatal. Pilots who should have been killed by flak or cannon fire returned to base with holes in their wings, fuselages riddled with bullets, damaged engines, yet still flying. And there were always more of them. Every week, American formations grew larger. Every week, more Thunderbolts appeared. German engineers needed to understand why these American aircraft were so difficult to destroy. The answer lay in the details of this captured Thunderbolt. Hauptmann Hans Werner Lurk was Recklin's senior test pilot. By 1943, he had flown over 100 different aircraft types, including multiple captured Allied fighters. He was methodical, experienced, and highly skilled. On his first walk-around of the Thunderbolt, Lurk immediately noticed the size. German fighters were compact. The Bf-109's cockpit was so tight that tall pilots couldn't fly it comfortably. The Thunderbolt's cockpit was enormous. A pilot could stretch, adjust position, even stand halfway up if needed. Lurk started the Pratt & Whitney, our 2800 engine, 18 cylinders in 2 rows air-cooled, displacing 46 liters. The radial engine fired with a deep rumble that shook the entire aircraft. German fighters used inline liquid-cooled engines that ran smooth and refined. This radial sounded crude, almost agricultural, but it ran perfectly. Temperature stable, oil pressure correct, no vibration. Lurk taxied to the runway. The Thunderbolt felt heavy, sluggish. He advanced the throttle and began his takeoff run. The aircraft needed nearly 500 meters of runway. German fighters needed half that distance. Once airborne, Lurk climbed to test altitude. Below 15,000 feet, the Thunderbolt felt exactly as German pilots had reported. Heavy, poor turn rate, mediocre acceleration. Every maneuver required planning. There was no instinctive flying, just brute force physics. But above 20,000 feet, something changed. The turbocharger engaged fully. Power increased dramatically. The engine that seemed crude at low altitude suddenly became efficient and strong. Lurk pushed the throttle forward and felt genuine acceleration. He rolled into a dive. The Thunderbolt dove faster than any fighter he'd flown. The heavy airframe that seemed like a liability became an advantage, building speed quickly and holding it through the dive. He pulled out and climbed vertically. The Thunderbolt maintained energy through the climb. Above 25,000 feet, roll rate was excellent. Controls that felt mushy low down became crisp and responsive. Lurk flew for 40 minutes, testing every maneuver. When he landed, his initial assessment was clear. The Thunderbolt was built differently. Everything about it contradicted German engineering principles. But it worked. And understanding why it worked would reveal something important about American strategy. Over the next several days, German engineers at Rechlin conducted the most thorough evaluation of an American fighter they had ever performed. Every system was examined. Every component was measured. Every design decision was analyzed. The evaluation team included structural engineers, propulsion specialists, armament experts, and aerodynamics analysts. They worked methodically through the aircraft from nose to tail. The first revelation came from examining the structure. German aircraft were masterpieces of weight optimization. Every component was engineered to minimum weight while maintaining adequate strength. Messerschmitt and Focke-Wulf engineers calculated stress loads with extreme precision. They used the thinnest aluminum that could handle expected forces. They spaced structural members as widely as possible while maintaining rigidity. They eliminated every unnecessary gram. The result was light, efficient, fast, and agile aircraft. The Thunderbolt represented the opposite philosophy. The fuselage structure used aluminum sheet metal nearly 2 millimeters thick, where German practice used 1 millimeter or less. Longerons, the main structural members running the length of the fuselage, were built from channel sections 5 millimeters thick. German longerons typically measured 3 millimeters. The former's, circular frames giving the fuselage its shape, were spaced 30 centimeters apart. German practice spaced them 50 to 60 centimeters apart to save weight. German engineers calculated that the Thunderbolt's fuselage was overbuilt by a factor of nearly 2 to 1. The structure could withstand load factors of 15G before failure. Fighter requirements specified 8G capability. The fuselage weighed approximately 1,200 kilograms, more than necessary by German engineering standards. The wing structure showed the same pattern. The main wing spars looked like they belonged on a medium bomber. Each spar was an extruded aluminum I-beam over 10 centimeters tall and 8 centimeters wide, with 4 millimeters thick webs. German wing spars were typically half that size. The wing ribs were stamped from thick aluminum sheet and heavily reinforced. German ribs were made as thin and light as possible, just strong enough to hold shape and transfer loads. Engineers ran structural calculations on the wing. They determined the Thunderbolt's wings could handle ultimate loads exceeding 20 G before catastrophic failure. No fighter would ever pull 20 G. Human pilots would black out or die at 9 or 10 G. The wings were designed for loads that could never occur in reality. One German structural engineer wrote in his evaluation notes, "The Americans build bridges when they should build aircraft. This structure is absurdly overbuilt. We could reduce weight by 1,000 kilograms and still have adequate strength for any combat maneuver. This is wasteful engineering." But another engineer recognized the real purpose. He wrote, "The overbuilt structure is not about flight performance. It is about manufacturing and field operations. With this much excess strength, manufacturing tolerances can be much wider. Less skilled workers can build components. If rivets are not perfect, the structure compensates. If welds are slightly defective, the excessive strength means they still hold. Battle damage that would catastrophically fail our lightweight structures is survivable here. The Americans are not designing for maximum performance. They are designing for mass production by unskilled labor and battlefield survival." That insight explained much of what German pilots had reported from combat. Thunderbolts returning to base with battle damage that should have been fatal. Wings with dozens of holes still generating lift. Fuselages riddled with cannon fire still maintaining structural integrity. The overbuilt design meant damage had to be extraordinarily severe before causing catastrophic failure. The empty weight specification showed this clearly. The Thunderbolt weighed 4,490 kilograms empty. For comparison, a Messerschmitt Bf 109G weighed 2,700 kilograms empty. A Focke-Wulf FW 190A weighed 3,200 kilograms empty. The Thunderbolt was 65% heavier than a 109 and 40% heavier than a 190. That weight penalty directly impacted climb rate, turn rate, and acceleration, but it provided massive structural margins that kept pilots alive. The second discovery came from the engine. The Pratt & Whitney R2800 radial engine weighed over 1,000 kilograms by itself. German engineers preferred inline liquid-cooled engines because they were more aerodynamic and efficient. Radial engines were considered old technology. German engineers ran the captured engine on a test stand at full power for extended periods. They deliberately damaged it to test durability. They removed spark plugs from 3 cylinders. The engine kept running with reduced power. They punctured the oil cooler, oil pressure dropped, but the engine continued operating. They shot bullets through 6 cylinders. The engine ran rough but didn't seize. A German inline engine with its liquid cooling system would fail immediately from coolant loss. Radiator damage meant engine failure within minutes. The Thunderbolt's radial engine could lose multiple cylinders, suffer oil system damage, take battle damage that would destroy any German fighter, and still bring the pilot home. It wasn't about performance. It was about survival. The third discovery was the armament philosophy. 8.50 caliber Browning M2 machine guns, 4 in each wing. Total ammunition capacity, 3,400 rounds, 425 rounds per gun. That was nearly 20 seconds of continuous fire. German fighters typically carried enough ammunition for 5 seconds of firing time. American doctrine wasn't about precision, it was about volume. German pilots trained for years learning deflection shooting and gun sight discipline. American pilots received months of training and learned combat tactics in the field. So Americans compensated with ammunition. Miss the first burst? Fire again. Keep shooting until something hits. 8 machine guns were far easier to manufacture than cannons. The ammunition was simpler, cheaper, produced in enormous quantities. The entire system was designed for mass production and minimal training requirements, not engineering excellence. Every system in the Thunderbolt prioritized industrial efficiency over technical perfection. It was heavier, simpler, tougher, easier to build, easier to maintain, easier to fly, easier to repair. It wasn't the best possible fighter. It was the fighter that could be produced by the millions and flown by pilots with minimal training. The Thunderbolt was test-flown multiple times at Rechlin over several weeks. Each flight revealed the same pattern. American engineering focused on production capacity, not aircraft performance. German engineers documented everything. Detailed reports described the structure, systems, performance characteristics, and combat implications. The reports reached senior Luftwaffe leadership. Some officers understood the implications. Others dismissed them. German aircraft were technically superior. German pilots were better trained. Quality would triumph over quantity. But combat results told a different story. After testing at Rechlin was complete, the captured Thunderbolt, now coded T9 plus FK in German markings, was transferred to a special Luftwaffe unit called Circus Rosarius. The official designation was 2. Staffel/Versuchsverband Oberbefehlshaber der Luftwaffe. It was commanded by Hauptmann Theodor Rosarius. Circus Rosarius had one mission: demonstrate captured Allied aircraft to frontline Luftwaffe units. The unit toured German air bases across occupied Europe, showing German pilots what enemy aircraft looked like up close, explaining their characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses. German pilots could examine the aircraft, sit in cockpits, and watch demonstration flights. Rosarius flew the Thunderbolt to bases in Germany, Austria, and France through early 1944. German pilots crowded around the big American fighter, surprised by its size and weight. Rosarius explained what Rechlin had learned. The Thunderbolt was slow to turn below 15,000 feet, attack from below in a climbing turn to get inside its radius. But above 20,000 feet, don't turn with it. Use speed. Diving attacks. Hit-and-run tactics. Never assume battle damage will bring it down. Keep shooting until you see structural failure. Many German pilots looked skeptical. The Thunderbolt seemed so heavy, so awkward. How much threat could it really be? They were experienced. They had been fighting for years. They knew air combat. What could this American machine teach them? Then German pilots started dying at increasing rates. In January 1944, American Thunderbolt production reached industrial scales Germany couldn't match. Republic Aviation's original plant in Farmingdale, Long Island, New York, covered over 1 million square feet of factory space, employing 23,000 workers in 3 shifts. The facility produced approximately 200 P-47s per month, one complete aircraft every 3.6 hours around the clock. The Evansville, Indiana plant opened in September 1943, added another 100 aircraft per month from over 1.2 million square feet of factory space, with 18,000 workers. Production would increase to 130 per month by summer. Curtiss-Wright Corporation in Buffalo, New York, manufactured P-47GS under license, adding approximately 50 aircraft monthly. Combined output exceeded 350 Thunderbolts per month, over 11 aircraft per day arriving at ports for England. The production advantage extended to pilots. The United States Army Air Force's training pipeline produced over 2,000 newly qualified fighter pilots monthly from bases across America. New pilots received approximately 300 hours of flight training, including 50 hours in their combat aircraft type. They arrived in England and joined squadrons with experienced leaders who mentored them through first missions. If they survived initial combat, skills improved rapidly through careful instruction. German pilot training had collapsed. Fuel shortages limited flying time. Aircraft shortages meant training on obsolete types. Instructor shortages meant inexperienced teachers. New German pilots arrived at combat units with less than 100 hours total time, sometimes as few as 10 hours in their assigned aircraft. They faced American pilots with 3 times the training and often months of combat experience. German pilot losses exceeded replacement rates. Veterans died. New pilots died on first missions. Squadron strength decreased despite new aircraft from factories. By January 1944, American Thunderbolt pilots had 9 months of combat experience. They had learned what worked. They stopped trying to turn with German fighters at low altitude. Instead, they climbed to 30,000 feet before entering German airspace. When they spotted enemy aircraft below, they dove from above, building speed to over 650 kilometers per hour. They fired bursts from 8 guns, then zoomed back to altitude before German fighters could respond. The 8 machine guns proved brutally effective. American pilots didn't need perfect aim. They pointed generally at the target and held the trigger. With 400 rounds per gun, they could afford to miss. The sheer volume of bullets created a killing zone 30 meters wide and 100 meters long. The .50 caliber Browning fired rounds weighing 43 grams at 890 meters per second. 8 guns firing together produced 34 kilograms of bullets per second. A 3-second burst put over 100 kilograms of metal into the target area. German pilots reported that Thunderbolt attacks felt like flying into walls of metal. Rounds didn't need to hit critical components. Multiple hits anywhere caused cumulative structural damage. Wing skins cracked from repeated impacts. Control surface hinges failed from stress. Engine cowlings shredded, affecting cooling. Fuel tanks leaked from near misses, rupturing seams. Cockpit impacts stunned pilots even when armor stopped penetration. The psychological impact was severe. German pilots, who had dominated air combat for years, suddenly felt vulnerable. The Thunderbolts attacked from above with overwhelming firepower. German pilots couldn't climb fast enough to meet them, couldn't turn tight enough to evade, couldn't damage them enough to bring them down. And there were always more of them. Shoot down one Thunderbolt and 2 more appeared. The endless American numbers wore down German morale as effectively as bullets wore down aircraft. Combat loss statistics told the story. In January 1944, 8th Air Force P-47 groups flew over 10,000 sorties. They claimed 114 enemy aircraft destroyed in air combat. They lost 38 Thunderbolts to all causes, including flak, mechanical failure, and combat. The kill ratio was 3-1 in favor of Americans. But more importantly, loss rates per sortie were microscopic. Less than 0.4% of sorties resulted in aircraft lost. German fighter units were losing 2 to 3% of aircraft per mission. The 56th Fighter Group, based at Boxted, England, illustrated American effectiveness. The 56th had been flying P-47s since April 1943. By January 1944, they had 9 months of experience. They knew their aircraft's capabilities intimately. They had developed tactics that worked. In January alone, the 56 destroyed 78 German aircraft confirmed, plus dozens more unconfirmed. They lost 6 Thunderbolts total. The ratio was 13-1. Individual pilots racked up impressive scores. Captain Robert Johnson destroyed 5 German aircraft in January. Major Gerald Johnson destroyed 4. The group's success came from experience, tactics, and aircraft that let them survive mistakes while learning. Other Thunderbolt groups showed similar improvements. The 78th Fighter Group destroyed 62 German aircraft in January, losing 4 Thunderbolts. The 353rd Fighter Group destroyed 48, losing 5. Across all P-47 units, the pattern was consistent. Kill ratios heavily favored Americans, loss rates remained low, and replacement aircraft and pilots arrived faster than losses occurred. American strength grew while German strength declined. Major Gerhard Rutt was one of the Luftwaffe's most successful night fighter pilots, with 58 confirmed aerial victories, all against RAF bombers at night. He flew Messerschmitt Bf 110 heavy fighters and Junkers Ju 88 night fighters. Rutt was awarded the Knight's Cross with oak leaves and was the 10th most successful night fighter pilot in history. In February 1944, Rutt attended a Zircus Rosarius demonstration at his base, where Rosarius showed captured Allied aircraft, including the Thunderbolt. Rutt examined the American fighter and was struck by how different it was from anything the Luftwaffe flew. The overbuilt structure, the massive engine, the simple rugged systems. Everything designed for production and survival rather than performance and efficiency. Roth understood immediately what this represented. The Luftwaffe was fighting a different kind of war than they had prepared for. German aircraft were masterpieces of engineering, each one carefully designed, precisely built, beautifully balanced, but they were fragile. When hit, they failed catastrophically. And there were never enough of them. American aircraft were crude by comparison, but they were tough. When hit, they absorbed damage and kept flying. And they came in endless numbers. Roth said to his fellow officers after the demonstration, "We can shoot down 10 of these and 20 more arrive the next day." That's the real problem, not the aircraft, but the production system behind them. German pilot losses accelerated through winter and spring 1944. In February, Luftwaffe fighter strength on the Western Front dropped 12% despite new aircraft from factories. March saw losses of 15%. April losses reached 17%. The problem wasn't aircraft production. Germany was building over 900 fighters monthly. The problem was pilots. Experienced pilots died faster than training schools could replace them. A newly trained German pilot with 200 hours of training and no combat experience survived an average of 3 missions before being killed. The Luftwaffe shortened training to increase pilot throughput. That made it worse. Pilots with 100 hours of training died on their first mission. Americans had the opposite problem. They had too many trained pilots. The United States Army Air Forces produced over 2,000 newly qualified fighter pilots monthly from training schools across America. Most had 300 hours of training, including 50 hours in their combat aircraft. They arrived in England, joined operational units, and flew first missions with experienced leaders. American replacement pilots had time to learn. If they survived their first 5 missions, survival probability increased dramatically. The Thunderbolt's ruggedness meant mistakes didn't always equal death. A pilot could be hit, damaged, and still make it home to learn from experience. German pilots in lighter, more fragile aircraft died from the same mistakes. By March 1944, average Luftwaffe pilot experience on the Western Front dropped below 100 total flying hours. Average American Thunderbolt pilot experience exceeded 300 hours. The experience gap meant German pilots lost fights they should have won based on aircraft performance alone. And the Thunderbolts kept coming in numbers Germany couldn't match. Every day, more arrived at English ports. Every week, new pilots joined squadrons. Every month, American strength increased, while German strength decreased. When Germans shot down a Thunderbolt, 2 more replaced it within days. When Germans killed an American pilot, 2 trained replacements arrived within a week. The American system operated like a machine, producing aircraft and pilots faster than Germans could destroy them. German commanders recognized the crisis and tried desperately to adapt. Luftwaffe Tactical Headquarters issued new directives throughout winter and spring 1944. Orders emphasized avoiding high-altitude combat where Thunderbolts excelled. Pilots were instructed to attack only when holding altitude advantage. They were told to use hit-and-run tactics at low altitude where Thunderbolt performance was weakest. They were ordered to disengage immediately if American fighters gained advantageous positions. The tactics made sense on paper. In practice, they failed repeatedly. The fundamental problem was that Thunderbolts didn't fight alone. They operated in formations of 16 to 48 aircraft with excellent radio communication and coordinated tactics. American flight leaders positioned their formations deliberately, usually at high altitude with sun behind them. They controlled the engagement geometry. German pilots, trying to follow their new tactical directives, found themselves forced into disadvantageous positions repeatedly. If German fighters climbed to gain altitude over American formations, the Thunderbolts dove away, building speed Germans couldn't match, then climbed back to altitude farther away. If Germans tried attacking from below at low altitude, they had to climb through the altitude band where Thunderbolts were fastest and most maneuverable. If Germans tried refusing combat entirely, American fighters escorted bombers unopposed to bomb German cities and factories. The Luftwaffe couldn't win by fighting and couldn't afford not to fight. Individual German pilots developed personal tactics that sometimes worked. Some became expert at identifying isolated American stragglers and attacking before the formation could respond. Some mastered the art of diving attacks from directly above, where American pilots had poor visibility. Some learned to fake attacks from one direction, then reverse suddenly, catching Americans in vulnerable turning positions. These tactics occasionally succeeded, but they required exceptional skill, perfect execution, and luck. Most German pilots lacked the experience for such complex maneuvers. And even successful attacks often failed to bring down thunderbolts due to their structural toughness. The Luftwaffe tried concentrating fighters for mass attacks that might overwhelm American formations through sheer numbers. In theory, if 50 German fighters attacked 30 Thunderbolts simultaneously from multiple directions, some Germans would get through defensive fire and score kills. In practice, coordinating 50 fighters was extraordinarily difficult. Radio communication was poor. Formation leaders had limited control. Weather scattered formations. And when mass attacks did occur, American defensive fire from hundreds of .50 caliber machine guns created lethal zones that German fighters had to fly through. Even if several Thunderbolts were shot down, German losses usually exceeded American losses. The kill ratio favored Americans, even in mass combats. German technical services tried finding weaknesses in captured Thunderbolt wreckage that tactical units could exploit. Engineers examined every crash P-47 they recovered. They measured armor thickness and angles. They mapped vulnerable components. They identified areas where battle damage had caused failures. Reports went to frontline units detailing attack recommendations. Aim for the oil cooler under the engine. Target the control linkages in the tail section. Fire at the wing root where control cables ran. Hit the turbocharger ducting that wrapped around the fuselage. Some pilots followed these recommendations and achieved kills, but most attacks still failed to bring down Thunderbolts, even when hitting supposedly vulnerable areas. The overbuilt structure meant that damage to one system rarely caused catastrophic failure. Oil cooler hits? The radial engine kept running despite oil loss. Control linkages damaged? Redundant systems allowed continued control. Wing root hits? Massive wing spars absorbed damage without structural failure. Turbocharger damage? The Thunderbolt could fly without the turbocharger, just at reduced altitude performance. The captured Thunderbolt at Rechlin and later with Zirkus Rosarius provided German pilots and engineers extensive knowledge of the aircraft's characteristics, construction, and capabilities. That knowledge helped to some degree. German pilots who had examined the aircraft up close and understood its systems were more effective in combat against it. But knowledge alone couldn't overcome the fundamental imbalance. Germans understood what they faced. They just couldn't produce enough fighters or train enough pilots to counter it. Quality knowledge couldn't defeat quantity production. By March 1944, the Luftwaffe was losing the air war over Germany itself. American bomber formations struck deep into German territory with heavy fighter escort. German fighters attacked and sometimes inflicted heavy bomber losses. But escort fighters destroyed German defenders faster than training schools could replace them. Every major air battle reduced German fighter strength. The Luftwaffe was bleeding to death while American strength grew. The captured Thunderbolt transferred to Zirkus Rosarius continued demonstration duties through mid-1944. Rosarius demonstrated it dozens of times at bases across Germany. He emphasized characteristics, warned about capabilities, showed German pilots attack methods. But fewer pilots came to demonstrations, not because they weren't interested, but because there were fewer pilots. Losses exceeded replacement rates. The Luftwaffe was bleeding experienced veterans. Records show the captured Thunderbolt was last seen at Leipzig-Brandes airfield in August 1944. After that, documentation disappears. The aircraft may have been destroyed in combat, damaged beyond repair, or abandoned as German forces retreated. American investigators searched for it after the war, but found no trace. It vanished into the chaos of Germany's collapse. Hans Werner Lurk survived the war. He was captured by Allied forces in May 1945. American intelligence officers interrogated him extensively about captured aircraft evaluations. In 1946, Lurk was recruited as part of Operation Paperclip, the American program bringing German scientists and engineers to the United States. Over 1,600 German technical personnel were relocated to America between 1945 and 1959. Lurk was sent to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, where he worked until 1968 evaluating aircraft and training test pilots. He became an American citizen and spent his career studying aircraft performance. In the 1970s, he wrote a memoir titled Luftwaffe Test Pilot, Flying Captured Allied Aircraft of World War II. In his memoir, Lurk devoted an entire chapter to the P-47. He wrote that flying the Thunderbolt was his introduction to American engineering philosophy. Americans didn't build aircraft to be perfect. They built them to be good enough, then built thousands of them. He had initially thought it was crude engineering. Years later, he understood it was brilliant strategy. William Roach remained at Stalag Luft I until Soviet forces liberated the camp in late April 1945. He returned to the United States, left the military, and worked as a commercial pilot. He rarely discussed his capture. When asked, he would say he made a navigation error that gave Germany their first complete Thunderbolt. But by the time they figured out what it meant, America had already built 10,000 more, so it didn't matter much. Dawn broke over Cape Gloucester Airfield on December 26, 1943. Captain Shogo Takeuchi, just 25 years old, faced a problem that no amount of skill could solve. His Kawasaki Ki-61, construction number 263, simply wouldn't start. For 8 months, this aircraft had been his constant companion. White bands around the fuselage identified him as Second Chutai Commander. An eagle painted near the cockpit served as his personal emblem. Red stars on the wing gun ports marked successful kills. Together, they had survived countless missions over New Guinea's hostile skies. Now at 0615 hours, the Kawasaki Ha-40 engine refused to come to life. Takeuchi had accumulated 19 confirmed victories. He'd been flying Ki-61s since April, when his unit, the 68th Sentai, became the first Imperial Japanese Army Air Force Squadron to operate this new fighter. They'd previously flown the nimble Nakajima Ki-27. The transition hadn't been easy. The Ki-61 was heavier, less agile, but it offered advantages in speed and firepower. The 68th Sentai deployed to Wewak, New Guinea, in June. Since then, they've been constantly on the move, operating from various forward bases as the campaign intensified. Cape Gloucester Airfield, situated on New Britain's northwestern tip, about 230 miles west of Rabaul, served as their current home. It was a forward position, exposed and vulnerable. By late December, that vulnerability had become critical. American forces were assembling for an amphibious assault. Intelligence reports spoke of Marine divisions preparing to invade Cape Gloucester. Japanese command issued urgent orders. Withdraw all operational aircraft to Rabaul immediately. Takeuchi's Ki-61 didn't qualify as operational. The Ha-40 engine had been deteriorating for weeks. Oil consumption had increased noticeably. Cylinder head temperatures ran dangerously high, even during idle. The previous day, during a routine patrol, the engine developed a rough running condition at altitude. Takeuchi landed safely and reported the malfunction. The ground crew worked through the night. They methodically checked spark plugs, adjusted valve clearances, tested the magnetos. Everything appeared normal on inspection. Yet when they attempted to start the engine at first light, nothing happened. The starter motor engaged. The propeller rotated. Compression seemed adequate, but combustion never initiated. Either the ignition system had completely failed, or fuel wasn't reaching the cylinders. Without proper diagnostic equipment and replacement parts, both in desperately short supply, the mechanics couldn't repair it under field conditions. At 0640 hours, Takeuchi made his decision. He would fly a different aircraft back to Rabaul. His personal key, 61, manufacturer number 263, would have to be left behind. The ground crew would try to hide it near the runway, preserving the possibility of later recovery. Everyone understood the reality. When the Americans landed, they would almost certainly capture the aircraft. At 0700 hours, Takeuchi climbed into another key, 61, and took off for Rabaul. Behind him, mechanics pushed manufacturer number 263 off the runway. They concealed it in a palm grove at the airfield's edge, covering it with cut vegetation. Then they evacuated with the remaining ground personnel. The aircraft remained hidden for 4 days. On December 30th, Marines from the 1st Marine Division stormed Cape Gloucester Airfield as part of Operation Backhander's opening phase. That afternoon, a patrol discovered the camouflaged Key 61. The aircraft was intact. Beneath the vegetation, the fuselage bands were still visible. The eagle marking identified it as a commander's mount. Intelligence Section Marines examined it immediately. This Key 61 was unlike any Japanese fighter previously captured by American forces. Most captured aircraft showed extensive combat damage. This one had none. The engine remained complete. Instruments were intact. The armament was still installed, two 12.7 mm HO, 103 machine guns in the forward fuselage, two 7.7 mm Type 89 machine guns in the wings. The aircraft was a Type 61-1 Co, the earliest production variant, built at Kawasaki's Kagamigahara factory in April 1943. Construction number 263. Unit serial number 163. Marines reported the discovery to the Technical Air Intelligence Unit. TAU officers arrived at Cape Gloucester on January 2, 1944. They documented every detail methodically. Measurements were recorded. Photographs captured every angle. The engine underwent examination. Flight controls were tested. The fuel system was traced. The electrical system was mapped. Everything was documented. This represented the first intact Key 61 captured by Allied forces. For 18 months, American pilots had been encountering this aircraft in combat over New Guinea. Intelligence reports designated it the Tony. Early combat reports suggested it might be a German Messerschmitt Bf 109 or Italian Macchi C.202 operating in Japanese markings. The actual identity had remained uncertain until now. Technical examination revealed the truth. The Key 61 was entirely Japanese in design. The engine was a license-built Kawasaki Ha-40, derived from the German Daimler-Benz DB601, but the airframe represented original Kawasaki engineering. The fuselage featured a semi-triangular cross-section, narrow and deep. The wings were relatively small for a fighter of this weight, resulting in high wing loading. The landing gear was conventional, with fixed slots in the wing leading edges. The cooling system employed wing-mounted radiators, unusual for Japanese fighters, which typically used radial engines. This discovery answered questions that had troubled American intelligence since the Key 61 first appeared. Pilots reported that the Tony could dive faster than any other Japanese fighter. It maintained high speeds in level flight. It could absorb more battle damage than the lighter Zero. But it couldn't turn as tightly as other Japanese types. The airframe explained why. High wing loading meant higher stall speeds and larger turning radii. The liquid-cooled engine was heavier than comparable radial engines, shifting the center of gravity forward. These factors combined to produce an aircraft optimized for speed and firepower rather than maneuverability. The story of this aircraft and the men who flew it was just beginning. The captured Key 61 arrived at Eagle Farm Airfield near Brisbane, Australia, in March 1944. TIU technicians immediately set to work making the engine operational. The original problem that had grounded the aircraft at Cape Gloucester turned out to be surprisingly simple: a failed magneto. Once replaced, the Ha-40 engine started normally. The aircraft underwent extensive flight testing. American test pilots evaluated its performance against captured examples of other Japanese fighters. The results confirmed what combat reports had suggested. The Ki-61 proved faster than the Zero in level flight and dives. It had better acceleration. The armament was heavier and more effective. But in sustained turning engagements, the Zero could outturn it easily. American pilots reported that the Ki-61 required careful energy management. It excelled in slashing attacks from altitude. It could extend away from pursuing fighters using its speed advantage. But once drawn into a low-speed turning fight, it became vulnerable. These characteristics precisely matched combat reports from New Guinea. The intelligence value of manufacturer number 263 exceeded the technical data it provided. The aircraft represented a snapshot of Japanese fighter capability in late 1943. The airframe's condition revealed maintenance practices and supply constraints. The engine showed signs of wear, suggesting quality control issues in production. The markings indicated unit organization and command structures. Every detail contributed to the larger intelligence picture. In May 1944, the Ki-61 was stripped of its Japanese markings and repainted in American insignia. It received test serial number XJ00003. Further flight testing was conducted to evaluate tactics for American fighters engaging Tonys in combat. The data collected influenced training programs and tactical doctrines across the Pacific Theater. In June 1944, TIU received orders to return to the United States. The captured Ki-61 was disassembled and shipped to Naval Air Station Anacostia near Washington, D.C. There it was reassembled and underwent additional testing. In December 1944, the aircraft was repainted in pseudo-Japanese markings and evaluated against American naval fighters. Test pilots flew it against the F-6F Hellcat, F-4U Corsair, and other types to establish comparative performance data. The tests revealed that American naval fighters held significant advantages in most combat scenarios. The F-6F could outturn the Ki-61 and had superior high-altitude performance. The F-4U was faster at all altitudes and could outclimb the Tony. Both American types had better acceleration and more effective armament. The testing program at Anacostia continued through early 1945. Then, on July 2, 1945, manufacturer number 263 crashed at Yadkinville, North Carolina, during a test flight. The cause was engine failure. Metal particles were found in the oil system, indicating bearing deterioration, the same problem that had plagued the Ha-40 engine throughout its service life. The aircraft that Captain Shogo Takeuchi had abandoned at Cape Gloucester 18 months earlier was destroyed. The wreckage was written off, but the intelligence gathered from that single aircraft had already served its purpose. The data collected from manufacturer number 263 contributed significantly to American understanding of Japanese fighter design and capability during a critical phase of the Pacific War. Captain Takeuchi never learned the fate of his personal aircraft. He flew back to Rabaul on December 26th and continued flying combat missions. But his time was running out. On December 21st, 1943, 5 days before abandoning his Ki-61 at Cape Gloucester, Takeuchi took off from Borum Airfield near Wewak on an escort mission. His unit was assigned to protect Ki-48 light bombers attacking American positions at Araw. The mission encountered heavy fighter opposition. American P-38 Lightnings intercepted the formation. In the engagement that followed, Takeuchi's Ki-61 was hit multiple times. The aircraft caught fire. Takeuchi did not bail out. His aircraft crashed into the jungle near Hansa Bay. He was 25 years old. 19 confirmed victories. One of the top Ki-61 pilots in the Imperial Japanese Army Air Force. His body was never recovered. The 68th Sentai continued operations in New Guinea through early 1944. They fought a losing battle against overwhelming American air superiority. Engine failures, lack of spare parts, inadequate maintenance facilities, and constant combat attrition steadily reduced their strength. By March 1944, the unit had been effectively destroyed. Survivors were reassigned to other units, or relegated to ground combat roles, as the Japanese position in New Guinea collapsed completely. Lieutenant Mitsuyoshi Tarui was the other pilot from the 68th Sentai who achieved significant success flying the Ki-61. He and Takeuchi were considered the top two Tony pilots in the unit. Both men began their combat careers flying the nimble Ki-27. Both struggled initially with the heavier, less maneuverable Ki-61. But both learned to exploit the Tony strengths in speed and firepower. Tarui survived longer than Takeuchi. He continued flying Ki-61s after the 68th Sentai was withdrawn from New Guinea. He later flew in the Philippines campaign. His final victory total was recorded as 23 confirmed kills, making him one of the most successful Ki-61 pilots of the war. The combat record of the 68th Sentai illustrated both the potential and the problems of the Ki-61 in operational service. When properly maintained and flown by experienced pilots who understood its characteristics, the Tony was a formidable opponent. It could engage American fighters on relatively equal terms. But the aircraft required constant maintenance. The Ha-40 engine was temperamental and prone to failure. Spare parts were scarce. Properly trained mechanics were in short supply. These logistical constraints limited the Ki-61's effectiveness more than any tactical deficiency. By late 1943, when manufacturer number 263 was abandoned at Cape Gloucester, the tide of the Pacific War had turned decisively against Japan. American industrial production was overwhelming Japanese capacity to replace losses. Better aircraft were entering service on the American side. Japanese pilots were being killed faster than new pilots could be trained. The Ki-61, once considered modern and capable, was already being overtaken by events. But the aircraft still had one more role to play. As American B-29 Superfortress bombers began attacking the Japanese home islands in late 1944, the Ki-61 proved to be one of the few Japanese fighters capable of intercepting them at high altitude. The 244th Sentai was formed specifically for the defense of Tokyo. Established in April 1942 and stationed at Chofu Air Base just west of the capital, the unit's mission was to intercept enemy bombers threatening the city. Initially equipped with obsolescent Ki-27 fighters, the unit received Ki-61s in early 1944. By October, the 244th Sentai had approximately 40 Ki-61s and had spent months training specifically to counter B-29 raids. The B-29 was unlike anything Japanese fighters had encountered. It flew at altitudes above 30,000 feet. It was heavily armed with remote-controlled gun turrets. It could absorb tremendous battle damage and continue flying. Conventional fighter attacks often proved ineffective. The Ki-61 was one of the few Japanese fighters that could reach B-29 operating altitude with sufficient performance margin to conduct attacks. But even at extreme altitude, downing a B-29 required exceptional skill and often suicidal courage. On November 7, 1944, the commanding officer of the 10th Air Division issued a directive that changed the nature of air combat over Japan. He authorized the formation of specialized ramming attack units. Pilots would deliberately collide their fighters with B-29s to destroy both aircraft. The attacks were not strictly kamikaze missions. Pilots were expected to collide with the bomber's tail or wingtip, shearing off control surfaces, then bail out before their own aircraft disintegrated. Many pilots survived these attacks. Some conducted multiple ramming attacks during their combat careers. But the casualty rate was extremely high. The 244th Sentai formed a special ramming attack flight called the Hagakure-tai. The unit was composed of volunteers from the Sentai's 3 squadrons. First Lieutenant Toru Shinomiya was selected to lead the ramming flight. Shinomiya was 24 years old, an experienced pilot with multiple combat missions. He understood the mission would likely be fatal. He accepted the assignment without hesitation. On December 3, 1944, a formation of B-29s approached Tokyo. The 244th Sentai scrambled every available fighter. Shinomiya led the Hagakure-tai toward the bomber stream at maximum climb rate. The Ki-61s had been stripped of fuselage armament and armor plate to reduce weight and improve high-altitude performance. They carried minimal fuel and no ammunition beyond the wing guns. Everything was sacrificed for altitude capability. At 32,000 feet, Shinomiya positioned his Ki-61 above and behind a B-29 designated long distance from the 498th Bombardment Group. He dove toward the bomber, aiming for the vertical stabilizer. At the last moment, he rolled slightly to impact the tail with his left wing. The collision tore the vertical stabilizer completely off the B-29. The bomber immediately entered an uncontrollable spin. Shinomiya's Ki-61 lost most of its left outer wing panel. The aircraft rolled violently. Shinomiya fought to maintain control long enough to slow the aircraft and reduce altitude. At 12,000 feet, he managed to bring the crippled fighter to a near-level attitude. He jettisoned the canopy and bailed out. His parachute opened successfully. He landed in a rice paddy near Chofu Air Base. Rescue crews retrieved him within an hour. He suffered minor injuries from the bailout, but was otherwise unharmed. 2 other pilots from the Hagakure-tai also conducted ramming attacks that day. Sergeant Masao Itaki collided with a different B-29, but his aircraft was too badly damaged to control. He bailed out successfully. Sergeant Atsumi Nakano rammed a 3rd bomber and managed to crash-land his stripped Ki-61 in a field. All 3 pilots survived. The ramming attacks of December 3, 1944 were celebrated throughout Japan. The damaged Ki-61s were displayed publicly in Tokyo. Shinomiya's aircraft, missing most of its left wing, was exhibited inside the Matsuya department store. Nakano's crash fighter was displayed outside. A life-size cutaway drawing of a B-29 fuselage was placed beside them to illustrate the target the pilots had attacked. The 3 pilots became the first recipients of the Bikosho, an award established on December 7, 1944, by Emperor Hirohito to recognize exceptional valor in combat. The award was roughly equivalent to the American Medal of Honor or the British Victoria Cross. Of the 89 known recipients of the Bikosho during World War II, most were pilots who fought against B-29s. The success of the December 3rd ramming attacks encouraged the 244th Sentai to continue the tactic. Throughout December 1944 and into early 1945, the unit conducted dozens of ramming attacks against B-29 formations. The Sentai claimed 73 B-29s destroyed by all methods and 92 damaged. These claims were certainly inflated, as were most air combat claims by all sides during World War II, but even accounting for overclaiming, the 244th Sentai inflicted significant losses on American bomber formations. On August 10, 1943, Captain Gerald Johnson was promoted and given command of a flight in the 61st Fighter Squadron. Johnson was an experienced pilot with several kills to his credit already. He was exactly the kind of aggressive, thinking pilot that Zemke wanted leading formations. Over the next few weeks, Gerald Johnson and other flight leaders started demonstrating what the P-47 could do when flown aggressively. They stayed in fights longer. They used the Thunderbolt's power to reverse situations that should have been hopeless. They climbed when they should have dived. They turned when doctrine said to run. And they started getting kills at a higher rate. By September, the 56th Fighter Group's kill ratio was improving noticeably. The group was learning. Pilots were surviving longer. Experience was accumulating. New tactics were being developed through trial and error in actual combat. On October 4, 1943, the 56th flew its first mission to Frankfurt, Germany. The longest escort mission yet attempted by Thunderbolts. It required careful fuel management and pushed the P-47 to the edge of its combat radius. But the mission succeeded. The bombers hit their targets. The fighters engaged German interceptors. The group came home with multiple kills and acceptable losses. It was proof that the P-47 could do the job it was designed for. Then, on October 8, 1943, Robert Johnson scored his 5th confirmed kill. The victim was Major Hans Philipp, commander of Jägerschwader 1. Philipp had 206 aerial victories, most achieved on the Eastern Front against Soviet aircraft. He was one of Germany's top aces. Johnson's flight encountered Philipp's formation near Noordhoorn in the Netherlands. The Germans were attacking B-17 bombers near Bremen. Johnson dove on the German formation from altitude. He selected a Focke-Wulf and opened fire. The German fighter exploded. Philipp may have been in that explosion, or he may have been hit by defensive fire from the bombers or by other P-47s in the fight. The exact sequence isn't completely clear from records. What is clear is that Philipp bailed out at extremely low altitude, around 150 feet, and his parachute failed to fully deploy. He died on impact. Johnson didn't learn until 50 years later that the German pilot he'd killed that day was one of the Luftwaffe's top aces. At the time, it was just another combat mission. Another target destroyed. Another day of survival. But the symbolism was significant. An experienced German ace flying a supposedly superior turning fighter shot down by an American pilot in a heavy Thunderbolt. It demonstrated that pilot skill and tactics mattered more than raw aircraft performance. By late 1943, something fundamental had shifted in the air war over Europe. American pilots were learning faster than German pilots could adapt. The P-47's weaknesses were being minimized through better tactics. Its strengths were being exploited more effectively. The German perspective on this shift is revealing. Luftwaffe combat reports from October and November 1943 show increasing frustration. German pilots noted that American Thunderbolt pilots were fighting differently than they had in spring and summer. They were staying in engagements longer. They were using vertical maneuvers more effectively. They were harder to shake off once they committed to an attack. Part of the German problem was strategic. By late 1943, the Luftwaffe was being ground down through attrition. They were losing experienced pilots faster than training could replace them. The pilots being shot down were veterans with hundreds of hours of combat experience. The pilots replacing them were often fresh from training with minimal experience. That experience gap showed in combat effectiveness. The Americans had the opposite problem resolved. Their training pipeline in the United States was producing large numbers of adequately trained pilots. These pilots arrived in England, were integrated into experienced squadrons, and learned from veterans before being thrown into the hardest missions. The 56th and other successful groups had developed mentoring systems, where new pilots flew as wingmen to experienced flight leaders until they learned the ropes. Additionally, American logistics were superior. When a P-47 was damaged, spare parts were available to repair it. When an engine needed replacement, new engines arrived from the United States within weeks. When a pilot was shot down over friendly territory, he could be returned to his unit within days. The Germans had none of these advantages. By late 1943, the Thunderbolt still couldn't turn with a Focke-Wulf 190 or Messerschmitt 109 in a level turning fight at low altitude. That hadn't changed. The physics of wing loading and power-to-weight ratio hadn't changed. What changed was that American pilots stopped fighting that fight. They refused to fight on German terms. They used altitude. They used dive speed. They used the Thunderbolt's incredible structural strength to pull high-G maneuvers that would tear a German fighter apart. They used the reliable Pratt and Whitney engine to climb back to altitude after every engagement. They used teamwork, wingmen covering each other, making it harder for German pilots to isolate and kill individual Americans. Most importantly, they learned that the P-47 could take damage and keep fighting. That created a psychological advantage. American pilots knew they could absorb hits and still make it home. Robert Johnson had proven that on June 26th. Other pilots had similar experiences, getting shot up but making it home because the Thunderbolt was tough enough to survive. That confidence translated into more aggressive tactics. Pilots were willing to press attacks, willing to stay in fights longer because they trusted their aircraft to survive. German pilots, conversely, were seeing their supposedly superior fighters being shot down by the brutish American Thunderbolts. The psychological impact was real. Confidence eroded. Caution increased. And caution in fighter combat often leads to defeat. The breakthrough wasn't a technological advance. The P-47 that dominated the skies in late 1943 was mechanically identical to the P-47 that struggled in April. Same engine, same guns, same airframe. What changed was understanding. American pilots figured out how to fight with the airplane they had. Rather than wishing for a different airplane, they accepted the Thunderbolt's limitations and exploited its strengths. They developed tactics that turned a questioned fighter into a legendary war machine. The 56th Fighter Group became the proof of concept. Flying only P-47s throughout the entire war, the group became the highest-scoring fighter group in the 8th Air Force. The official Air Force Historical Research Agency credits the 56th with 664.5 confirmed aerial victories. Some sources cite higher numbers when including aircraft destroyed on the ground, but the aerial victory total alone is remarkable. 17 pilots from the 56th became aces. 3 became double aces. Colonel Francis Gabreski scored 28 kills flying Thunderbolts. Robert Johnson scored 27. Major David Schilling scored 22.5. All achieved in the supposedly inferior P-47. The aircraft that pilots had initially called the Jug, sometimes as a derogatory nickname comparing it to a milk jug, became a source of pride. Thunderbolt pilots loved their aircraft. They trusted it. They knew it would bring them home even when shot full of holes. Johnson's survival on June 26th was proof of that. The numbers support the pilots' faith in their aircraft. Of the 15,683 P-47s built during the war, 5,222 were lost to all causes, including combat and accidents. That includes 1,723 losses to non-combat accidents, actually a lower accident rate than many other fighter types. The combat loss rate per mission was 0.7%, among the lowest of any American fighter in any theater. The P-47's aerial kill-to-loss ratio was 4.6 to 1, better than the more famous P-51 Mustang in many calculations, better than the P-38 Lightning. By the numbers, the Thunderbolt was arguably the most successful American fighter aircraft of World War II, but it never received the fame of the Mustang. The P-51 was sleek and beautiful. It looked fast standing still. It had elegant lines and a liquid-cooled engine that appealed to aesthetics. The P-47 looked like a flying milk jug. It was big and brutish and not particularly elegant. The massive radial engine gave it a blunt nose. The thick wings and heavy fuselage made it look slow even when it was fast. The public loved the Mustang. Historians wrote about the Mustang. After the war, when people thought about American fighters in Europe, they thought about P-51s escorting bombers to Berlin. The Thunderbolt pilots didn't care about fame. They knew what their aircraft had done. They knew it had kept them alive when nothing else could have. That mattered more than public perception or historical recognition. Robert Johnson survived the war. He flew 91 combat missions between April 1943 and May 1944. He scored 27 confirmed aerial victories. He returned to the United States in June 1944. He was promoted to major, then lieutenant colonel. He received the Distinguished Service Cross, the nation's second highest award for valor. He received the Silver Star, the Distinguished Flying Cross Air Medals, and a Purple Heart for his wounds on June 26th. He went back to Oklahoma, married his high school sweetheart, Barbara, had 4 children, worked as a flight instructor for 2 years after the war, then left aviation entirely. Spent the rest of his career in the insurance business. He lived quietly. He didn't seek publicity. He didn't spend his life talking about the war. But he never forgot June 26, 1943, the day his P-47 Thunderbolt took 21 cannon hits and more than 200 machine gun strikes and kept flying. The day he should have died but didn't. For years, Johnson believed the German pilot who shot him was Lieutenant Colonel Egon Meyer, one of the Luftwaffe's top aces. The story became part of the legend. Some accounts even claimed Johnson contacted Meyer's family after the war to express respect for their father's skill and honor. But modern historical research suggests the Egon Meyer attribution is probably incorrect. German combat records show no victory claim filed by Meyer on June 26. His unit was based in a different location. He was actually between commands that day, having just relinquished control of one group and not yet officially assuming command of another. The attack on Johnson was carried out by 2/JG-26, not Meyer's unit. The truth is that the identity of the German pilot who shot Johnson remains unknown. Aviation historians have searched German archives and found no definitive answer. The pilot who showed Johnson such professional respect, who rocked his wings in salute before departing, remains anonymous. What matters is not the German pilot's name, but what the incident demonstrated. The P-47 Thunderbolt could survive damage that would destroy any other fighter. That wasn't marketing. That wasn't propaganda. That was proven fact, documented in photographs of Johnson's battered aircraft and confirmed by Johnson's own survival. Egon Meyer did achieve remarkable success as a fighter pilot. He scored 102 aerial victories, the first Luftwaffe pilot to achieve 100 kills entirely on the Western Front fighting against American and British aircraft. He was killed in action on March 2, 1944, shot down near Montmedy, France, possibly by Lieutenant Walter Gresham of the 358th Fighter Squadron flying AP-47 Thunderbolt. Meyer was 26 years old. Lieutenant Colonel Hubert Zemke, who commanded the 56th Fighter Group and developed many of the tactics that made the Thunderbolt effective, survived the war. He flew 166 combat missions. He scored 17.75 confirmed aerial victories. He was shot down on October 30, 1944, not by enemy fire, but by weather. Zemke flew into a severe thunderstorm and his aircraft broke apart. He bailed out and became a prisoner of war. He spent the final months of the war at Stalag Luftei. After the war, Zemke stayed in the Air Force. He flew jets in Korea. He commanded fighter wings. He retired as a colonel in 1966. He spent his retirement years speaking at military history events, writing articles, giving interviews. He always made sure people understood the truth about the P-47 Thunderbolt. Zemke emphasized the same point in every speech and interview. The P-47 wasn't underrated because people didn't know about it. It was underrated because people didn't understand what made it special. They looked at the Thunderbolt and saw a big, heavy, ungainly fighter that couldn't dogfight with German aircraft. What they missed was that the P-47 didn't need to dogfight. It was designed to dominate through power, not agility. It could climb higher than anything Germany produced. It could dive faster. It could hit harder with 8.50 caliber machine guns. It could absorb battle damage that would destroy any other fighter. And it could do all of that while carrying up to 2,500 pounds of bombs for ground attack missions. The P-47 Thunderbolt was the ultimate power fighter. It redefined what a fighter aircraft could be. It proved that raw power and structural strength could overcome limitations in maneuverability. It changed air combat doctrine for a generation. Jets would eventually make the debate moot. But in the propeller era, the Thunderbolt demonstrated that there was more than one way to dominate the sky. The Thunderbolt's success wasn't limited to air-to-air combat. By mid-1944, as P-51 Mustangs took over most long-range bomber escort duties due to their superior range, P-47s transitioned increasingly to ground attack missions. And in that role, the Thunderbolt was absolutely devastating. The same attributes that made the P-47 survivable in air combat made it ideal for ground attack. The air-cooled radial engine could take multiple hits and keep running. There was no vulnerable liquid cooling system to rupture. The rugged airframe could absorb ground fire that would destroy lighter aircraft. The 8.50 caliber machine guns were devastating against soft targets like trucks, trains, and troops. and the Thunderbolt could carry up to 2,500 pounds of bombs, or 10 5-inch high-velocity aerial rockets, under its wings. From D-Day on June 6, 1944 through the end of the war in Europe on May 8, 1945, P-47 Thunderbolts flew ground attack missions across France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany. They destroyed thousands of German vehicles, hundreds of locomotives, countless trucks and staff cars. They attacked German troops in the open, German fortifications, German supply dumps, German airfields. The statistics are staggering. In the 11 months from D-Day to VE Day, P-47s destroyed or damaged 9,000 German locomotives, 86,000 railroad cars, 68,000 trucks, over 6,000 armored vehicles, and thousands of other targets. These weren't just claims. These were confirmed destructions verified by gun camera footage and reconnaissance photographs. The impact on German logistics was crippling. The German army depended on rail transport to move supplies and reinforcements. P-47 attacks on the rail network made daytime rail transport suicidal. The Germans had to move trains at night, which drastically reduced their logistical capacity. Truck convoys couldn't move during the day without being attacked. German units at the front were often short of ammunition, fuel, and food because P-47s had destroyed the supply columns try to reach them. German soldiers on the ground feared the Thunderbolt more than almost any other weapon. They called them JBOs, short for Jag bombers, fighter bombers. When JBOs appeared, German troops dove for cover. The 8.50 calibers could shred a truck or a column of infantry in seconds. The bombs and rockets could destroy bunkers and fortified positions. And there was no effective defense except hiding until the attack was over. The cost was high. Ground attack was the most dangerous mission in the air war. Flying low and slow to attack ground targets exposed aircraft to intense anti-aircraft fire. Many Thunderbolt pilots were shot down by German flak while strafing trains or truck convoys. But the Thunderbolt's ruggedness helped. Pilots brought home aircraft with dozens of flak holes, with cylinders shot off engines, with control surfaces partially destroyed. Other fighters wouldn't have made it. The Thunderbolt could. The ground attack mission became the Thunderbolt's defining role in the final year of the war. While Mustangs escorted bombers to Berlin, Thunderbolts ranged across occupied Europe, destroying everything German that moved. It wasn't as glamorous as air combat against enemy fighters. It didn't produce aces, but it won the war. Germany couldn't fight effectively when their logistics were being destroyed faster than they could rebuild. In 1998, Robert Johnson died at age 78. He was buried in River Hill Cemetery, now part of Lake Wylie in South Carolina. His obituary mentioned his service as a fighter pilot in World War II. It mentioned his 27 kills. It mentioned the Distinguished Service Cross. It did not mention June 26, 1943. It did not mention the 200 bullet holes. It did not mention that he'd proven the P-47 Thunderbolt could take punishment that would destroy any other aircraft and still fly home. At the National Museum of the United States Air Force in Dayton, Ohio, there's a P-47 Thunderbolt on display. It's a D model, serial number 45 to 49,167, nicknamed 5x5. It's painted to represent the aircraft flown by Colonel Joseph Laughlin, commander of the 362nd Fighter Group. The actual aircraft was built in 1945 at Republic's plant in Indiana and served primarily as a trainer. It was later transferred to the museum and restored by Republic Aviation for the 20th anniversary of the Thunderbolt's first flight. The placard next to the aircraft tells visitors it was one of the most produced American fighters of World War II. 15,683 were built. The aircraft had 8.50 caliber machine guns and could carry 2,500 pounds of bombs. P-47s destroyed more than 7,000 enemy aircraft during the war, more than half in air-to-air combat. What the placard doesn't fully convey is why the Thunderbolt succeeded. It wasn't because of superior design or advanced technology. German fighters were more advanced in many ways. The Focke-Wulf 190D and Messerschmitt 109G were arguably better aircraft on paper. The Thunderbolt succeeded because American pilots learned to fight with the airplane they had. They accepted its limitations. They exploited its strengths. They developed tactics that negated enemy advantages. They stayed aggressive. They stayed confident. They trusted their aircraft to bring them home. That's how innovation actually happens in war. Not through engineering breakthroughs or technological superiority, though those help, but through pilots and commanders who see what they have, understand its capabilities, and figure out how to use it better than the enemy expects. Through mechanics who kept the engines running and the guns firing. Through training that produced skilled pilots faster than the enemy could replace their losses. The P-47 Thunderbolt was never the most agile fighter. It was never the fastest fighter at low altitude. It was never the best-looking fighter. But it was one of the most effective American fighters of World War II. Not because it was perfect, but because the people who flew it and maintained it made it work. The men of the 56th Fighter Group proved that. Robert Johnson proved that on June 26, 1943, when he brought home an aircraft that had no business still flying. Hub Zemke proved that through 3 years of combat leadership that turned tactical theory into battlefield practice. Francis Gabreski proved that with 28 kills and the ability to push the Thunderbolt to its limits and survive. Hundreds of other pilots proved it every day by climbing into their Thunderbolts and flying into combat over hostile territory. They flew the Jug. They trusted the Jug. They came home in the Jug. And that's why the P-47 Thunderbolt, despite never achieving the fame of the Mustang, deserves to be remembered as one of the great fighter aircraft of World War II. Not the most famous, but perhaps the most faithful. It brought its pilots home. The P-47's legacy extended beyond World War II. After the war, many countries purchased surplus Thunderbolts. The aircraft served with air forces in Peru, Brazil, Chile, Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Venezuela, China, Iran, Turkey, Portugal, France, and Yugoslavia. Some remained in service into the 1950s and even early 1960s in South American air forces. The ruggedness and reliability that made it effective in World War II made it valuable for smaller nations that couldn't afford newer jet fighters. In the United States, the P-47's design influenced post-war aircraft development. Republic Aviation, the company that built the Thunderbolt, went on to design the F-84 Thunderjet, one of the first successful American jet fighters. The F-84 inherited the Thunderbolt's philosophy: big, rugged, heavily armed, emphasizing survivability and firepower over pure maneuverability. That design philosophy continued through the F-105 Thunderchief in the 1960s. The lesson of the Thunderbolt was that there's more than one way to design a successful fighter. You don't have to build the lightest, most maneuverable aircraft. You can build a big, powerful, tough aircraft and make it work through proper tactics and pilot training. That lesson has been relearned multiple times in aviation history. The F-4 Phantom in Vietnam, the F-15 Eagle, the A-10 Warthog, all followed the Thunderbolt's philosophy in different ways. The Thunderbolt also taught the importance of pilot training and tactical development. The aircraft that struggled in April 1943 was mechanically identical to the aircraft that dominated in December 1943. The difference was pilot skill and tactics. That lesson applies beyond aviation. The best equipment in the world is useless without people who know how to use it effectively. Training matters. Experience matters. Leadership matters. The 56th Fighter Group succeeded not just because they had good aircraft, but because they had leaders like Hub Zemke who fostered innovation and learning. The truth about Robert Johnson's encounter on June 26, 1943, is more complex than the legend suggests. For decades, aviation historians and enthusiasts believed that Egon Meyer was the German pilot who attacked Johnson. The story was romantic, two skilled pilots locked in mortal combat, mutual respect transcending the horrors of war. But the evidence doesn't support it. German records show Meyer was nowhere near the area where Johnson was attacked. No German pilot filed a victory claim matching Johnson's encounter. The identity of the pilot who rocked his wings in salute remains a mystery. What's not a mystery is what the encounter proved. The P-47 Thunderbolt could absorb punishment that would destroy any other aircraft. That fact changed how American pilots fought. It gave them confidence. It allowed them to press attacks longer. It saved lives. Johnson's survival wasn't just luck. It was engineering. The P-47 was designed from the beginning to be tough. Republic Aviation understood that fighters would get hit in combat. They built the Thunderbolt to survive. The engine was buried deep in the fuselage, surrounded by structure. The fuel tanks were self-sealing. The oil system had redundancy. The control cables were armored. The cockpit had heavy armor plate behind the pilot's seat. These features added weight. They made the P-47 heavier than German fighters. But they kept pilots alive. That was the trade-off. Maneuverability versus survivability. Republic chose survivability. American pilots benefited from that choice thousands of times during the war. The comparison between the P-47 and P-51 has fueled debates for 80 years. Which was better? The answer depends on the mission. For long-range escort, the P-51 Mustang was superior. Its laminar flow wing was more efficient. Its liquid-cooled engine was lighter. It could fly farther on less fuel. When the bomber offensive required escorts all the way to Berlin and back, the Mustang was the obvious choice. For everything else, the P-47 was arguably better. Air combat at medium altitude? The P-47's power advantage gave it vertical performance that the Mustang couldn't match. Ground attack? The P-47's ruggedness made it far more survivable against flak. Pilot confidence? The P-47's reputation for bringing pilots home was unmatched. The numbers support this. The 56th Fighter Group, flying only P-47s, achieved the highest score of any fighter group in the 8th Air Force. Groups that transitioned from P-47s to P-51s generally saw their kill ratios decline initially because pilots had to learn new tactics for a different aircraft. The P-51 was more efficient. The P-47 was more effective. There's a difference. But the P-51 looked better in photographs. It had sleek lines. It photographed like a sports car. The P-47 photographed like a truck. That aesthetic difference mattered after the war, when the public was forming opinions about which aircraft won the war. The elegant Mustang became the symbol of American air power. The brutish Thunderbolt was forgotten. Fighter pilots knew better. They knew which aircraft they trusted. They knew which aircraft brought them home when shot full of holes. But public perception isn't shaped by statistics or combat effectiveness. It's shaped by stories and images and aesthetic appeal. The P-51 won the popularity contest. The P-47 won the war. The last P-47 combat mission in American service was flown in 1955 during the Korean War. By then, the Thunderbolt was obsolete. Jets had taken over. But a handful of P-47s remained in service with Air National Guard units for several years after World War II ended. The last airworthy P-47s today are treasured warbuds, maintained by museums and private collectors. They appear at air shows across America and Europe. When a P-47 takes off, the sound is unmistakable, the deep, powerful roar of the R-2800 double Wasp engine. It sounds like power. It sounds like survival. It sounds like victory. For the men who flew them in combat, that sound meant coming home alive. Robert Johnson heard that sound 91 times. 91 missions. 27 kills. 1 Distinguished Service Cross. 1 aircraft that took more than 200 hits and kept flying. He never forgot. He wrote about it in his memoir, published decades after the war. He spoke about it in interviews. He made sure people understood what the P-47 Thunderbolt had done. Not for glory, not for recognition, but so the truth wouldn't be lost. The P-47 Thunderbolt kept him alive. It kept thousands of pilots alive. It destroyed thousands of enemy aircraft and vehicles. It helped win World War II. That's the truth. That's what matters. That's what deserves to be remembered. The story of the P-47 Thunderbolt teaches lessons that extend far beyond World War II aviation history. First, don't judge capability by appearance alone. The Thunderbolt looked ungainly. It looked slow. It looked like it couldn't possibly compete with sleek German fighters. Appearances were deceiving. The Thunderbolt was fast at altitude. It could dive faster than anything else in the sky. It could absorb damage that would destroy more elegant aircraft. Form doesn't always follow function. Sometimes function requires unusual form. The massive radial engine wasn't elegant, but it was reliable and powerful. The thick wings weren't beautiful, but they could carry heavy loads and survive battle damage. The heavy fuselage wasn't streamlined, but it protected the pilot and vital systems. Second, tactics matter more than raw performance. The P-47 couldn't outturn German fighters. That was a physical limitation that couldn't be overcome. But American pilots developed tactics that made that limitation irrelevant. They fought vertically instead of horizontally. They used power instead of agility. They turned a disadvantage into an advantage through creative thinking. Every weapon system has weaknesses. Success comes from developing tactics that minimize those weaknesses while exploiting strengths. The P-47 proved this principle definitively. Third, survivability is a combat multiplier. A pilot who believes his aircraft can bring him home will fight more aggressively. A pilot worried about his aircraft falling apart will be cautious. Caution in fighter combat often leads to defeat. The P-47's legendary toughness gave American pilots confidence. That confidence translated into aggressive tactics. Those aggressive tactics led to victories. The psychological impact of knowing your aircraft can survive hits is impossible to quantify, but absolutely real. Fourth, experience accumulates. Early P-47 operations were costly. Pilots died learning how to fight effectively. But the survivors learned. They taught new pilots. Knowledge accumulated. Tactics improved. The learning curve was steep, but the Americans climbed it faster than the Germans could adapt. Organizations that foster learning, that encourage pilots to share lessons, that reward innovation, that treat failures as opportunities to improve, will outperform organizations with superior equipment but inferior learning culture. Hub Zemke understood this. He created an environment where pilots could experiment, share lessons, and develop better tactics. That cultural difference was more valuable than any technical advantage. Fifth, logistics win wars. The P-47 could be maintained in the field. Spare parts were available. Damaged aircraft could be repaired. Shot-down pilots could be returned to their units. The American logistics system kept Thunderbolts flying even under intense operational tempo. The Germans had superior fighters in many respects, but their logistics were collapsing. They couldn't replace losses. They couldn't maintain aircraft properly. They couldn't train replacement pilots adequately. The side with better logistics usually wins, regardless of weapon performance. The men who flew the P-47 Thunderbolt in combat are nearly all gone now. Robert Johnson died in 1998. Hub Zemke died in 1994. Francis Gabreski died in 2002. David Schilling died in 1956 in a car accident. The last combat pilots from World War II are in their late 90s or beyond. Within a few years, there will be no one left who flew a P-47 in combat. No one who experienced the gut-wrenching fear of being attacked by German fighters. No one who felt the Thunderbolt absorb hits and keep flying. No one who brought home an aircraft full of holes and lived to tell about it. Their stories remain. Their lessons endure. Their aircraft sits in museums, preserved for future generations. But something will be lost when the last pilot dies. The intangible knowledge, the feel of the controls, the sound of the engine, the smell of cordite and hydraulic fluid, the absolute certainty that comes from experience, the knowledge that the P-47 Thunderbolt was a fighter that could be trusted. That knowledge can't be fully captured in books or documentaries. It existed in the memories of men who flew into combat and survived because their aircraft was tough enough to bring them home. Robert Johnson knew. On June 26, 1943, trapped in a crippled fighter with a German pilot systematically shooting him to pieces, Johnson learned something that can't be taught in a classroom. He learned that the P-47 Thunderbolt would not quit, no matter how many hits it took, no matter how much damage it sustained. It would keep flying. It would bring him home. That knowledge kept him alive through 90 more combat missions. It allowed him to press attacks when caution would have been safer. It gave him confidence to stay in fights longer than doctrine recommended. And it brought him home to Barbara, to Oklahoma, to a long life that he never expected to have. The Republic P-47 Thunderbolt deserves to be remembered alongside the Spitfire, the Mustang, and the Messerschmitt as one of the great fighters of World War II. Not because it was the fastest or the most maneuverable or the most elegant. Because it was faithful. It did its job. It protected bombers. It shot down enemy fighters. It destroyed enemy ground targets. It survived damage that would destroy any other aircraft. It brought its pilots home. The men who flew it didn't ask for fame. They didn't need recognition. They had something more valuable than either. They had trust. They trusted the Thunderbolt. And the Thunderbolt never betrayed that trust. On June 26, 1943, over occupied France, Robert Johnson's P-47 took 21 20mm cannon hits and more than 200 machine gun strikes. The aircraft should have disintegrated. It should have exploded. It should have fallen from the sky in pieces. Instead, it flew home. That's the story of the P-47 Thunderbolt. Not the most famous fighter of World War II. Not the most celebrated. Not the most beautiful. But perhaps the most faithful. It brought its pilots home. If you found this story compelling, please like this video. It helps us share more forgotten stories from World War II. Subscribe to stay connected with these untold histories. Each one matters. Each one deserves to be remembered. Leave a comment below telling us where you're watching from. Our community spans the globe, from Texas to Tasmania, from veterans to history enthusiasts. You're part of something special here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for keeping these stories alive. The metallic echo penetrated through the water like a ghostly whisper. Lieutenant Commander Means Johnston clutched his headphones tighter aboard the destroyer escort Shatala, filtering out every extraneous sound to focus on that single, crucial ping. June 4, 1944, approximately 800 yards west of Rio de Oro in French West Africa. The moment was 11:09 in the morning. What Johnston heard in those depths would ignite a chain of events unprecedented in modern naval warfare, a sequence that would simultaneously earn the Navy's highest commendations and provoke threats of criminal prosecution from the service's most powerful admiral. The sonar contact sat impossibly near. Standard operating procedures were unambiguous. Depth charges required specific distances to arm before detonation. At 800 yards, they would strike their target before becoming lethal. Johnston understood his training perfectly. Naval doctrine throughout the entire war had followed an unwavering pattern. Locate the enemy submarine, attack with overwhelming force, confirm its destruction. No exceptions, no hesitation, no alternatives. But Captain Daniel Vincent Gallery had spent 3 intensive weeks preparing his crews for something radically different. Something that contradicted every established protocol the United States Navy had developed for undersea combat. Standing on Guadalcanal's bridge, the escort carrier that formed Task Group 22.3 centerpiece, Gallery watched the tactical situation unfold. At 42 years old, this former Olympic wrestler from Chicago had already sent 3 German U-boats to the ocean floor during the previous 4 months. Yet destroying submarines had begun to feel like squandered opportunities. The turning point had come on April 9th, when his task group had successfully attacked U-515. Gallery had observed the enemy submarine surface, watched its crew scramble overboard as their vessel slowly surrendered to the Atlantic's embrace. In those final moments, something profound had troubled him. The enemy sailors were drowning, certainly, but so was intelligence. Code books, cipher machines, tactical charts, operational documents, all vanishing forever into the depths. That night, Gallery conceived a plan so bold that it would either revolutionize naval operations or terminate his career in disgrace. He would capture the next submarine intact. Not sink it, not destroy it. Capture it completely functional. When Gallery first presented this concept to his destroyer captains, they assumed he was joking. No American naval force had successfully boarded and seized an enemy vessel at sea since the War of 1812, more than 130 years earlier. The dangers were staggering. German submarines carried multiple scuttling charges, specifically designed to obliterate the vessel completely if capture appeared imminent. Any boarding team would essentially be entering a potential explosive tomb, with no guarantee they wouldn't be blown apart before taking 3 steps inside. Gallery, however, had done something extraordinary. He had secretly assembled specialized boarding parties from volunteers throughout his task group. These men had trained relentlessly for weeks, studying captured German technical manuals, learning to identify critical valves and electrical systems, memorizing the precise locations of scuttling charges. He had equipped them with specialized tools, portable pumps, and emergency repair equipment that seemed excessive for normal destroyer escort operations. His crews thought their captain had lost touch with reality. They were about to discover he was orchestrating a gamble whose true stakes exceeded anything they could comprehend. The submarine ascending through the depths toward them was U-505, commanded by Oberleutnant Harold Lang, a 40-year-old veteran specifically brought in to restore morale aboard what had become known as the most cursed vessel in Germany's entire submarine fleet. Since her commissioning in August 1941, U-505 had been plagued by disaster. Her previous commander, Peter Czech, had shot himself in the head during a depth charge attack, the only submarine commander in any navy to commit suicide during actual combat conditions. Equipment failures plagued every single patrol. The crew genuinely believed their boat was hexed, cursed by forces beyond their understanding. Lang had spent 6 months attempting to restore confidence among his demoralized sailors. He had managed to bring the troubled vessel back to fighting condition, but this patrol had gone catastrophically wrong from the beginning. Battery power was dangerously low, detection equipment was malfunctioning badly, and they remained completely unaware they had sailed directly into the center of an American hunter-killer group specifically designed to destroy submarines like theirs. At 11:10, Shatala fired her Hedgehog mortars. 24 projectiles arced through the air before splashing into the ocean in a precise circular pattern. Unlike conventional depth charges, Hedgehogs only detonated upon direct contact with a submarine's hull. The silence that followed felt eternal. Then came the distinctive crack of underwater explosions. Direct hits. Immediately, Shatala followed with a pattern of conventional depth charges set for shallow detonation, creating a devastating underwater barrage that would crack the submarine's hull integrity. Inside U-505, the explosions hurled men violently against bulkheads and shattered instrument gauges into fragments. The submarine rolled with terrifying force, its bow angling toward the surface at an impossible degree. In the engine compartment, high-pressure valves ruptured, releasing sprays of oil mixed with seawater. The rudder jammed completely, locking the vessel into an uncontrollable spiral pattern. Machinist Matt-Hans Gobeler, thrown from his duty station, watched in absolute horror as the depth gauge spun wildly backward. They were in an uncontrolled ascent toward the surface, and no one could do anything to prevent it. Lang ordered the ballast tanks blown, accepting the inevitable reality. They would have to surface in full view of the enemy. As U-505 broke through the waves at 11:16, positioned less than 600 yards from Shatala, Lang made a fateful decision that would haunt him for the remainder of his life. Convinced his submarine was mortally wounded, with water flooding the aft compartments rapidly, he ordered his entire crew to abandon ship immediately. "Set the scuttling charges," he commanded urgently. "Open all sea valves. Destroy the code books completely." But everything happened too quickly. As the crew scrambled up the conning tower ladder in panic, American gunfire erupted from 3 destroyers simultaneously. Wildcat fighters from Guadalcanal dove from the sky, their .50 caliber machine guns stitching lines across the water surrounding the submarine. Lang, wounded in the leg by shrapnel fragments, was assisted over the side by his executive officer. In the chaos and terror of abandonment, with bullets cracking overhead and aircraft roaring past at low altitude, the demolition procedures were only partially completed. Some charges were set, but not properly armed. Sea valves were opened, but not locked in position. Code books were thrown overboard, but the most secret materials remained below in their storage compartments. This was precisely the moment Gallery had prepared for relentlessly. From Guadalcanal's bridge, he grabbed the talk-between-ships radio and spoke words that hadn't been uttered by an American naval commander in over a century. Away, all boarding parties. I say again, away, all boarding parties. Board and take that submarine. On the destroyer escort Pillsbury, Lieutenant Junior Grade Albert Leroy David assembled his 8-man boarding team rapidly. David was no ordinary officer. At 42, he had served in the Navy since 1919, rising from enlisted ranks through sheer determination and exceptional competence. He understood completely that this mission was likely suicide. German submarine doctrine mandated multiple scuttling charges distributed throughout the boat. If even one had been properly armed, the submarine would disintegrate the instant they entered its hull. The whaleboat launched from Pillsbury at 11:22, bouncing across the choppy Atlantic toward the circling submarine. U-505 was still making 5 or 6 knots forward, her jammed rudder forcing her into wide circles, with water sloshing over her foredeck continuously. David's team had to time their approach with perfect precision, coming alongside a moving submarine with no crew available to throw the mooring lines, no one to shut down the still-running engines. As they bumped against the steel hull, David made a decision that would later earn him the Medal of Honor. Without any hesitation, he leaped onto the slippery deck and sprinted toward the conning tower hatch. Behind him, Radioman Second Class Stanley Wodowick and Torpedoman's Mate Third Class Arthur Nispel followed immediately, while the rest of the boarding party struggled desperately to secure their boat to the circling submarine. David plunged through the conning tower hatch into complete darkness. The emergency lighting had completely failed. Water sloshed ankle-deep through the control room, and the submarine's severe inclination made every movement treacherous. The smell assaulted him immediately, a nauseating mixture of diesel oil, battery acid, human sweat accumulated over months, and the metallic tang of fear. Temperature inside exceeded 95 degrees Fahrenheit. The air was thick with humidity from the flooded compartments, making every breath feel like drowning. What David didn't know was that he had an unlikely ally in this desperate moment. Ewald Felix, a German sailor who had been slow to abandon ship during the chaos, had made a crucial decision that would never appear in any official report. In the moments before escaping through the hatch, Felix had quietly closed several critical valves, actions that prevented the submarine from sinking immediately. David's flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a scene from nightmares. Water spurted from dozens of ruptures throughout the pressure hull. The hum of electrical motors mixed with the sinister hiss of escaping air. Somewhere in this maze of pipes, valves, and machinery, 14 demolition charges waited to explode. David had absolutely no way of knowing that only one charge remained properly armed, or that it would be discovered days later still live, its timer mechanism having mysteriously failed to detonate. Behind David, Torpedoman Arthur Nispel squeezed through the narrow hatch, immediately slipping on the oil-slick deck plates. The submarine lurched violently as it continued its circular path, throwing both men hard against the periscope housing. Through the open hatch above them, they could hear their boat crew shouting desperately that they were drifting away, unable to maintain position alongside the moving submarine. David faced an impossible choice: return to safety or continue deeper into what might become a death trap. He chose to go deeper into the unknown. Moving forward through the control room carefully, David encountered his first major obstacle. The watertight door leading to the forward compartments was sealed shut. If the compartments beyond were completely flooded, opening this door would sink the submarine instantly. David pressed his ear against the cold steel, listening intently for any sound of rushing water. Nothing. Silence. He spun the wheel mechanism, muscles straining against the significant pressure differential. The door opened with a metallic groan that echoed through the submarine, revealing the officers' quarters beyond. The first priority was stopping the flooding immediately. David located the main sea strainer, an 8-inch valve that was allowing thousands of gallons per minute to flood the engine compartments. With Nispel's assistance, he managed to close it completely, watching the flow of water slow to a manageable stream. But this was merely the beginning of their task. Throughout the entire submarine, dozens of smaller valves remained open, each steadily contributing to the slow drowning of U-505. Widowick had found the radio room, and what he discovered there would fundamentally change the course of the entire war. The room was an intelligence treasure trove that German security protocols explicitly demanded should have been destroyed within 30 seconds of the abandoned ship order. But in the absolute chaos of the attack, with the submarine rolling violently and water flooding in rapidly, the radio operator had fled without completing destruction procedures. The Germans had abandoned ship so quickly that they left everything behind intact. The Enigma machine sat on the radio operator's table, its rotors still properly in place, its daily settings completely unchanged. This wasn't just any Enigma cipher machine, but the latest 4-rotor naval version, the M4, which the Allies had struggled desperately to decrypt consistently throughout the war. Around the machine lay code books, some still open to the current date. Complete June 1944 cipher materials, including the special coordinate code that revealed exact locations of U-boat patrol areas across the Atlantic. The officer cipher settings, the short weather code book, the short signal book, and most incredibly, big RAM tables not scheduled to come into effect until July and August, materials that would give Allied codebreakers a window into future German communications. Widowick carefully gathered each document, his hands trembling as he realized what he held. A single water-soaked page could contain information worth thousands of Allied lives. He wrapped the materials meticulously in waterproof canvas bags that Gallery had insisted each boarding party carry, despite considerable skepticism from his officers about their necessity. That seemingly paranoid foresight would preserve documents that would help decisively win the Battle of the Atlantic. Meanwhile, gunners Mate First Class Chester Makarsky and motor machinists, Mate First Class Zenon Lukosius, had made their way to the engine room. The scene they encountered was absolutely catastrophic. The diesel engines were still running at full power, their thunderous noise making any communication completely impossible. Water sprayed from ruptured cooling lines, creating a scalding mist that burned any exposed skin. The deck plates were awash with a toxic mixture of diesel fuel, lubricating oil, and seawater that made every single step treacherous and potentially fatal. More boarding parties arrived rapidly from Guadalcanal and the other destroyers in the task group. Commander Earl Trocino, Guadalcanal's chief engineer, brought portable pumps and emergency equipment. Working in the flooded engine room under impossible conditions, Trocino accomplished something that seemed technically impossible. He disconnected U-505's diesel engines from her electric motors, while leaving the motors connected directly to the propeller shafts. As Guadalcanal began towing the submarine, the propellers would spin, turning the motors into generators, charging the batteries that would power the submarine's own internal pumps. It was brilliant engineering executed under impossible circumstances. But Gallery understood completely that the real battle was just beginning. They had to keep this capture absolutely secret from everyone. If Germany learned that U-505 had been captured rather than sunk, they would immediately change all their codes across the entire fleet. The entire ultra-intelligence operation, the Allied ability to read German communications, would collapse catastrophically just days before the crucial Normandy invasion. Gallery ordered the most extreme security measures in naval history. The 3,000 men of Task Group 22.3 were sworn to absolute secrecy under threat of court-martial. All mail was heavily censored. Shore leave was completely canceled, and any mention whatsoever of the capture threatened immediate criminal prosecution. The German prisoners, 58 survivors pulled from the water, were told they were being transported to Casablanca for standard processing. Instead, they would spend the remainder of the war in a special prison camp in Louisiana, held incommunicado in direct violation of the Geneva Convention. Their families would be officially told they were dead, lost at sea with all hands. The tow to Bermuda took 2 grueling weeks and covered 2,500 nautical miles. U-505, painted to resemble an American submarine and temporarily renamed USS Nemo, arrived at the Naval Operating Base on June 19, 1944. The codebooks were immediately flown under armed guard to Bletchley Park in England, where they provided invaluable assistance to Allied codebreakers during the final crucial year of the war. But Gallery's moment of triumph quickly turned into a bureaucratic nightmare when word finally reached Washington. Admiral Ernest Joseph King, Chief of Naval Operations and arguably the most powerful man in the entire United States Navy, was incandescent with rage. Gallery had risked the entire ultra-secret for what King considered nothing more than a reckless publicity stunt. The British, who had carefully concealed their earlier captures of U-110 in 1941 and U-559 in 1942, were equally furious with the Americans. They had deliberately sunk their captured submarines to prevent any German suspicions about code compromise. Gallery had not only kept his prize intact, but was towing it across the Atlantic Ocean in broad daylight, where any German reconnaissance aircraft could potentially spot it. King seriously considered court-martialing Gallery immediately. The charge would have been endangering Allied intelligence operations through reckless grandstanding and disobedience to established naval protocols. Only the successful maintenance of absolute secrecy ultimately saved Gallery from professional disgrace. The Germans never learned of U-505's capture during the war. Her crew was officially listed as missing, presumed dead. The submarine was formally recorded as lost with all hands somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. German naval records showed no indication that anyone suspected the truth. The intelligence value of the capture exceeded even Gallery's wildest expectations. The coordinate code allowed Allied forces to route convoys away from submarine patrol areas with unprecedented precision, saving countless merchant vessels. The acoustic torpedo, recovered from U-505's deck storage, revealed German advances in weapons technology that prompted the Allies to quickly develop effective countermeasures. The submarine herself became a floating classroom where American engineers studied German technology intensively, learning innovations that would be incorporated into post-war American submarine designs. Lieutenant Albert David received the Medal of Honor, the only one awarded to an Atlantic Fleet sailor during the entire Second World War. But tragically, he would never wear it. On September 17, 1945, just over 1 year after his heroic boarding of U-505, David died suddenly of a heart attack at age 43. President Harry Truman personally presented the medal to his widow the following month. The German crew's ordeal proved equally remarkable and disturbing. Held at Camp Ruston, Louisiana, they were systematically denied Red Cross visits, forbidden all male privileges, and kept in complete isolation from other prisoners. The camp had originally been built to house members of the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, but had been hastily converted to hold German prisoners from Rommel's Afrika Korps. But the crew of U-505 was fundamentally different. They weren't just prisoners of war. They were secrets that had to be kept at absolutely any cost. The 58 survivors were placed in a special compound within the main camp, surrounded by a second fence topped with additional barbed wire. Guard towers were manned exclusively by Navy personnel specifically chosen because they spoke no German whatsoever. Even the camp commandant was deliberately kept ignorant of why these particular prisoners required such extreme security measures. The official cover story was that they were suspected war criminals awaiting special investigation. Hans Gobeler, the machinist who had experienced the terrifying uncontrolled descent, later described the psychological torture of their captivity in stark terms. "We were ghosts," he wrote in his post-war memoir. "Our families had been told we were dead. We could hear other German prisoners in the main camp receiving mail, Red Cross packages, even occasional visits from clergy. We received nothing. We existed in a void, neither properly dead nor truly alive." The prisoners were interrogated repeatedly and intensively, though they couldn't understand why their captors seemed so obsessively interested in technical details about their boat rather than standard military operations. American intelligence officers, posing as fellow prisoners, were deliberately placed among them to gather casual conversation that might reveal important technical details. Every word spoken was secretly recorded and meticulously analyzed. The prisoners' notebooks were regularly confiscated and studied. Even their chess games were carefully monitored for possible coded communications. Oberleutnant Harold Lang spent his captivity in even greater isolation than his crew. Initially held in the base hospital for treatment of his leg wound, he was kept under 24-hour armed guard. No medical personnel were permitted to speak to him beyond essential medical communications. For 6 long months, he genuinely believed he was the sole survivor of his entire crew. The psychological impact was absolutely devastating. In letters written after the war, Lang described seriously contemplating suicide, convinced he had failed catastrophically in his duty by surviving when he believed his men had all perished. The truth was far more complex and manipulative. American intelligence officers were deliberately using Lang's isolation as a psychological tool. By carefully controlling what information he received, they could verify intelligence gathered from other sources. When Lang was finally informed that his crew had actually survived, his relief was so overwhelming that he became unexpectedly cooperative, providing technical details about German submarine operations that he might have withheld under different circumstances. Meanwhile, the other prisoners created their own small universe within their compound. They organized classes teaching everything from English to advanced mathematics. They formed an orchestra using instruments improvised from Red Cross packages and scrap materials. They even published a secret handwritten newspaper passed between barracks, maintaining morale through dark humor about their ghost status. One cartoon depicted a skeleton in a U-boat uniform with the caption, "Still waiting for mail from home." The Geneva Convention was systematically violated to preserve the capture secret. International law explicitly required that prisoners' names be reported to the International Red Cross within weeks of capture. The Red Cross would then notify families and arrange for mail and package delivery. For the crew of U-505, this never happened. Their names appeared on no official lists. Their families received no notification of any kind. In Germany, memorial services were solemnly held for the lost crew. Wives became widows without knowing their husbands lived. Children grew up genuinely believing their fathers had died heroically at sea fighting for their country. The prolonged isolation took a severe psychological toll. 3 prisoners attempted suicide during their captivity. Several developed what camp psychiatrists clinically termed acute depressive episodes. Others retreated into elaborate fantasy worlds, creating detailed mental constructions about post-war lives that seemed increasingly impossible. One young sailor spent hours each day writing love letters to his girlfriend that could never be sent, filling notebook after notebook with declarations of love and descriptions of the future they would share together. The story took an extraordinary and unexpected turn 20 years later. In 1964, Gallery, now a rear admiral, personally invited Lang to Chicago for the 20th anniversary commemoration of the capture. The 2 former enemies met at the Museum of Science and Industry, where U-505 had been permanently installed as a public exhibit. The meeting had been carefully orchestrated by Gallery, who had tracked down Lang through German naval veterans organizations. Lang, now working as a harbor pilot in Hamburg, had initially refused the invitation outright. The memories were too painful, the shame of losing his boat too deep and personal. But Gallery persisted, writing thoughtful personal letters that emphasized not defeat but survival, not shame but honor under impossible circumstances. When Lang finally agreed to come, he brought with him something remarkable, a detailed account he had written but never published about the final moments aboard U-505. His narrative revealed crucial details that American investigators had never fully understood. The suicide of his predecessor, Peter Check, had traumatized the crew so profoundly that many had officially requested transfers. Those requests were all systematically denied. The crew genuinely believed their boat was cursed, that death was ultimately inevitable. Some had completely stopped writing letters home, convinced they would never return to Germany. Lang's account described the moment of the attack with vivid, haunting clarity. We were at lunch. Potato soup. The same meal we had eaten for 3 consecutive days because our refrigeration unit had failed completely. The first explosion threw the soup pot across the compartment, scalding the cook severely. Men were hurled against equipment with such tremendous force that 3 suffered broken ribs. The boat stood on its nose at a 70-degree angle that sent everything not properly secured flying forward. I watched our spare torpedoes break loose from their restraining chains, 6,000 pounds of steel and high explosives sliding toward the forward bulkhead. The depth charge attack had inflicted far more damage than the Americans initially realized. The main ballast tank vents were jammed permanently open, making it impossible to maintain any depth control. The stern planes were frozen at maximum dive angle. The compass was spinning uselessly. Most critically, the pressure hull had developed a hairline fracture near frame 50, a structural weakness that was allowing water to enter at increasing pressure with each passing second. Lang knew his boat had perhaps mere minutes before catastrophic implosion would kill everyone aboard. His decision to surface and immediately abandon ship, Lang revealed, was not panic but careful calculation. I had 58 men under my command, he told Gallery during their emotional reunion. Boys, really. The youngest was just 17 years old. I could die with my ship, fulfill the romantic notion of a captain's sacred duty, or I could save these boys' lives. I chose life. There is absolutely no honor in unnecessary death. In a gesture that brought tears to the elderly submarine commander's eyes, Gallery solemnly returned Lang's binoculars, which he had kept as a war trophy for 2 decades. But Gallery had something else, something he had never reported to Navy intelligence or mentioned in any official document. He produced Lang's personal diary, which had been discovered hidden behind a pipe in the captain's cabin during the initial boarding. I read it, Gallery admitted quietly. Every single page. It helped me understand profoundly that you were not monsters, just men doing your duty as you understood it. This diary should be with your family, not locked in my safe. Lang opened the water-stained diary with trembling hands, reading his own words from 20 years earlier. My hands shake as I write this. We have been at sea for 40 consecutive days. No contact with base for 2 weeks. The men are psychologically breaking down. Yesterday, I discovered Seaman Krause crying alone in the torpedo room. He had received no mail from home in 6 months. He believes his family thinks him dead. Perhaps they are correct. Perhaps we are all dead already, just waiting for the ocean to finally claim us. We were enemies who tried desperately to kill each other, Lang told assembled reporters at the reunion. Now we are friends. The submarine that nearly ended Gallery's career has become a symbol of reconciliation. The incident that almost destroyed Gallery's naval career had transformed into a powerful symbol. The submarine that should have been destroyed had become a memorial to the profound complexity of war, where enemies could become friends, where disobedience could become heroism, where capturing rather than killing could fundamentally change history. The magnitude of Gallery's audacious gamble only became truly clear after the war when intelligence analysts meticulously calculated the value of the captured materials. The coordinate code alone was credited with saving dozens of merchant vessels and thousands of Allied lives during the final critical year of the war. The detailed knowledge of German submarine operations obtained from studying U-505 influenced American submarine development for decades afterward. Admiral Karl Donitz, Supreme Commander of the German submarine fleet, never knew one of his boats had been captured intact. In his memoirs written after the war, he expressed genuine puzzlement about how the Allies seemed to anticipate U-boat movements with uncanny accuracy during the last year of the war. He never learned the answer lay in a converted warehouse in Bermuda, where American intelligence officers had spent months systematically extracting every secret from U-505. The 58 German sailors who survived the capture experienced a remarkable transformation that mirrored their boat's journey from deadly weapon to educational museum piece. Many maintained lifelong correspondence with their American guards after the war ended. Several eventually immigrated to the United States during the 1950s. Hans Gobeler, the machinist who had watched his submarine's terrifying, uncontrolled descent toward the surface, wrote a best-selling book about his experiences that became widely read in Germany. He dedicated it simply to the American sailors who saved my life. The boarding party members became celebrated figures within the Navy, though the public wouldn't learn their dramatic story until after the war concluded. Arthur Nispel and Stanley Widowick both received Navy Crosses. The other 6 boarding party members received Silver Stars. But they all understood the real reward was simply survival. They had entered a potentially explosive submarine, successfully disarmed its destruction mechanisms, and emerged not just alive, but victorious. Gallery's post-war career was marked by both significant triumph and considerable controversy. His decision to capture rather than sink U-505 had placed him fundamentally at odds with naval orthodoxy, a pattern that would define the remainder of his military service. He wrote several books about the capture, each revelation carefully cleared by protective Navy censors to safeguard still classified intelligence methods. His first book, Clear the Decks, published in 1951, became a national bestseller, but absolutely infuriated Admiral King, who had never forgiven Gallery for risking the ultra-secret. Gallery's real vindication came from an unexpected source decades later. In 1974, when British intelligence finally declassified portions of the Ultra program, historians discovered that Gallery's capture had actually enhanced, rather than endangered, Allied code-breaking efforts. The materials from U-505 had provided crucial verification of decrypts that British intelligence had been uncertain about for months. Several German naval codes that Bletchley Park had only partially broken were fully understood thanks to U-505's complete code library. Alan Turing himself, the brilliant genius behind much of Britain's code-breaking success, had written in a still classified 1944 memo, "The American capture, while initially quite alarming, has provided invaluable verification of our theoretical work. We now have absolute confirmation of German encoding procedures we had only guessed at through mathematical analysis. The coordinate cipher, particularly, has yielded patterns we would have needed many additional months to discern through cryptanalysis alone." Gallery became a passionate advocate for naval aviation and an outspoken critic of post-war defense cuts, positions that earned him powerful enemies in Washington. His involvement in the revolt of the admirals, a bitter political battle over naval aviation's future, ultimately cost him promotion to vice admiral. When the Secretary of Defense proposed completely eliminating aircraft carriers in favor of long-range strategic bombers, Gallery leaked classified information to journalists proving the vulnerability of bomber formations to submarine-launched guided missiles, technology discovered aboard captured German vessels, including U-505 itself. The leak definitively ended Gallery's career advancement, but ultimately saved naval aviation. President Truman himself acknowledged privately that Gallery's calculated insubordination had prevented a strategic disaster. "You're absolutely right, Dan," Truman told him candidly at a White House reception. "But being right and being promoted are two entirely different things in this town." Yet Gallery never expressed even the slightest regret about capturing U-505. In his autobiography, 8 Bells and All's Well, he revealed the full, remarkable extent of his preparation for the capture. "I had meticulously studied every after-action report from British submarine captures. I knew the British had captured U-110 in 1941, but had kept it secret even from us, their closest allies. I suspected they had obtained code materials that gave them intelligence advantages they weren't sharing with American forces. I wanted America to have its own intelligence coup, independent of British control. Gallery had actually begun detailed planning for a submarine capture months before the June 4th encounter. He had requisitioned specialized equipment under deliberately false pretenses. Portable pumps were officially for damage control training exercises. Waterproof document bags were ostensibly for preserving ship's logs during abandoned ship drills. Canvas patches and wooden plugs were standard damage control supplies that just happened to match German submarine hull specifications perfectly. The final chapter of U-505's extraordinary story was written in Chicago, where it became the Museum of Science and Industry's most popular permanent exhibit. But the journey from captured enemy vessel to beloved museum centerpiece was itself an epic worthy of recognition. After the war ended, U-505 sat deteriorating at Portsmouth Naval Yard for 9 long years, systematically picked clean by souvenir hunters and Navy personnel looking for spare parts. By 1953, virtually nothing remained of her interior equipment. The submarine that had once represented Germany's most advanced underwater warfare technology was reduced to a rusting steel shell. The Navy's plan was brutally simple and final. Use U-505 for target practice until she sank to the bottom. Admiral Gallery, learning of this plan, was absolutely horrified. He immediately contacted his brother, Father John Ireland Gallery, a Catholic priest who had become a prominent and influential figure in Chicago civic affairs. Father Gallery reached out to Lennox Lohr, president of the Museum of Science and Industry, with an audacious proposal. Why not save the submarine as a permanent memorial to American naval achievement? Lohr was intrigued but deeply skeptical. Moving a submarine from Portsmouth, New Hampshire to Chicago would require passage through the St. Lawrence Seaway, which couldn't possibly accommodate a vessel of U-505's substantial dimensions. The submarine would have to be towed down the Atlantic coast, through the Caribbean, up the Mississippi River to the Great Lakes, a journey of thousands of miles. The cost was estimated at $250,000 in 1954 money, equivalent to over $2 million in today's currency. Chicago responded with unprecedented public enthusiasm. School children donated their nickels and dimes. Labor unions offered free skilled work. Corporate sponsors competed aggressively to fund specific restoration projects. The city that had sent thousands of sailors to fight in the Atlantic desperately wanted to preserve this tangible piece of the victory they had helped achieve. The complex towing operation began in May 1954. Coast Guard vessels escorted U-505 on a journey that attracted massive crowds at every port. In Detroit alone, over 100,000 people came to see the captured submarine. Veterans brought their children and grandchildren. Former Rosie the Riveters, who had built Liberty ships, touched the hull of the enemy vessel their wartime work had helped defeat. German-American communities sent official delegations, viewing the submarine with profoundly complex emotions. Pride in German engineering excellence, mixed with deep relief that such weapons were now safely confined to museums. But the restoration challenge seemed completely insurmountable. U-505 was an empty shell. Gallery's solution was both audacious and brilliant. He contacted the original German manufacturers who had built U-505's components. His letter to each company was nearly identical. "We have your submarine. It will be displayed for millions to see. Would you prefer it to represent German engineering at its absolute best, or as the empty, rusting shell it currently is?" The response exceeded all expectations. Mannheim Diesel sent complete engine rebuilding specifications and spare parts. Zeiss provided new periscope optics. Siemens contributed electrical components. AEG supplied motor control systems. Every company included essentially the same message: "We are sorry you have our submarine, but if she must be displayed there, she should properly represent German technical capability at its finest." Most remarkably, every single contribution came free of charge, a gesture of professional pride that transcended the bitter war that had ended less than a decade earlier. Over 20 million visitors have now walked through the submarine that Gallery courageously refused to sink. School children learn about the war in its cramped compartments. Veterans bring their grandchildren to show them where actual history was made. The submarine has hosted thousands of ceremonies, from naturalization services for new Americans to re-enlistment ceremonies for sailors continuing their military service. Each event adds another meaningful layer to the vessel's remarkable transformation from weapon to memorial. In 1989, U-505 was officially designated a National Historic Landmark. The citation noted not merely its significant role in the war, but its unique position as a powerful bridge between former enemies. The submarine that had been built specifically to destroy American shipping had become an American monument. The crew that had served the Nazi regime had become advocates for democracy and peace. The capture that had nearly resulted in court-martial had become a lasting testament to creative courage. The technical innovations discovered aboard U-505 influenced submarine development worldwide for decades. American engineers spent many months meticulously documenting every single system, creating detailed blueprints that would profoundly influence American submarine design for the next 3 decades. The snorkel system, allowing submarines to run diesel engines while remaining submerged, was absolutely revolutionary. American submarines had nothing remotely comparable. The German design could extend to 40 feet above the hull, incorporating float valves that automatically sealed if waves washed over the intake. This technology alone extended underwater endurance from mere hours to multiple days, a game-changing capability. The torpedo data computer found in U-505's conning tower represented another stunning revelation. This sophisticated analog computer could calculate firing solutions for multiple targets simultaneously, accounting for target speed, direction, submarine motion, and even ocean currents. American torpedo fire control systems were primitive by comparison. Within 6 months, American submarines in the Pacific were equipped with dramatically improved fire control systems based directly on German innovations. Perhaps the most significant discovery was the submarine's acoustic dampening technology. The interior of U-505's hull was lined with a synthetic rubber compound called alberich, named after the dwarf in Wagner's Ring Cycle who could become invisible. This coating, embedded with air pockets in a specific engineered pattern, absorbed sonar pulses rather than reflecting them. Extensive tests at the Naval Research Laboratory demonstrated it could reduce sonar detection range by an astonishing 60%. The hydraulic torpedo loading systems were meticulously copied and refined. German engineers had developed a system that could reload all 4 forward tubes in less than 10 minutes, exactly half the time required by American systems. The mechanism used a revolutionary hydraulic ram that could function at any depth without the pressure equalization problems that plagued American designs. This single innovation would save countless hours of tactical vulnerability during combat operations. The submarine's battery technology provided equally valuable insights. U-505 carried 2 complete sets of 62 cells each, providing 2,700 horsepower when running submerged. But it was the sophisticated battery maintenance and ventilation systems that truly impressed American engineers. The Germans had developed highly sophisticated hydrogen detection and ventilation systems that prevented the explosive gas buildup that had catastrophically destroyed several American submarines. Every American submarine built after 1945 incorporated German battery safety innovations as standard equipment. The acoustic torpedo retrieved from U-505's deck storage represented a capability America didn't know Germany possessed. The T-5 Zonkenig, or Wren, could home in on the distinctive sound of ship propellers from over 6 miles away. Initial tests showed it could actually differentiate between merchant vessels and warships based solely on propeller cavitation patterns. The Americans had been working on similar technology, but were years behind German development. Within weeks of thoroughly studying the captured torpedo, American scientists had developed effective countermeasures that would save dozens of Allied ships during the war's final months. Intelligence officers discovered that U-505 carried equipment they didn't even recognize initially. A device labeled Courier turned out to be a burst radio transmission system that could compress a lengthy operational message into a transmission lasting less than half a second, too brief for Allied direction-finding equipment to locate successfully. Another mysterious box proved to be an early form of radar detector that could identify specific Allied radar frequencies and warn when the submarine was being actively tracked. The code books revealed German innovations in communication security that dramatically exceeded Allied estimates. The Germans were using an elaborate system of grid references that changed daily, with coordinates encrypted using a special cipher that required both the daily Enigma key and a set of bigram tables. Even with the Enigma machine itself, messages remained meaningless without these additional critical layers. The captured materials from U-505 provided a complete set of these tools, allowing Allied intelligence to read German naval communications in real time for the remainder of the war. Gallery died on January 16, 1977, at age 75. His funeral was attended by former enemies and allies alike, including several of U-505's former crew members who traveled from Germany specifically to pay their respects. Harold Lang sent a wreath with a simple but profound message: to the captain who spared our lives and showed us honor in defeat. The capture of U-505 stands as one of the most extraordinary episodes of the entire Second World War. Not because it represented a great military victory in the traditional sense, but because it embodied a fundamentally different kind of victory. In a war universally characterized by total destruction, Gallery had deliberately chosen capture over annihilation. In a conflict that demanded unquestioning hatred of the enemy, he had demonstrated genuine respect for defeated foes. In a battle where following established orders meant certain tactical success, he had risked absolutely everything on an unprecedented gamble. The 800 tons of steel that comprise U-505 rest now in climate-controlled comfort, meticulously preserved for future generations. Every rivet, valve, and gauge tells a profound story of transformation. Built for destruction, captured through calculated disobedience, preserved through unwavering determination. It stands as living proof that sometimes the greatest victories come not from destroying the enemy, but from genuinely understanding them. Not from blindly following orders, but from recognizing when orders must be courageously challenged. The story of U-505 is ultimately about the pivotal moment when one captain made the audacious decision that intelligence was worth more than simple destruction, that capturing could achieve what killing could not, that disobedience in service of a greater good could transform a routine combat patrol into genuine history. Gallery's gamble, David's extraordinary courage, and 58 German sailors' survival created a legacy that profoundly transcends war itself. They proved conclusively that enemies can become friends, that intelligence can triumph over brute force, and that sometimes the boldest possible action is not to destroy, but to preserve. The influence of U-505's capture extended far beyond World War II. During the Cold War, American submarine doctrine systematically incorporated crucial lessons learned from the German vessel. The ability to capture enemy technology intact became a strategic priority that fundamentally shaped special operations development. Navy SEAL teams trained specifically for submarine boarding operations using detailed knowledge gained from David's comprehensive after-action reports. Every submarine capture attempted by any Navy since 1944 has meticulously studied the U-505 operation as foundational doctrine. In 1968, when the Soviet submarine K-129 sank in the Pacific Ocean carrying nuclear missiles and code books, the CIA's ambitious operation to recover it, Project Azorian, was directly inspired by Gallery's success. Howard Hughes's specially constructed Glomar Explorer, the ship built specifically for the recovery, carried equipment designed based explicitly on lessons from U-505. Though only partially successful, the operation recovered crucial intelligence about Soviet nuclear capabilities. The human legacy proved equally enduring and profound. Dozens of U-505's crew members maintained lifelong correspondence with their American captors, transforming enemies into friends. Hans Gobeler, who had closed crucial valves during the submarine's death throes, immigrated to America in 1956. He worked at the Museum of Science and Industry, serving as a volunteer guide aboard his former vessel. Visitors were consistently amazed to meet an actual crew member who could describe life aboard the submarine from direct personal experience. In his countless tours, Gobela would stand in the engine room, where he had nearly died, and tell visitors, "This submarine was built specifically to kill Americans. Now it teaches Americans." That transformation from weapon to teacher, that is the real victory. Not destroying your enemy, but converting them. Not conquering, but understanding. The preservation of U-505 also significantly influenced international maritime law. The 1958 Geneva Convention on the High Seas included specific provisions addressing captured vessels, largely based on complex legal questions raised by U-505's unique status. The submarine that had violated neutrality, attacked civilian shipping, and served a criminal regime had ironically contributed substantially to strengthening international law. Modern submarine warfare still reflects innovations discovered aboard U-505. The acoustic torpedo technology led directly to development of the Mark 48 torpedo, still the primary weapon of American submarines today. The snorkel system evolved into sophisticated modern air-independent propulsion. The burst communication system pioneered submarine satellite communication protocols. Every American submarine launched since 1945 carries technological DNA from the captured German vessel. Intelligence professionals worldwide study the U-505 capture as a masterclass in operational security. Gallery's ability to keep 3,000 sailors completely silent about the war's most dramatic capture remains legendary in intelligence circles. The FBI conducted studies investigating how Gallery achieved this remarkable feat, concluding that his unique combination of patriotic appeal, strict discipline, and personal charismatic leadership created what they termed a culture of tactical silence that became a foundational model for classified operations. The Museum of Science and Industry has meticulously documented over 40,000 veterans who have visited U-505 with their families, using the submarine to explain their service to generations who never experienced war firsthand. Each generation finds profound relevance in the 70-year-old vessel. In 2004, the museum completed a $35 million comprehensive preservation project that moved U-505 indoors, protecting it permanently from Chicago's harsh weather. The extraordinary engineering challenge of moving an 800-ton submarine 500 feet underground without disassembly required innovative techniques that advanced heavy lifting technology. Even in preservation, U-505 continued contributing to engineering innovation. Today, U-505 stands as the last accessible Type 9C submarine in existence. Its sister ships lie scattered across ocean floors worldwide or were scrapped decades ago. This remarkable survivor, preserved through an act of calculated disobedience, has outlasted the nation that built it, the twisted ideology it served, and most of those who sailed in it or captured it. It remains an enduring testament to the moment when one captain's courageous refusal to follow established orders fundamentally changed history. Gallery died, believing his capture of U-505 was his greatest achievement. History has conclusively proven him right, but not for the reasons he originally imagined. The intelligence value, while genuinely significant, lasted only through war's end. The technical innovations were eventually superseded by newer developments. But the profound human story, the transformation of enemies into friends, the preservation of knowledge over mindless destruction, the courage to disobey wrong orders in service of right action, these lessons remain genuinely timeless. Every visitor who descends into U-505 enters a space where history pivoted on individual decisions, where Albert David chose courage over safety, where Harold Lang chose life over death, where Daniel Gallery chose capture over destruction, where 58 German sailors and 3,000 American sailors kept a secret that saved countless lives, where enemies became teachers and weapons became classrooms. The submarine's motto, painted on its conning tower during construction, read Sieg oder Untergang, victory or destruction. Neither prediction proved accurate. Instead, U-505 found a remarkable third path, transformation. From hunter to hunted, from weapon to memorial, from enemy to educator. In that profound transformation lies a message more powerful than any torpedo it ever carried. That understanding conquers hatred, that preservation defeats destruction, and that sometimes the greatest victory is courageously refusing to destroy what others demand you sink. October 27, 1943, 10:30 a.m. New Zealand troops stormed the shores of Mono Island in the Treasury Islands. The assault force numbered 3,795 men. USS destroyers Phillip and Pringle pounded the coastline before the landing. Torrential rain hampered visibility. Japanese defenders anticipated American movements through the Solomon Chain, but were stunned by the precise timing and location of this strike. Among the first Americans reaching the beach were personnel from Company A, 87th Naval Construction Battalion, accompanied by a 25-man headquarters detachment. They carried equipment that would revolutionize Pacific Island combat operations. They brought bulldozers, Caterpillar D8 models, massive track vehicles weighing roughly 20 tons, fitted with 10-foot steel blades engineered for earth removal, jungle elimination, and road construction, all painted in military olive drab. Built in Peoria, Illinois, and San Leandro, California, these machines traveled 7,000 miles across the Pacific to function on a tropical island unknown to most Americans. The Seabees fired up the engines. Diesel fumes blended with ocean mist and tropical moisture. Heavy machinery noise reverberated across landscape where jungle sounds had dominated just days earlier. Japanese troops withdrawing inland heard the machines at work. Most had never experienced bulldozers operating at such magnitude. Approximately 1 hour following the initial assault, an incident occurred that would achieve legendary status among construction battalions. Machinist Mate Second Class Aurelio Tassone from Milford, Massachusetts, guided his bulldozer off the landing craft when his commander, Lieutenant Charles Turnbull, informed him a Japanese pillbox blocked the advance. The fortification consisted of coconut logs and sand, typical Japanese defensive construction. Its machine gun commanded clear firing zones across the beach. New Zealand and American forces were immobilized. Forward progress ceased. Tassone decided to act. He elevated his bulldozer blade as protection against incoming rounds, maneuvered around the fortification to attack from behind, and drove directly toward it. Bullets ricocheted off the steel blade. Lieutenant Turnbull supplied covering fire with his carbine. Upon reaching the enemy strongpoint, Tassone lowered the blade and obliterated the complete structure, entombing it and its 12 Japanese defenders beneath tons of logs, sand, and coral. The engagement lasted mere minutes. The beach obstruction vanished. The advance resumed. For this achievement, Aurelio Tassone received the Silver Star and advanced to Machinist Mate First Class. His accomplishment featured in military journals, appeared in comic strips, and inspired a pivotal scene in the 1944 movie The Fighting Seabees, featuring John Wayne. The image of a Seabee commanding his bulldozer, simultaneously constructing and combat-ready, became an iconic symbol of naval construction battalion operations. Yet Tassone's individual valor, significant as it proved, represented merely a fraction of what bulldozers achieved throughout the Pacific conflict. The genuine narrative wasn't spectacular combat engagements. The authentic story involved mathematics, construction velocity, industrial capacity transformed into strategic superiority, the capability to convert any seized Pacific island into an operational American military installation before Japanese forces could execute effective counteroffensives or defensive preparations. The Seabees on Treasury Islands continued operations following Tassone's pillbox destruction. They maintained constant activity. Bulldozers eliminated jungle for supply storage areas. Within hours, American forces established protected zones for ammunition, provisions, medical materials, and equipment stockpiles. Within days, Seabees constructed 21 miles of roads throughout Mono and Sterling Islands. They established a PT boat facility on Sterling Island. Construction began on an airfield measuring 5,600 feet in length and 200 feet in width, complete with taxiways, hardstands for aircraft positioning, and an aviation fuel storage complex featuring 5 tanks, each containing 1,000 barrels. The remainder of the 87th Naval Construction Battalion arrived November 28 and integrated into ongoing construction efforts. The 82nd Naval Construction Battalion replaced them in December. The 88th Naval Construction Battalion deployed in January 1944. By that moment, the airfield had expanded to 7,000 feet long and 300 feet wide, completely capable of accommodating heavy bomber operations. The Treasury Islands transformed from undeveloped wilderness into a significant forward air installation in roughly 2 months. This construction schedule represented a fundamental transformation in Pacific War logistics. American forces could seize an island and render it operationally functional within days or weeks. Japanese forces, laboring primarily through manual effort, required months to accomplish comparable projects. The temporal differential generated cascading strategic benefits throughout the campaign. Accelerated base construction meant accelerated operational pace. Increased operational pace meant Japanese garrisons possessed less time for preparing defenses against the subsequent American offensive. Reduced preparation time meant inferior fortifications. Weaker fortifications meant swifter American triumphs. Quicker victories meant briefer campaigns. Shorter campaigns meant reduced casualties and diminished resource consumption. The cycle intensified with each operation. The bulldozers enabled this cycle. Fleet Admiral William Halsey, who commanded major South Pacific operations throughout the Solomons campaign, comprehended their strategic significance. Following the war's conclusion, Halsey received specific inquiry regarding the weapons that secured victory in the Pacific theater. His response proved precise and quantified. If I had to give credit to the instruments and machines that won us the war in the Pacific, I would rate them in this order: submarines first, radar second, planes third, bulldozers fourth. Halsey positioned bulldozers above battleships, above aircraft carriers, above cruisers, destroyers, and every additional surface combat vessel. He ranked construction equipment fourth among all weapons and instruments employed across the complete Pacific campaign. This evaluation originated from a fleet admiral who commanded carrier task forces, supervised naval surface battles, and oversaw amphibious operations from Guadalcanal through the Philippines to attacks on the Japanese mainland. Halsey observed CB construction battalions operate repeatedly under combat circumstances. He recognized that American capability to construct infrastructure faster than Japan could eliminate it represented decisive strategic advantage. The Caterpillar D8 utilized extensively throughout Pacific operations existed in several variations during the war period. The 1H series manufactured from 1935 through 1941 featured a diesel Caterpillar D13000 engine generating 110 horsepower. Approximately 8,000 of this variant were manufactured before military requirements altered production priorities. When America entered combat, Caterpillar transitioned to manufacturing the 8R series specifically for military applications. The 8R series represented a somewhat more austere design compared to previous civilian variants. Non-essential materials were substituted where feasible to preserve strategic resources for higher priority military applications. Optional features available on civilian models were eliminated to streamline production and decrease manufacturing duration. Despite these economies, the D8R maintained exceptional performance characteristics. Engine output increased to 130 horsepower through enhanced fuel injection systems. The machine retained its predecessor's proven 6-speed transmission. Base operating weight increased marginally to 15.5 tons. Caterpillar manufactured approximately 9,900 units of the 8R series from 1941 through 1945. Most proceeded directly to military deployment. Substantial quantities shipped to Pacific theater operations. Following the war, numerous 8R machines entered civilian markets. Enterprising equipment dealers purchased surplus military bulldozers from Pacific Islands and sold them to contractors throughout the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and other nations. These surplus military machines, identifiable by specific serial number markings, including USN 7, indicating United States Navy 7th Fleet Service in the Pacific, performed reliably in civilian construction applications for years, sometimes decades after military service, concluded in 1945. Anticipating post-war construction demand, Caterpillar introduced the 2U series, featuring substantial improvements over wartime models. Engine output increased to 148 horsepower. A new 5-speed constant mesh transmission incorporated forward and reverse controls, reducing gear changes operators needed during typical work shifts. An oil clutch system, a major innovation, extended clutch longevity and improved cooling under heavy loads. Operating weight increased to approximately 16.25 tons. The 2U series proved extremely popular in post-war markets, with thousands manufactured through the late 1940s. However, the wartime 8R series holds unique historical importance. These machines, painted military olive drab, carrying United States military identification markings, operated by Seabees throughout tropical Pacific islands under combat conditions, represented American industrial capacity translated directly into operational military capability. They demonstrated that modern warfare depends fundamentally on industrial production, logistics, infrastructure, and the systematic ability to build faster than enemies can destroy. One Caterpillar D8 bulldozer, operated by a skilled Seabee, could move approximately 300 cubic meters of earth hourly under favorable conditions. This productivity figure derived from official Seabee engineering estimates and post-war construction analysis. 300 cubic meters represents roughly 11,000 cubic feet of material. Moving that identical volume using exclusively hand tools and manual labor would require approximately 300 workers laboring for an entire day. The productivity ratio, therefore, stood at approximately 300 to 1. One American operating a bulldozer accomplished equivalent work in 1 hour as 300 men with shovels working for 1 day. This ratio appeared in multiple historical accounts, engineering analyses, and comparative studies of construction methodologies. The figure wasn't exact. Conditions varied significantly, but it represented a reasonable approximation of the industrial advantage American construction equipment provided. Japanese forces lacked equivalent equipment. The Imperial Japanese Navy organized construction units, called Setsuitai, beginning in November 1941. These units consisted primarily of Korean and Taiwanese semi-skilled laborers, led by Japanese officers and civilian supervisors. The units never achieved more than a small fraction of American Seabee capability. Japanese commanders consistently expected these construction units to accomplish tasks requiring heavy machinery, but the machinery simply wasn't available. Japan's industrial capacity during the war concentrated overwhelmingly on aircraft, ships, and weapons production. Construction equipment received low priority in resource allocation and manufacturing schedules. The few bulldozers and tractors Japan possessed were civilian models, typically requisitioned from plantations or commercial operations, poorly maintained, operating without adequate spare parts or replacement capacity, and frequently malfunctioning under continuous wartime use. Historical records and post-war analyses document this gap extensively. Academic sources on Japanese engineering capabilities noted that Japanese engineering resources proved tragically inadequate when war arrived. Engineering machinery, such as bulldozers, were almost completely absent because of severe shortages of heavy equipment. Japanese engineer units tended to include very large numbers of labor troops, usually Koreans, who occupied the lowest positions in the Japanese military social hierarchy. Manpower and physical endurance were systematically substituted for machinery across Japanese construction operations. This substitution consistently failed to achieve required results. Human muscle cannot effectively compete with diesel engines and steel blades over sustained periods. Japanese construction battalions working on Pacific Islands excavated trenches by hand, hauled construction materials manually, cleared jungle vegetation with axes and machetes, built fortifications log by log through manual effort. Progress proved invariably slow. Construction projects consumed weeks, that American Seabees routinely completed in days. The resulting time gap meant Japanese defensive preparations were frequently incomplete when American assaults commenced. Multiple specific examples from different Pacific campaigns demonstrate this pattern clearly. On Guadalcanal, Japanese forces labored for months attempting to complete Henderson Field before American Marines landed in August 1942. The airfield was barely functional when Marines captured it. The 6th Naval Construction Battalion landed with the Marines and had Henderson Field operational for American fighter aircraft within days despite ongoing Japanese bombardment. The construction speed shocked Japanese commanders who had devoted months to the same project with significantly more limited results. On Espiritu Santo near Guadalcanal, Seabees needed only 20 days to carve a complete 6,000-foot airstrip from virgin jungle. The speed allowed American aircraft to support the Guadalcanal campaign and attack Japanese positions throughout the Solomon Islands chain. Japanese forces on nearby islands were still laboring on their own airfield construction projects weeks and months later, with incomplete results. On Vangunu Island, in the New Georgia Group, the 47th Naval Construction Battalion landed with Marines on June 30, 1943. By 3 p.m. that same afternoon, the beachhead was sufficiently secure for Seabees to begin fighter airstrip construction. Hills were blasted and bulldozed. Ravines were filled, leveled, and paved with crushed coral. 9 days following the initial landing, the first American aircraft landed on the completed runway. By July 18th, less than 3 weeks after the assault, a 3,300-foot runway accommodated an entire fighter squadron, including support facilities. Japanese forces on New Georgia were simultaneously attempting to complete their defensive positions, a task requiring significantly more time with manual labor methods. On Tarawa Atoll in the Gilbert Islands, one of the most brutal battles in the Pacific War occurred in November 1943. American Marines suffered nearly 1,000 killed and savage, fighting to overcome determined Japanese defenders. The battle lasted 3 days of intense close-quarters combat. Yet despite the ferocity of resistance, Seabees landing with the Marines had the shell-damaged Japanese airfield back in operation within 15 hours of the island being secured. 15 hours from combat cessation to operational airfield. This timeline was barely comprehensible to military planners accustomed to construction projects measured in weeks or months. On Saipan, American forces invaded on June 15, 1944. Marines captured a Slido airfield, the main Japanese airstrip on the island, on June 19. Seabees went to work immediately even while combat continued in other parts of the island. They filled bomb craters, removed shrapnel and debris, smoothed and compacted the runway surface, stopping only when necessary to defend against Japanese counterattacks. Seabees had the airstrip operational within 4 days of its capture. American aircraft were flying missions from Saipan less than a week after Marines had assaulted heavily defended beaches. Within weeks, Saipan hosted B-29 Superfortress bombers conducting strategic strikes against targets in the Philippines and eventually the Japanese home islands. This pattern of extremely rapid construction following combat operations repeated throughout the Pacific campaign with remarkable consistency. Each major operation demonstrated the same fundamental sequence of events and similar construction timelines. On Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands, American forces landed January 31, 1944. The assault involved complex coordination between multiple landing forces across several islands in the atoll. Seabees accompanied the assault waves. Within days of securing key positions, construction battalions had established functional airfield facilities and port operations. Kwajalein rapidly transformed into a major fleet anchorage and aviation facility supporting subsequent operations deeper into Japanese-held territory. On Iniwatak Atoll, captured in February 1944, Seabees again demonstrated extraordinary construction speed. Despite the atoll's remote location and limited existing infrastructure, American construction forces created complete base facilities within weeks. The pattern continued, proving that American forces could project power across vast Pacific distances, partly because they could rapidly create the infrastructure needed to sustain continued operations. On Guam, combat began July 21, 1944, when the 3rd Marine Division and 1st Marine Brigade came ashore. The 25th Naval Construction Battalion and 2nd Special Battalion landed with assault forces. Seabees immediately began critical stevedoring operations, unloading supplies and equipment directly onto contested beaches while combat continued inland. During 3 weeks of intense fighting for the island, Seabees simultaneously worked on construction projects. After the island was secured, the pace accelerated dramatically. Guam was systematically transformed into the advanced headquarters for the United States Pacific Fleet, a major air base for B-29 strategic bombers, and an enormous center for war supply operations. The 5th Naval Construction Brigade, activated specifically for Guam development, oversaw construction of massive port facilities at Opera Harbor, extensive road networks, multiple airfield complexes, and comprehensive base infrastructure. 2 complete B-29 bomber airfields, North Field and Northwest Field, were constructed by Army Aviation Engineer Battalions working alongside Navy Seabees. North Field became operational February 3, 1945, and launched its first B-29 raid against Japan on February 24. Northwest Field South Runway became operational June 1, with the North Runway following July 1. The scale and speed of construction on Guam represented one of the most impressive engineering accomplishments of the entire Pacific campaign. On Peleliu, one of the most brutal battles of the Pacific War occurred from September through November 1944. American casualties were extraordinarily high relative to the island's size. Yet even during extended combat operations against determined Japanese defenders fighting from elaborate cave systems, Seabee construction continued. Bulldozers worked under fire. Roads were built connecting American positions. Airfield facilities were developed despite ongoing combat. The construction proceeded because operational necessity demanded it proceed regardless of tactical conditions. Each island assault demonstrated similar operational sequences. American naval and air forces established sea and air superiority through preparatory bombardment. Amphibious forces assaulted defended positions. Marines or Army infantry secured beachheads and advanced inland. Seabee construction battalions, often landing with initial assault waves, immediately began infrastructure development. Bulldozers cleared landing beaches of obstacles. Supply dumps were rapidly organized. Roads connected beaches to inland positions. Airfield construction began even while combat continued. Port facilities were developed or repaired. Each captured island systematically transformed into a base, supporting subsequent American advances deeper into Japanese-held territory. Japanese defensive strategy evolved attempting to counter American capabilities, but found no truly effective responses. Initially, Japanese forces concentrated on defending beaches to prevent American landings entirely. This approach failed because overwhelming American naval bombardment and air attacks systematically destroyed beach defenses before amphibious forces arrived. Japanese commanders then shifted to defense in-depth strategies, positioning forces inland to contest American advances after successful landings. This also proved ineffective because American firepower, mobility, and close air support overwhelmed inland defensive positions. By mid-1944, Japanese strategy increasingly emphasized underground fortifications and elaborate tunnel systems. If Japan could not outbuild American construction capabilities, perhaps they could make American victories so expensive in casualties that American political support for continuing the war would eventually collapse. This strategy led directly to battles like Iwo Jima and Okinawa, where Japanese forces fought almost exclusively from underground positions, extracting maximum American casualties for every meter of contested ground. But even sophisticated underground defenses showed significant limitations when confronting bulldozers and determined engineering efforts. When Japanese cave positions were located through reconnaissance or captured intelligence, Bulldozers sealed cave entrances with earth, coral, and debris, eliminating defensive positions without direct assault. When fortifications were destroyed by naval bombardment, aerial bombing, artillery fire, explosives, or flamethrowers, bulldozers rapidly cleared resulting rubble to maintain road access and operational mobility. The machines adapted effectively to every tactical situation encountered. They built roads maintaining supply lines to forward positions. They created defensive positions protecting American troops during consolidation phases. They constructed airfields even on islands specifically and elaborately fortified to prevent such rapid construction. On Iwo Jima, combat lasted from February 19th through March 26, 1945. Japanese defenders under General Tadamaki Kurabayashi had prepared extraordinarily elaborate underground defensive positions over many months. They fought from interconnected tunnels, reinforced caves, and heavily fortified bunkers. The island was honeycombed with defensive works representing months of preparation. Yet even during active combat operations, Seabees brought bulldozers ashore and worked under enemy fire. They cleared ground, built roads, prepared airfield facilities. Japanese forces had spent months meticulously preparing Iwo Jima's defenses. American bulldozers were simultaneously making the island operationally useful for American strategic purposes. Even while desperate fighting continued, the productivity advantage bulldozers provided created strategic implications extending far beyond simple construction speed. Faster base development meant American forces maintained consistently higher operational tempo throughout campaigns. Each successful island assault led much more quickly to subsequent operations. Japanese forces, consequently, had less time to prepare defenses, less time to reinforce threatened positions, less time to adapt tactically or strategically to evolving situations. The pace of American advances accelerated markedly throughout 1944 and into 1945, partly because Seabee construction capabilities enabled rapid transformation of captured territory into fully functional forward operating bases. Some Japanese commanders and intelligence analysts recognized what American construction equipment represented in strategic terms. Post-war intelligence reports, capture documents, and interrogations revealed Japanese awareness of industrial capacity disparity. Vice Admiral Shigeru Fukudome wrote after the war that American construction capabilities were among the most significant factors contributing to Japan's defeat. He specifically mentioned construction equipment as a clear example of American industrial advantages Japan simply could not match or counter. Other Japanese officers who survived the war reached similar conclusions through their combat experiences and post-war analysis. Japanese attempts to destroy American construction equipment achieved only very limited tactical success. Japanese forces targeted bulldozers when tactically possible. Snipers specifically aimed at equipment operators. Artillery units directed fire at construction sites when within range. Commando and infiltration raids attacked equipment parks and supply dumps. Some bulldozers were destroyed or damaged through these efforts. On Bougainville, a Japanese nighttime infiltration raid successfully destroyed 3 bulldozers and killed 2 Seabee operators before being repulsed. On Peleliu, Japanese artillery fire damaged several construction machines during extended combat operations. But Americans simply brought replacement equipment forward from extensive reserves. They maintained spare bulldozers, comprehensive spare parts inventories, and pools of trained replacement operators. Destroying a few individual machines barely slowed overall construction operations or timelines. The fundamental insurmountable problem facing Japan was overwhelming American industrial production capacity. The United States manufactured thousands of bulldozers and crawler tractors during World War II. Caterpillar Tractor Company alone produced 56,136 crawler tractors across all model types from 1941 through 1945. The company secured over $570 million in war contracts. Production was continuous, expanding, and prioritized. International Harvester, Alice Chalmers, and other American manufacturers added thousands of additional machines to total production figures. These bulldozers and tractors were shipped across the Pacific as routinely and reliably as rifles, ammunition, food, medical supplies, and all other war materials. Japan possessed no comparable production capacity for construction equipment. Japanese industry operated at absolute maximum capacity throughout the war, attempting to replace combat losses in aircraft and naval vessels. Virtually no industrial resources, raw materials, manufacturing capacity, or skilled labor could be diverted to mass production of construction equipment, even when the strategic necessity became apparent to Japanese planners and commanders. Even theoretically, if Japan somehow manufactured significant numbers of bulldozers, transporting such heavy equipment through American submarine blockades to isolated Pacific garrisons would have been logistically impossible. American submarines systematically devastated Japanese merchant shipping throughout the war. By 1944, Japanese supply lines were severely disrupted across all categories. Getting heavy construction equipment to distant garrisons was simply impossible even when such equipment theoretically existed in Japan. The Seabees who actually operated bulldozers and other construction equipment were markedly different from typical combat infantry soldiers. Naval construction battalions actively recruited from civilian construction trades throughout the United States. Many Seabees possessed extensive professional experience as equipment operators, carpenters, welders, heavy equipment mechanics, engineers, and construction foremen before military service. Normal military age requirements were deliberately waived to age 50 specifically to obtain these experienced tradesmen. Some men over 60 managed to enlist by concealing their actual ages. The average age of early Seabee recruits was 37 years old, significantly older than typical infantry formations. This older, professionally experienced workforce provided enormous practical advantages in construction operations. These were not teenagers or young men learning equipment operation from basic instruction. These were seasoned professionals who had operated bulldozers, graders, scrapers, and other heavy equipment on major civilian construction projects before the war. They thoroughly understood earth moving, proper grading techniques, drainage engineering, road building fundamentals, and foundation preparation requirements. When Seabees landed on Pacific Islands with construction equipment, they immediately applied years of accumulated professional expertise and practical experience to military construction requirements under combat conditions. Aurelio Tesson, who destroyed the Japanese pillbox on Treasury Islands earning the Silver Star, was 38 years old when he performed that action. Before military service, he worked extensively in construction trades. His bulldozer operation during the Treasury Islands assault was not fortunate improvisation or spontaneous luck. It represented skilled professional equipment operation applied intelligently to an immediate tactical problem. Tasson thoroughly understood his machine's capabilities and limitations. He knew precisely how to use the blade as protective shielding. He understood how to maneuver effectively on difficult, unfamiliar terrain under combat stress. His Silver Star recognized both exceptional personal courage and high-level professional competence simultaneously. Formal training for Seabees combined both combat skills instruction and construction trades education in carefully integrated programs. Camp Endicott at Davisville, Rhode Island, served as the primary Seabee training center in the Atlantic region. Camp Peary in Virginia provided additional training capacity. Camp Hueneme in California, later renamed Port Hueneme, became the major Pacific training and deployment center. These facilities provided comprehensive preparation for the dual combat and construction roles Seabees would perform. Seabees learned fundamental combat skills from experienced Marine Corps instructors assigned to training duties. Marine sergeants and officers taught weapons handling, small unit tactics, defensive positions, perimeter security, and combat procedures. The training was realistic and demanding. Marines understood Seabees would operate in combat zones and needed genuine combat capabilities, not merely symbolic preparation. Simultaneously with combat training, Seabees attended numerous vocational schools teaching specialized construction trades and equipment operation skills. Camp Endicott maintained roughly 45 separate vocational schools, covering virtually every construction specialty needed for Pacific operations. Detailed courses included bulldozer operation and maintenance, road grading techniques, airfield construction procedures, pile driving, arc welding, concrete formwork and pouring, steel fabrication, carpentry, plumbing, electrical systems, diesel engine repair, heavy equipment maintenance, surveying, drafting, and dozens of other essential technical skills. Many courses lasted several weeks and provided genuinely comprehensive technical education. The training intensity reflected operational reality. Seabees would deploy to remote Pacific islands with limited supply lines and minimal external support. They needed to construct complete bases essentially from raw jungle using whatever materials and equipment they brought with them. They needed to maintain and repair their own equipment under primitive conditions. They needed to improvise solutions to unforeseen problems. They needed to defend their construction sites when attacked. The training attempted to prepare men for these diverse, demanding challenges. The dual combat and construction mission created unique dynamics within naval construction battalions. Seabees were organized military units, following military discipline and command structures. But they were also professional construction organizations led by men with extensive civilian construction experience. Battalion commanders were typically civil engineer corps officers with engineering degrees and construction backgrounds. Company commanders and platoon leaders often had years of construction supervision experience before military service. The combination of military organization and civilian construction expertise created highly effective hybrid units. This hybrid nature showed clearly in Seabee casualty patterns and decorations earned during the war. Seabees suffered casualties both from enemy action and from inherently dangerous construction work. Combat casualties resulted from Japanese attacks on construction sites, from Seabees fighting as infantry when their positions were overrun, and from Seabees conducting combat operations in support of Marine or Army units. Construction casualties resulted from equipment accidents, structural collapses, explosions during demolition work, drowning during underwater construction, and numerous other hazards inherent to large-scale construction under primitive conditions. Total Seabee casualties during World War II reflected both combat and construction dangers. Exact figures varied slightly among different historical sources, but comprehensive analyses indicated approximately 500 Seabees were killed in action or died from combat wounds. Several thousand more suffered combat wounds of varying severity. Construction accidents and tropical diseases killed hundreds more and injured thousands. The combined casualty toll demonstrated that Seabee service involved genuine dangers from multiple sources. Seabee decorations earned during the war similarly reflected both combat actions and construction achievements. 33 Seabees earned the Silver Star for combat gallantry. 5 Seabees received the Navy Cross, the Navy's second highest decoration for valor. Hundreds earned Bronze Stars for meritorious service under combat conditions. Thousands received Purple Hearts for wounds received in action. Many more earned commendations and letters of appreciation for exceptional construction work completed under extremely difficult circumstances. The decoration patterns showed Seabees genuinely fought and built simultaneously, exactly as their motto proclaimed. The construction work itself created significant dangers, even absent enemy fire. Operating heavy equipment in tropical conditions on completely unfamiliar terrain involved serious risks. Bulldozers working on steep grades could overturn, crushing operators. Operators clearing dense jungle encountered hidden obstacles, unstable ground, and unexpected hazards. Construction in active combat zones meant working without normal civilian safety precautions, procedures, or equipment. Seabee casualties from construction accidents were significant throughout Pacific operations, but the work continued without pause because the work was strategically necessary for prosecuting the campaign. By the end of World War II, naval construction battalions had accomplished construction projects of staggering scope and scale across the Pacific theater. Over 400 separate bases of various sizes and capabilities were built from essentially nothing. These range from small forward supply points and PT boat bases to massive complexes like those on Guam and the Marianas capable of supporting entire fleets and air forces. Seabees constructed or extensively repaired over 100 airfields across Pacific Islands. These airfields varied enormously in size and complexity. Some were simple fighter strips carved from jungle measuring 3,000 to 4,000 feet long, surfaced with compacted coral or steel matting sufficient for single-engine fighters and light aircraft. Others were massive bomber complexes with multiple runways each 8,000 feet long or longer, extensive taxiway systems, hundreds of aircraft hardstands, elaborate fuel storage facilities, ammunition bunkers, maintenance hangars, and complete support infrastructure capable of hosting hundreds of heavy bombers simultaneously. The Seabees built road networks totaling thousands of cumulative miles across dozens of widely scattered islands. These roads connected beaches to inland positions, linked airfields to ports, joined supply depots to combat areas, and provided the essential land transportation infrastructure that sustained all American operations. Road construction in tropical Pacific environments involved enormous challenges. Heavy seasonal rains turned inadequate roads into impossible mud. Proper drainage, grading, and surfacing were absolutely essential. Seabee road building techniques developed through experience and professional expertise created roads that functioned reliably even under heavy military traffic and adverse weather conditions. Beyond airfields and roads, Seabees built complete port facilities where none previously existed. Ports required piers, docks, unloading equipment, storage warehouses, fuel facilities, and administrative buildings. Many Pacific islands lacked natural deep-water harbors. Seabees constructed artificial harbors using pontoon barges, floating piers, and innovative engineering solutions. They dredged channels, built breakwaters, installed navigation aids, and created functional ports capable of handling large cargo vessels and fleet auxiliaries. Seabees built massive fuel storage systems essential for naval and air operations. Each major base required storage tanks for aviation gasoline, diesel fuel, bunker oil for ships, and various specialized fuels. Storage capacity at major bases measured in millions of gallons. Tank farms required extensive piping systems, pumping stations, filtration equipment, and fire protection systems. All of this infrastructure had to be built quickly from materials shipped thousands of miles across contested waters. Medical facilities constructed by Seabees saved countless American lives throughout the campaign. Field hospitals, fleet hospitals, and base hospitals built by construction battalions provided emergency surgery, intensive care, recovery wards, and long-term treatment facilities. The hospital on Guam eventually expanded to over 9,000 beds, serving casualties from Iwo Jima, Okinawa, and other late-war battles. These medical facilities required specialized construction, including operating rooms with proper ventilation and lighting, sterilization facilities, water purification systems, waste disposal, and numerous other technical requirements beyond typical building construction. Communication stations built by Seabees provided the radio, telegraph, and telephone networks that coordinated Pacific operations. Navigation facilities, including radio direction finders, radar sites, and control towers, guided aircraft and ships safely. Ammunition storage bunkers protected explosives from weather, accidents, and enemy attack. Freshwater systems brought potable water to bases located on tropical islands where natural freshwater was scarce or contaminated. Power generation facilities provided electricity for bases operating 24 hours daily. All of this complex infrastructure was built under wartime conditions with constant time pressure and frequent material shortages. The scope of Seabee construction becomes even more impressive when compared with Japanese construction capabilities and methods. As previously discussed, Japanese construction battalions, the Setsuitai, worked primarily with manual labor. Detailed examination of their methods reveals the enormous productivity gap. Japanese construction crews typically organized into large labor gangs supervised by relatively few skilled workers and military officers. Hundreds or sometimes thousands of laborers, mostly Korean and Taiwanese conscripts, worked with hand tools under harsh conditions. Shovels, Picks, axes, and wheelbarrows represented the primary equipment available. Work proceeded slowly despite long hours and intense physical effort. Projects that American bulldozers completed in hours required Japanese labor gangs days or weeks. Japanese construction methods did demonstrate certain strengths. Japanese engineers proved adept at utilizing local materials creatively. Coconut log construction, while vulnerable to heavy weapons, used readily available materials and required no specialized equipment. Japanese forces became expert at constructing defensive positions from natural materials. Cave modifications and tunnel excavations, though done primarily by hand, created formidable defensive positions. But these strengths could not offset the fundamental productivity disadvantage. Projects requiring extensive earth moving simply took far longer with manual methods than with mechanized equipment. Road building at practical speeds required bulldozers and graders. Airfield construction within reasonable time frames required heavy earth-moving equipment. Port facilities needed pile drivers, cranes, and excavators. The equipment gap meant Japanese forces consistently failed to complete construction projects before American attacks overwhelmed their positions. Documentary evidence from captured Japanese records reveals Japanese officers and engineers were acutely aware of this disparity. Reports to higher headquarters repeatedly requested heavy construction equipment. Requests were consistently denied or went unfulfilled because such equipment simply did not exist in sufficient quantities to be allocated. Japanese industrial capacity remained completely focused on combat equipment production. Construction equipment continued receiving lowest priority even as the strategic necessity became increasingly obvious. Some Japanese forces attempted creative solutions to the equipment shortage. Captured equipment was used when available, though American forces rarely left functional bulldozers or other heavy equipment behind when withdrawing or repositioning. Improvised equipment was constructed from salvage parts with limited success. Alternative construction methods were developed attempting to reduce labor requirements. None of these efforts closed the productivity gap sufficiently to matter strategically. The productivity differential created compound effects throughout the campaign. American forces advanced faster partly because they could build supporting infrastructure faster. Faster advance meant Japanese forces had less preparation time for subsequent defensive positions. Less preparation time meant weaker defenses. Weaker defenses meant faster American victories. Faster victories accelerated the overall campaign tempo. The cycle continued compounding throughout 1944 and into 1945. The final year of the war saw CB construction reach its peak scale and sophistication. As American forces approached the Japanese home islands, bases grew larger and more complex. Okinawa, captured in June 1945 after 3 months of brutal combat, was rapidly transformed into a massive staging base for the planned invasion of Japan. CB construction on Okinawa proceeded even while combat continued in northern portions of the island. Multiple airfield complexes, extensive port facilities, enormous supply depots, and complete base infrastructure appeared within weeks. The planned invasion of Japan, Operation Downfall, would have represented the ultimate test of CB construction capabilities. Planning documents called for even larger-scale construction operations than any previously undertaken. Fortunately, Japan's surrender in August 1945 made the invasion unnecessary. But the planning revealed how central construction capabilities had become to American strategic thinking. The atomic bomb attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 that led directly to Japanese surrender were launched from Tinian, specifically from North Field built by Seabees and Army engineers. The bombers that carried atomic weapons flew from runways that had been virgin jungle approximately 1 year earlier. Tinian's progression from jungle to functional strategic bomber base to atomic mission launch site in roughly 12 months exemplified the strategic impact of American construction capabilities throughout the Pacific War. None of this construction would have been remotely possible without bulldozers and other heavy equipment. The machines were the absolute foundation of CB construction capability. Bulldozers cleared jungle vegetation rapidly. They moved enormous volumes of earth efficiently. They built roads quickly. They created functional bases from raw jungle. They turned remote Pacific islands into operational military installations at speeds that fundamentally changed the strategic calculus of the entire island hopping campaign. The island hopping strategy itself depended partly on rapid construction capabilities. American strategic planners could bypass heavily fortified Japanese strongpoints because they possessed the capability to capture more lightly defended islands and develop them into major forward bases very quickly. This strategy worked effectively because CB construction battalions equipped with bulldozers could create complete airfields and port facilities faster than Japanese forces could significantly reinforce threatened garrisons or mount effective large-scale counterattacks. Bulldozers made island hopping logistically viable as an operational strategy. After the war ended, surplus military bulldozers flooded civilian equipment markets throughout the world. Many D8 are series machines originally manufactured for military service between 1941 and 1945 ended up in post-war reconstruction and development projects. Some machines went to Japan itself as part of American occupation and reconstruction efforts. The same bulldozers that helped defeat Imperial Japan subsequently helped rebuild the defeated nation. Some individual machines manufactured in the early 1940s remained operational in various civilian applications for decades after the war. The lesson of Pacific War bulldozers extends well beyond the specific machines or particular campaigns. The fundamental lesson is that modern industrial warfare is determined largely by industrial and logistical capacity rather than exclusively by combat prowess or tactical brilliance. Victory consistently goes to nations and alliances that can produce more equipment, transport it where operationally needed, maintain it effectively under difficult conditions, and replace losses more rapidly than opponents. This principle applied to bulldozers in the Pacific War. It applies broadly to military operations in any era. Japanese strategic planners understood this reality before the war began. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, who planned the Pearl Harbor attack and commanded the combined fleet, had studied extensively at Harvard University and served as naval attaché in Washington during the 1920s. He understood American industrial capacity thoroughly. Yamamoto consistently opposed war with the United States specifically because he knew Japan could not win any prolonged industrial conflict against American production capabilities. His concerns about awakening American industrial power were well-founded. The bulldozers proved his strategic assessment correct. Fleet Admiral William Halsey understood this completely when he deliberately ranked bulldozers fourth among all weapons and instruments that won the Pacific War. The machines functioned as weapons, not through destroying enemies directly, though Aurelio Tassone demonstrated they could accomplish that when necessary, but rather through enabling American forces to fight far more effectively across all dimensions. Bulldozers built the airfield bases that hosted the aircraft. They built the road networks that efficiently moved critical supplies forward. They built the complete infrastructure that sustained all American operations. Without these construction capabilities, the island hopping campaign would have been logistically impossible to execute successfully. This is precisely how wars are actually won in industrial age conflicts. Not exclusively through single dramatic battles, though individual battles certainly matter significantly. Not only through remarkable individual heroism, though personal courage always matters profoundly. Wars are won through comprehensive industrial systems that can produce sufficient equipment, transport it where strategically and tactically needed, maintain it effectively under challenging conditions, and replace inevitable losses more quickly than enemy forces can inflict damage. The bulldozers operating on Treasury Islands beginning October 27, 1943, represented this fundamental truth. Operating at tactical level, they embodied American industrial capacity translated into immediate operational capability. They demonstrated construction speed that Japanese military forces could not remotely match using available methods and resources. They represented the unglamorous, but ultimately decisive work of building essential infrastructure that makes sustained military victory operationally possible. And they represented the thousands of Seabees who operated them professionally, fought courageously when circumstances required, and systematically built the network of forward bases that enabled final victory in the Pacific War. Thanksgiving morning, 1968. Firebase Sierra sat shrouded in mist across the Central Highlands. Through the open bay of his UH-1 Huey, Specialist Robert Sohn tracked red tracer fire cutting through the fog. His M60 hung from bungee cords, barrel heat radiating against his legs. 2 months into his Vietnam tour at just 23, he'd already absorbed lessons the Army never taught stateside. At 1,500 feet over hostile territory, helicopters offered zero cover. No concealment. Just wind, an opened oar, and enemy gunners below with their weapons trained skyward. The numbers told a brutal story. More than 10% of all Vietnam casualties were helicopter crewmen. Out of 6,175 Americans killed in helicopter operations, 2,074 served as aircrew. Among them, door gunners suffered the highest death rate of any aviation role. They sat exposed in open doorways, wielding 30-pound machine guns, tasked with suppressing ground fire while their aircraft hovered at flight's most vulnerable moment, the landing. What none understood during those early missions, they weren't just fighting an enemy. They fought physics, tactics, and a fundamental truth about rotary wing warfare that would take years to fully grasp. The door gunner position wasn't engineered for survival. It was engineered for effectiveness. In war's brutal arithmetic, effectiveness often demands sacrifice. Understanding why door gunners didn't survive Vietnam begins not in Southeast Asian jungles, but in the Bell UH-1 Iroquois design specifications. When the Army deployed Hueys to Vietnam in 1962, they arrived as utility aircraft, unarmored, lightly armed, built for medevac and transport during what planners assumed would be limited advisory operations. The original HU-1 designation meant helicopter, utility. Crews shortened it to Huey. The name stuck. Early Hueys flew without dedicated door guns. Crews improvised. M1 carbines, M14S, M16S held out doorways by soldiers hoping to suppress ground fire. The dedicated door gunner concept emerged from necessity, not planning. As insertions into contested landing zones became routine, crews discovered they needed suppressive fire during flight's most vulnerable phase, those final 30 seconds of descent when the helicopter slowed, steadied, and hovered 3 feet above ground while troops dismounted. By 1963, the M67.62 mm machine gun became standard equipment on both Huey sides. Unloaded, the M60 weighed 24 pounds. With ammunition, door gunners managed over 200 pounds of weapon system. The gun could fire 700 rounds per minute. Practically, gunners fired controlled bursts, conserving ammunition while maintaining suppression. Initially mounted on pintles, swiveling posts allowing limited motion. As the war progressed, crews switched to bungee cords suspended from cabin ceilings. The cords supported the weapon's weight while granting gunners complete freedom of movement. This evolution seemed like improvement. More flexibility meant better coverage. Better coverage meant more effective suppression. But it meant something else too. It meant door gunners had to lean farther from the aircraft to engage targets. More exposure. More vulnerability. The very adaptation making them more effective also made them easier to kill. Warrant Officer John Masaki reached Vietnam in 1968. Assigned to a UH-1C gunship unit, he'd completed door gunner and crew chief school stateside, learning helicopter maintenance and M60 operation. Nothing in that training prepared him for reality. In a later interview, he described his first combat insertion. Noise made conversation impossible. Rotor blade vibration overhead, engine roar, wind screaming through the open cabin. Then the aircraft commander signaled. They descended toward the landing zone. Door gunners on each side opened fire. Masaki squeezed the trigger. The M60 roared. Spent casings and belt links ejected into a canvas bag attached to the gun, preventing them from being sucked into the rotor system or falling on troops below. He aimed at the tree line, watching his tracers, every fifth round glowing red, arcing toward the jungle. Firing before seeing the enemy. Firing to keep them suppressed. Firing because the moment you stop is the moment they have time to aim. Incoming fire sounded different from outgoing. Outgoing had rhythm, purpose. Incoming cracked past with random chaos. Masaki heard rounds snap past his head. Saw aluminum skin puncture. One round came up through the floor, missing him by inches. Later, he learned it had lodged in the Bible of the soldier beside him. The helicopter completed the insertion and climbed out. Masaki checked himself. Unwounded. But the mission wasn't over. They'd fly 12 more insertions that day. The concept of the hot LZ defined the door gunner experience. A hot landing zone meant the enemy actively engaged helicopters during landing. Artillery would prep the zone first, pounding the area with high explosives. Then gunships would make rocket runs, 2.75-inch rockets and minigun bursts. Finally, the slicks, troop-carrying Hueys, would come in. 8 to 10 helicopters in formation, carrying 60 to 80 soldiers total. Door gunners on the slicks would open fire during descent, suppressing remaining enemy positions. In theory, this preparation reduced risk. Practically, the NVA and Viet Cong learned to wait. They dug fighting positions with overhead cover. They positioned troops in concealed locations with clear fields of fire toward landing zones. They learned helicopter approach patterns. Most critically, they learned to concentrate fire on helicopters themselves rather than troops they carried. A downed helicopter meant a crashed aircraft, probably wounded crew, definitely a valuable prize to capture or destroy. It meant other helicopters would attempt rescue, creating more targets. Specialist Thomas Pena flew co-pilot on Chalk 2 during an insertion near the Cambodian border. Flight lead called the LZ clear. No enemy contact. Chalk 1 landed successfully. Chalk 2 began its approach. Then the tree line erupted. AK-47 fire, distinctively sharp cracks. RPG-7 rockets, recognizable by their whoosh and trailing smoke. Heavy machine gun fire, probably a 12.7mm DSHK, what Americans called .51 caliber. The door gunner on Pena's aircraft returned fire immediately. The crew chief on the other side did the same. But an RPG streaked toward them. It missed by feet, exploding in trees beyond. Small arms fire tore through thin aluminum skin. The Huey had minimal armor. Pilots sat in armored seats, but only because lessons from previous casualties demanded it. Door gunners had no such protection. They wore flak vests designed to stop shrapnel, not rifle rounds. Some wore ceramic body armor plates, nicknamed chicken plates, 22 pounds of chest-shaped protection worn inside the flak jacket. But the plates only covered vital organs. Arms, legs, head, all remained exposed. Pena's helicopter took multiple hits. He heard the distinctive sound of rounds punching through aluminum, felt the shudder as hydraulic lines severed. The aircraft commander fought the controls as the Huey lost altitude. They crashed short of the landing zone. Pena survived with injuries. The door gunner did not. An AK-47 round had struck him in the head during descent. He was 19 years old, 3 months in country. The exposure factor defined door gunner mortality. Consider the physics. A helicopter in landing phase flies at 10 to 15 knots, roughly 12 to 17 miles per hour. It descends at 300 to 500 feet per minute. At this speed and descent rate, the aircraft becomes a relatively stable target for ground fire. The door gunner standing in the open doorway or sitting on the deck's edge presents a clear silhouette against sky. He cannot take cover, cannot maneuver. He can only fire and hope suppression keeps enemy heads down long enough to complete the insertion. The M60 itself created additional vulnerability. To engage targets effectively, gunners had to expose themselves, lean out, extend the weapon, track targets as the helicopter moved. This required constant movement, constant adjustment, and constant exposure. Veterans described it as being a target in a shooting gallery, except the target shot back. Weapon malfunctions added to the danger. The M60 was notoriously prone to jamming in Vietnam's heat and humidity. The rotating bolt could fail. The extractor could break. The exposed barrel latch, a swinging lever, would catch on equipment and accidentally release, causing the barrel to fall out during flight. When a jam occurred, gunners had to clear it immediately. This meant taking attention from the enemy, taking hands off the weapon, working the problem while hostile fire continued. Warrant Officer Ron Timberlake commanded Chalk 6 during the same operation where Pena crashed. Timberlake heard the radio call that Chalk 2 was down. He heard the flight leader abort remaining insertions. But Timberlake saw wounded Americans on the ground. He made a decision that would earn him the Silver Star. He brought Chalk 6 back into the landing zone. The approach was 90 degrees off the planned axis, directly facing enemy battalions firing from the tree line. Timberlake's door, gunners opened fire during descent. M60s hammering, trying to suppress multiple enemy positions simultaneously. RPG rounds whooshed past the helicopter. Small arms fire punched through the aircraft. The gunners kept firing, kept exposing themselves, kept doing the job. Chalk 6 landed. 10 wounded Americans scrambled aboard. The North Vietnamese concentrated fire on the stationary helicopter. 30 seconds felt like 30 minutes. Finally, fully loaded, Timberlake lifted off. Both door gunners had been hit. One wounded, but functional. One killed during the ground time. The helicopter made it back to base trailing hydraulic fluid and smoking. The casualty mathematics became unavoidable by late 1965. Intelligence officers at every aviation unit tracked the numbers. Door gunners were being killed and wounded at rates exceeding infantry machine gunners. This seemed counterintuitive. Ground-based machine gunners were high-priority targets. Enemy forces specifically targeted them because of the weapon's effectiveness. Yet door gunners, supposedly protected by being in an aircraft, were dying faster. The reason became clear through combat analysis. Ground-based machine gunners could use cover. They could exploit terrain. They could shift positions between engagements. They operated as part of larger units, providing mutual support and security. Door gunners had none of these advantages. Door gunners flew in predictable patterns toward known landing zones. They operated from platforms that couldn't stop, couldn't take cover, couldn't maneuver effectively at low altitude. And they were silhouetted against sky, visible from hundreds of meters away. The Army began studying door gunner tactics in detail by mid-1964. Training was formalized. Schools were established. But training could only accomplish so much. The fundamental problem wasn't training. It was mission profile. Helicopters conducting combat assaults had to fly low, had to fly slow, had to hover in or near the landing zone. These requirements created vulnerability no amount of training could eliminate. Captain Robert Sholey commanded a rifle company during Central Highlands operations. He worked closely with helicopter crews and understood their limitations. In a post-war interview, he described watching insertions from the ground. The helicopters would appear flying in formation. Door gunners would be clearly visible in open doors, weapons extended. As aircraft descended, you could see gunners leaning out, firing, trying to cover every possible threat sector. Then the aircraft would touch down or hover, and troops would jump. During those final seconds, door gunners were the only thing standing between his men and concentrated enemy fire. They drew fire. They took fire. They died doing it. But they kept his soldiers alive long enough to get boots on the ground. The weapon load made survival even more difficult. Door gunners typically carried 1,000 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition, sometimes more. Ammunition belts hung from cabin ceilings or were stored in cans secured to the floor. This ammunition was explosive. A tracer or incendiary round striking ammunition storage could detonate the entire supply. Several helicopters were lost this way. Enemy fire would penetrate the cabin, strike the ammunition, and the resulting explosion would destroy the aircraft. Door gunners sat next to this hazard throughout every mission. Enemy tactics evolution made the situation progressively worse. The NBA learned from experience. Early in the war, they'd engage helicopters with whatever weapons were available. Individual soldiers with AK-47s, small unit actions with light machine guns. But by 1965, they developed dedicated anti-aircraft tactics. They positioned heavy machine guns along known helicopter routes. They pre-positioned RPG-7 teams near potential landing zones. They trained soldiers to lead targets, aiming ahead of helicopters to compensate for movement. The 12.7 mm DSHK heavy machine gun proved particularly deadly. This weapon, equivalent to the American .50 caliber Browning, could punch through helicopter aluminum like tissue paper. It had range, penetration, and rate of fire sufficient to track moving aircraft. The North Vietnamese would position these weapons on hills overlooking valleys where helicopters had to fly. The guns would fire in short bursts to avoid counterfire, but those bursts were devastatingly effective. A single burst could shred a helicopter's tail boom, sever control cables, or kill crew members. The RPG-7 added another dimension of lethality. Originally designed as an anti-tank weapon, the rocket-propelled grenade proved equally effective against helicopters. The cone-shaped warhead, traveling at 300 meters per second, could destroy a Huey with a single hit. The shaped charge would penetrate thin skin and detonate inside, shredding the interior with shrapnel and overpressure. Door gunners had no defense against RPGs. They could see them coming, watch the smoke trail, but couldn't evade. The helicopter would either be hit or it wouldn't. Luck, not skill, determined survival. By 1966, over 11,800 helicopters of all types had served in Vietnam. Approximately 5,000 were destroyed, almost all by hostile fire. These numbers meant roughly 42% of all helicopters sent to Vietnam were shot down or damaged beyond repair. For crew members, this created statistical certainty. Fly enough missions, and you'd be shot down. The only question was whether you survived the crash and subsequent combat. Door gunner Michael Holman flew with the 281st Assault Helicopter Company. He described a typical mission profile. 15 Hueys would fly into the A Shau Valley, a known hotspot near the Laotian border. They'd fly out with 6 or 7. The others would be shot down or so badly damaged they had to divert to other bases for emergency repairs. He once flew on a helicopter whose engine quit mid-flight. The pilot managed an emergency landing in what Holman described as the middle of nowhere. They waited for rescue, completely exposed, while friendly forces scrambled to reach them before the enemy did. The psychological impact of this constant danger created what medical personnel called combat stress reaction. Door gunners flew multiple missions daily, typically 4 to 6, sometimes more during major operations. Each mission meant 30 minutes to 2 hours of potential combat. Morning insertions, afternoon resupply, evening extractions. The cycle repeated daily for the one-year tour. There was no rear area for door gunners. Every flight could be their last. The close quarters of helicopter combat made casualties even more traumatic. In ground combat, soldiers often didn't see the moment a comrade was hit. In helicopters, the crew was confined to a space roughly 10 feet by 6 feet. When a door gunner was hit, everyone saw it, heard it, felt it. The crew chief, sitting across from the door gunner, watched him die. The pilots heard the impact. The soldiers being transported witnessed the horror. There was nowhere to look away, no way to process it before the next mission began. Crew chiefs had an additional burden. They were responsible for maintaining the aircraft and serving as door gunners. This dual role meant they had intimate knowledge of every system on the helicopter. They knew where hydraulic lines ran, where fuel cells were located, which components were armored and which weren't. This knowledge meant they understood exactly how vulnerable they were. They knew an AK-47 round through the wrong location could bring down the aircraft. They knew thin aluminum skin provided no protection. They knew they were one lucky shot away from death. The famous LZ X-ray battle during the IA Drang campaign in November 1965 illustrated Door gunner vulnerability on a massive scale. The 1st Battalion, 7th Cavalry Regiment conducted combat assaults into a small clearing at the base of Chupang Mountain. Intelligence indicated NVA units in the area. The first wave landed successfully. Then, the enemy attacked in force. 3 NVA regiments, roughly 3,000 soldiers, had been waiting in prepared positions. Helicopters continued flying insertions into the landing zone throughout the day. 16 Hueys per wave, making the 34-mile round trip to pick up more troops. Every insertion came under increasingly heavy fire. Door gunners watched NVA soldiers moving through elephant grass, saw muzzle flashes from dozens of positions, returned fire while incoming rounds tore through their aircraft. Captain Ed Freeman flew 14 missions into LZ X-ray that first day. Major Bruce Crandall flew 22. Both flew unarmed Hueys, medevac birds with red crosses painted on the nose. Geneva Convention rules prohibited arming medical aircraft. Door gunners carried only personal sidearms. They watched helplessly as enemy fire shredded their helicopters. They couldn't return fire, couldn't suppress the enemy, could only sit in open doors and hope incoming rounds missed. Freeman described the experience decades later. They were eating helicopters alive. I took over 50 rounds in my helicopter. The attack was so intense that helicopter operations into the landing zone were shut down multiple times. Aircraft had to be swapped out due to battle damage. Door gunners were wounded or killed and replaced with volunteers from other crews. Suppressive fire from door gunners on armed helicopters was the only thing keeping casualty evacuation going. Without them, the entire operation would have collapsed. The toll was horrific. By the end of the 4-day battle, 79 Americans had been killed at LZ X-ray, 121 wounded. Helicopter losses and damage were catastrophic. But door gunners had done their job. They'd kept firing, kept their aircraft operational long enough to insert reinforcements and extract wounded. They paid for it with their lives and blood. The armor problem persisted throughout the war despite attempts at solutions. Engineers developed various armor kits for Hueys, ceramic plates that could be bolted to floors, additional armor for pilot seats, armored fuel cells that could survive small arms fire. But adding armor meant adding weight. Adding weight meant reducing payload. A Huey could carry 8 soldiers, or 6 soldiers plus armor. Commanders faced impossible choices: protection for crew or capacity for mission. Most units chose capacity. The mission came first. Door gunners understood this. They knew the priorities. Getting troops into the fight mattered more than protecting crew. Extracting wounded mattered more than crew safety. The mission always came first. So they flew without adequate protection. Flew knowing every flight could end with a bullet through the cabin. Flew anyway. The medical treatment statistics revealed something remarkable about helicopter warfare. Average time from wounding to hospitalization in Vietnam was less than 1 hour. In World War II and Korea, that time was measured in days. Helicopter medevac, dust-off missions, saved thousands of lives. Soldiers who would have died in previous wars survived because helicopters could reach them quickly. But helicopter crews paid for those lives. Dust-off operations were 3 times more hazardous than other helicopter missions. Crews flew into hot landing zones without gunship support, often without door gunners, just pilots, medics, and desperate hope they could get in and out before being destroyed. Major Charles Kelly commanded a dust-off unit. His radio call sign was Dust-Off 6-5. On July 1, 1964, Kelly received a call for emergency evacuation near Vinh Long. Troops were pinned down in heavy combat with the Viet Cong. Wounded needed immediate evacuation or they die. Kelly made the decision to fly into an active combat zone. His Huey took fire on approach. He completed the landing. Medics and the door gunner loaded wounded while enemy fire continued. Kelly lifted off. An enemy round struck him in the chest, killing him instantly. The helicopter crashed. The crew chief managed to radio for help before the Viet Cong overran the position. Kelly's last words before being hit, "When I have your wounded." The phrase became the medevac motto. It captured everything about door, gunner, and helicopter crew philosophy. When I have your wounded. The mission matters more than personal safety. The troops on the ground matter more than crew in the air. Kelly received the Distinguished Service Cross posthumously, the nation's second highest award for valor. His story exemplified door gunner courage. They flew into impossible situations knowing they probably wouldn't survive. Flew anyway because soldiers needed them. The technical vulnerabilities of the Huey compounded crew exposure. The UH-1 series had a large exposed main rotor system. The tail rotor was equally vulnerable. A single round through the tail rotor drive shaft meant loss of control. The engine, mounted directly above and behind pilots, was exposed to fire from below. Rounds coming up through cabin floors could strike the engine, transmission, or rotor head. Any one of these hits could be catastrophic. The most vulnerable area was called the chin bubble, the plexiglass section beneath pilots' feet, covering anti-torque pedals. This section provided visibility but no protection. Rounds coming up from the ground would pass through the chin bubble and strike pilots in legs, groin, or lower torso. Many pilots were killed this way. Door gunners, sitting farther back in the cabin, had slightly better protection from this angle of fire. But slightly better still meant minimal. The fuel system presented another critical vulnerability. The Huey carried fuel in cells located in the lower center section of the fuselage. Enemy fire striking these cells could cause leaks, or, worse, ignition. Tracer rounds were particularly dangerous. The incendiary component could ignite fuel vapor, causing an explosion. Multiple helicopters were lost this way. The crew would have no warning, just a sudden fireball, and the aircraft tumbling from the sky. Door gunners learned to recognize signs of critical damage. Engine sound changing. The helicopter vibrating differently. Hydraulic fluid streaming from severed lines. When damage occurred, the crew had seconds to decide. Continue the mission or abort. Most continued, completing the insertion, extracting the wounded, finishing what they started. Door gunners kept firing until the helicopter was on the ground or until they physically couldn't continue. The enemy learned to exploit helicopter vulnerabilities systematically. They studied American tactics, noted approach patterns, understood timing. They learned helicopters would circle before landing, always from the same direction. They learned door gunners fired in predictable arcs. They learned to wait until helicopters committed to approach, then open fire at the moment of maximum vulnerability. The most sophisticated tactic involved positioning multiple weapons for crossfire. Heavy machine guns would fire from one direction, forcing door gunners to concentrate suppression there. RPG teams would fire from a different angle, catching the helicopter during evasive maneuvers. Small arms fire from a third direction would target crew specifically. This triangulated fire was devastating. Door gunners couldn't suppress all threats simultaneously. Something always got through. By 1967, North Vietnamese anti-aircraft capabilities had evolved to include dedicated AAA, 23mm ZU-23 cannons, 37mm guns, even surface-to-air missiles in some areas. These weapons transformed helicopter operations from merely dangerous to nearly suicidal. The ZU-23 could track a helicopter and fire explosive shells that detonated on proximity. A single hit anywhere on the helicopter could destroy it. Door gunners had no defense. They couldn't suppress these positions with M60 fire. They could only hope pilots saw the threat in time to evade. The psychological preparation for door gunner duty was minimal. Soldiers went through aircraft maintenance school if they were crew chiefs. Door gunner school lasted a few weeks, marksmanship training, aircraft systems, survival procedures. Then Vietnam. The training couldn't replicate reality, couldn't prepare them for the sound of rounds punching through aluminum inches from their heads, couldn't prepare them for watching a soldier across from them take a round in the throat, couldn't prepare them for the absolute helplessness of being a target with nowhere to hide. Victor Renza arrived in Vietnam as a specialist force assigned to the 4th Infantry Division. He'd qualified expert on the M60 during training at Fort Lewis. When he deployed, his company had 8 M60s for 150 men. Renza was assigned as number 1 gun in 2nd Platoon. He trained until he could disassemble and reassemble the M60 blindfolded. By the time he reached Vietnam, the weapon felt like an extension of his body. His training instructors told him the life expectancy of a machine gunner was 7 seconds from the moment the first round was fired. This statistic was designed to emphasize danger, to prepare them psychologically. But it also carried dark truth. Machine gunners were high-priority targets. The enemy knew the weapon's effectiveness, knew that neutralizing the M60 increased their chances of survival. So they shot at machine gunners first. Door gunners faced the same targeting priority, but with added vulnerability. They couldn't dig in, couldn't use terrain, couldn't shift positions after engaging. They were locked in place by the aircraft, visible from long distances, unable to maneuver. The combination made them the highest priority target on any helicopter. Kill the door gunners, and the helicopter became much easier to shoot down. The 1st Cavalry Division, the first fully airmobile division in Army history, conducted more helicopter combat assaults than any other unit. Their operations in the Central Highlands and Ashau Valley defined air cavalry tactics. They also defined door gunner casualty rates. In some companies, door gunner positions had 100% turnover every 6 months. Every single door gunner was either killed, wounded, or rotated out. Replacements arrived constantly, were trained by veterans who'd been in country maybe 3 months. Then the veterans were hit, and the new guys became the veterans. The cycle repeated endlessly. Memorial services became routine. Helicopters shot down. Crews killed. Memorial services at base camp. Then back to flying. There was no time to grieve, no time to process. The missions continued. The insertions continued. The casualties continued. Door gunners developed coping mechanisms, dark humor, superstitions, rituals before flights. Anything to maintain psychological equilibrium in an environment designed to break them. Some door gunners volunteered for the position. The Army Aviation Badge required a certain number of combat flight hours. Door gunner duty provided those hours quickly. Others were assigned because they had the right military occupational specialty. Crew chief training automatically included door gunner duties. Some infantry soldiers volunteered during specific operations because units were short of door gunners. Regardless of how they arrived at the position, the experience was the same: exposure, vulnerability, constant danger. The relationship between door gunners and the troops they transported was unique in Vietnam. Infantry soldiers respected door gunners in a way they respected few others. The infantrymen saw what door gunners did, saw them leaning out of helicopters, firing while under fire themselves, saw them continuing to fight while wounded, saw them die protecting the insertion. That respect was mutual. Door gunners knew the infantrymen were going into landing zones that might be heavily defended, knew those soldiers would be fighting on the ground while the helicopter flew away to safety. The shared danger created bonds that transcended normal military relationships. Extraction missions were often more dangerous than insertions. When a unit on the ground needed emergency extraction, the situation was usually desperate: heavy contact with the enemy, casualties that couldn't walk, low ammunition. Helicopters would fly in knowing they were entering an active firefight. Door gunners would suppress enemy positions that might be meters from the landing zone. The crew chief would help load wounded while under fire. Pilots would hover with bullets tearing through the aircraft, then lift off, struggling to gain altitude with overloaded weight and possibly damaged systems. Warrant Officer Larry Taylor flew an AH-1 Cobra attack helicopter in Vietnam. On June 18, 1968, he was covering an extraction mission near AP Goat Song. A 4-man patrol team was surrounded and nearly out of ammunition. The Huey attempting extraction took heavy fire and had to abort. Taylor saw the situation deteriorating. He made multiple rocket and gun runs, expending all ammunition, trying to suppress the enemy. When he ran out of ammunition, he did something unprecedented. He landed his Cobra, a two-seat attack helicopter not designed for passengers, in a tiny clearing. The 4 patrol members climbed onto the rocket pods and skids. Taylor took off with them hanging on and flew them to safety. He received the Medal of Honor for this action in 2023, 55 years after the mission. The story illustrated the lengths helicopter crews would go to save lives. It also illustrated the impossible situations door gunners faced regularly. Taylor could take risks in a Cobra because it was designed for combat, heavily armed, with better armor. Door gunners flew in Hueys with minimal protection. They couldn't make multiple passes, couldn't orbit the battlefield. They had one chance to land, complete the mission, and escape. During that window, they were completely exposed. Aviation safety investigations conducted after helicopter losses revealed patterns in door gunner casualties. Most were killed by small arms fired to the upper body or head. Ceramic body armor protected the torso, but not the neck, shoulders, or head. Helmets provided protection against shrapnel, but not direct hits from rifle rounds. The M60, mounted at chest height, meant the gunner's upper body was maximally exposed while engaging targets. Investigation reports noted that door gunners often died while still firing. Their bodies would be found with the M60 in position, ammunition belts partially expended, positions indicating they were engaging targets at the moment of death. They died doing their job. This pattern was so common, it became an expected finding in crash investigation reports. Door gunner killed in action while providing fire support. Unit citations told the story in dry military language, but beneath the words were human experiences. Specialist John Smith, killed in action while engaging enemy positions during combat assault. Specialist David Johnson, wounded in action, continuing to provide suppressive fire until evacuation completed. Warrant Officer Michael Williams remained at his position despite severe wounds to ensure extraction of ground forces. The citations accumulated. The names accumulated. The casualties accumulated. By 1968, the entire door gunner program was under review. Casualty rates were unsustainable. Units couldn't maintain qualified personnel. Training pipelines couldn't produce replacements fast enough. Aviation commanders proposed solutions: better armor, better weapons, better tactics. Some improvements were implemented. The M60E1 variant had modifications that made it more reliable. Helicopter designs improved with the introduction of the Cobra gunship, which could provide heavy fire support while keeping crews more protected. The UH-1H model had a more powerful engine, allowing it to carry armor and still maintain payload capacity. But the fundamental problem remained unsolvable. Combat assaults required helicopters to fly into contested areas, required them to slow down and hover, required door gunners to provide suppressive fire. These requirements created vulnerability that couldn't be eliminated. Better armor helped. Better tactics helped. But nothing could change the basic equation. Door gunners had to expose themselves to do their job. Exposure meant casualties. The statistics validated the concern. Over the entire war, approximately 2,074 non-pilot helicopter crewmen were killed. The helicopter fleet logged over 10 million flight hours. This meant roughly 0.27 deaths per 1,000 flight hours. For comparison, infantry casualties in heavy combat zones averaged 0.4 per 1,000 patrol hours. But infantry soldiers could take cover, use terrain, break contact. Door gunners could do none of these. They were locked into a flying target, doing 100 knots at 1,500 feet, with nowhere to hide. The veterans who survived carried the experiences for life. John Masaki, the door gunner who arrived in 1968, completed his year-long tour. He flew countless missions, was shot at on most of them, saw aircraft shot down, saw crew members killed. When he returned to civilian life, he had no marketable skills. Being a door gunner didn't translate to civilian employment. He considered re-enlisting, becoming a pilot, but decided against returning to Vietnam. The experience had changed him. He carried it for decades. Reunions of helicopter crews decades after the war revealed the lasting impact. Survivors would gather and talk about specific missions, specific landing zones, specific moments when they should have died but somehow survived. They would honor the ones who didn't come home. The door gunners killed in action. The crew chiefs who died at their positions. The pilots shot down attempting impossible rescues. These reunions weren't celebrations. They were memorials. Acknowledgments of sacrifice that most Americans never understood. The Vietnam Helicopter Pilots Association maintains detailed records of all helicopter operations in Vietnam. Their database includes 7,013 Hueys that survived the war out of over 11,000 deployed, 42% destroyed. The database lists 6,175 total deaths in helicopter operations, 2,202 pilots, 2,074 aircrew, 1,869 passengers. The aircrew category includes door gunners, crew chiefs, and other non-pilot positions. Door gunners were the majority. These numbers exist in military archives and historical databases, but they represent individual humans. 19-year-olds who graduated high school and were drafted. 22-year-olds who volunteered because they wanted to fly. 25-year-olds on their second tour because they felt obligated to serve. Each number was a person with family, dreams, a future that ended in a landing zone in Vietnam. The door gunner position remained throughout the war despite the casualties. The mission required it. Combat assaults required suppressive fire. Extractions required covering fire. Medical evacuations required protection. No alternative existed that provided the same capability. So young Americans continued to volunteer or be assigned, continued to climb into Hueys, continued to sit in open doors with M60 machine guns, continued to fly into hot landing zones, continued to die doing it. The tactical evolution by 1969 included hunter-killer teams. Light observation helicopters would fly low, draw fire, locate enemy positions. Attack helicopters would orbit high, waiting. When the enemy revealed themselves by shooting at the scout, the attack helicopter would strike. This tactic reduced door gunner casualties on observation helicopters because scouts flew with minimal crew. But slicks, the transport Hueys, still needed door gunners. The infantry still needed transport. The wounded still needed evacuation. The fundamental mission remained unchanged. Gradual American withdrawal from Vietnam reduced helicopter operations after 1969. Fewer troops meant fewer combat assaults. Vietnamization, the transition of combat operations to South Vietnamese forces, meant American aviation units flew fewer missions. But missions continued until 1973. American door gunners continued to fly and die, protecting operations that were increasingly viewed as pointless by the American public. The last American helicopter to leave Vietnam was a Huey. The iconic image of people climbing a ladder to a rooftop to board an evacuation helicopter was actually an Air America civilian Huey, not a military aircraft. The building wasn't the embassy, but an apartment complex. But the image captured the end. Helicopters, which had defined American operations in Vietnam, carried Americans out at the end. The door gunners who served received relatively little recognition. The Huey itself became iconic. Movies and documentaries featured the distinctive sound of rotor blades. Pilots who flew dangerous missions received medals and recognition. The infantry who fought on the ground were honored as veterans. But door gunners existed in a strange middle space. Not pilots, not infantry, just young Americans who sat in open doorways with machine guns and tried to keep everyone else alive. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. lists 58,320 names. Among those names are the 2,074 aircrew members killed in helicopter operations. Their names are carved in black granite alongside infantry soldiers, advisors, pilots, and all the others who died. No designation separates door gunners from other casualties. They are simply names. But each name represents someone who made the choice to serve in what they knew was one of the most dangerous positions in the war. In 2024, 50 years after the war ended, the surviving door gunners are in their 70s and 80s. Many attend veteran reunions. Many participate in memorial services. They tell stories about missions that happened half a century ago with clarity that suggests the memories never faded. They describe landing zones, firefights, helicopter crashes, friends who died. The stories aren't bragging. They're testimony. Witness accounts of experiences that younger generations struggle to comprehend. The analysis of why door gunners didn't survive Vietnam comes down to simple factors. Extreme exposure in open doors, minimal protection from hostile fire, high priority targets for enemy forces, aircraft that operated in predictable patterns at vulnerable speeds and altitudes, missions that required them to fly into the most dangerous situations repeatedly. The cumulative effect of these factors created casualty rates that would be unacceptable in any modern military operation. Modern helicopter operations learned from Vietnam. The UH-60 Blackhawk that replaced the Huey has door guns that fire from cabin windows, not open doors. Crew members have improved armor. Helicopters have defensive systems, radar warning receivers, missile warning systems, countermeasures. Tactics emphasize standoff distance and rapid ingress-egress. The lessons were written in the blood of door gunners who flew Hueys in Vietnam. But no amount of modern technology changes what those door gunners did. They flew into hot landing zones knowing the odds. They provided suppressive fire that saved countless infantry lives. They protected medical evacuation helicopters that rescued thousands of wounded soldiers. They died at rates that exceeded almost every other military position. They did it for a year-long tour, mission after mission, day after day, until they were killed, wounded, or completed their service. The final assessment isn't about statistics or tactics or equipment. It's about human courage. Door gunners understood the danger. Every veteran interviewed described knowing the